Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Everyone's class change. My Sword of the Necromancer Kills the Gods. Chapter 61. The pale golden long sword was held in Li Emu's hand, and the top scholar instantly felt that Li Emu's temperament had undergone earth-shaking changes. It was like changing from a gentle young scholar to a sharp-edged young emperor. Li Emu held the sword tightly, feeling the increase in his attributes, and slowly raised the sword. Orc King Sword. The exclusive legendary weapon of the Orc royal family, it has powerful active skills and many powerful effects. Although Li Emu couldn't use the beast blood boiling active skill on the sword, he had the attribute bonus and other skills on the sword after equipping it. That is the power of kings and the aura of leadership. The majesty of a king. You are a born king, and your intimidation power increases. Leader's Halo. Improve the morale and cohesion of his subordinates' Halo skill. The two skills were activated at the same time, and the momentum and shock effects were increased by 5. When Li Emu took out the Orc King Sword, he attracted the attention of countless people. The aura of majesty and king slowly emanated from him. This kind of aura made all the students find their backbone instantly. They all looked at Li Emu, subconsciously waiting for him to give orders. Although the incarnation of the gods is strong, it is not invincible. Li Emu said loudly, raising the Orc King Sword high and activating the leader's halo. Although we are weak, we will eventually fight against him. In this battle, you may die, or you may not. I want you to fight with all your might. As he spoke, he looked at the people watching him and continued. Since low-level spells are ineffective, then, mages, let go of the mentality of a spellcaster, hit with fists, bite with teeth, and use all your strength to cause damage to the enemy. Since the physical damage has been reduced by half, then the warriors will fight with all their strength and use up their last strength until the end of their lives. We have no retreat, only a fight to the death. I won't say anything empty. I just want you to die. At this point, his calm voice gradually became louder. Even if the ants shake the trees, even if the eggs hit the rocks, I still want you to use all your strength. Don't let it prey on us. We are not prey. We are humans. We are the sparks of the human race. So, please die. Go to a wonderful death. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Die, somewhat far away. They never thought about death. Because they are students of Spark Academy. They have a bright future. Some people want to join the Dangmo division after graduation, and some want to join the Wuzan Palace. Some people want to return to their hometown to open a pharmacy shop, just to support themselves and their families. Some people want to go to the battlefield to kill enemies and make meritorious deeds for fame, money, and power. Etc., etc. They never thought that they would die in school, at least not before today. Just now, they didn't think they would die, because they saw the Dean working hard to cut down the shield, so they had hope. I hope the Dean can break the shield and I can get out. But they are not stupid, and they also know in their hearts that it may be impossible to break through, or it may be a dead end. Still, they held out hope. But now, Li Emu did not hesitate to destroy this unrealistic hope and put the facts in front of them. The fact of mortality. Are we really going to die? Someone asked unwillingly. Maybe. Li Emu replied. Is there no other way? Someone asked again. No. Li Emu shook his head and asked, are you afraid of death? No one answered this question. Who is not afraid of death? What about you? Are you afraid of death? Someone asked. I promise, even if I die, I will die before you. Li Emu did not answer the question directly, but glanced at everyone and said softly. Hearing this, everyone was silent. Are you afraid of death? Someone asked again. I'm afraid, but someone has to stand up. Li Emu put down his sword and closed his eyes. He remembered that in his past life, someone had asked him such a question. That's how I answered at that time. Yeah, after hearing this, some people thought deeply, some people frowned, and some people felt enlightened. Yes, someone has to step up. And in such a predicament, someone heard such words and realized something different. The stolen mind was slowly restored under the influence of the leader's halo. They are the proud sons of Spark Academy. Even if they are affected by the negative curse of hunting, it will only be temporary. Now, under the dual effects of the power of kings and the halo of leadership, they have finally recovered. Well, it's either you or me. Li Emu opened his eyes, looked at the students whose eyes were gradually becoming clearer, and raised the king's sword high again. So, let's fight. In today's battle, I am invincible. In this battle, we will be invincible. We will definitely win this battle. Humanity will win. Li Mu shouted. Humanity will win. The students looked at Li Mu holding the sword high, confused, and full of fighting spirit. Very good, very energetic. A smile appeared on Li Mu's lips. Now, I will assign tasks. You also need to be prepared. Be prepared as best as you can. ... Listening to Li Mu's words, Chu Yunyu touched the head of the girl in her arms, thoughtfully. I also have some enlightenment. Yunyu, if we can survive, I have something to tell you. The petite girl first rubbed Chu Yunyu's palm, then raised her head in her arms, her eyes as tender as water. Can't you tell me now? After regaining consciousness, Chu Yunyu lowered her head and looked at the girl with clear eyes. You may die in this battle. If you don't say it, you might not have the chance to say it. Even now, her tone was still calm. No, I'm afraid. The girl shook her head and leaned her face against the cold armor again. She is afraid. She was afraid that Chu Yunyu would lie to her in this fatal situation and agreed to her request for a relationship. She was also afraid that the cold girl who couldn't lie would reject her regardless of the current situation. So, she still hesitated. Okay. Chu Yunyu nodded gently. And listening to the words of the two girls, the handsome man also took courage. If you survive, I also have something to tell you, he said to the strong man. Yeah, okay. He frowned and the burly man, who was eager to say a few words to Chu Yunyu, nodded casually. Yeah, seeing that the strong man's eyes were all on Chu Yunyu, the delicate man's eyes dimmed. Maybe you forgot, but I will never forget. 7 years ago, you saved my life. And what you said, I still remember it. Thinking, he closed his eyes and a smile appeared on his lips. It is precisely because of that sentence that I persist until now. Thank you, Archie. Besides, I love you, Archie. White lights flashed one after another, and the princess team and Zhao Xingyu team came back dead. The princess was the last one to come back from the dead. What's wrong with me? The princess, who was killed by the fourth bloody man, felt an indescribable sense of depression and understood in her heart. He must have been negatively cursed by the incarnation of a god. But she has a way to deal with it. She took out a bottle of potion from the storage ring, opened the lid, poured the blue water into her palm, and sprinkled it on her head. For a moment, I felt refreshed. Looking at the team members beside her and Zhao Xingyu's team, she waved her hand and spread some. Several people suddenly regained their consciousness. I didn't expect the fourth bloody man to be such a fool. Lu Feng touched his head and said sadly. After killing the second bloody man, before anyone could catch their breath, another bloody man appeared with a rope. Before he could react, he was lured away. Fortunately, he was an archer capable of close combat, and he barely managed to survive a few rounds at the hands of the bloody man, until he received the support of the princess. After struggling to defeat the bloody man with a rope, I waited for the sixth among the bloody men. The bloody man with level 2 strength first attacked Hanazaki with a dagger, sent Hanazaki away and then started sneaking. The princess used a manifestation bomb to reveal the bloody man's figure, but it had already taken the rope in its hand and swallowed the bloody man. After exerting all his energy and using up the sacred arrows, he watched the remaining blood man swallow the shield blood man and the bare-handed blood man and returned to his heyday, before he was lured away again and was killed for a second. If you buy good holy water, you can definitely beat the fourth bloody man. Su Shangchen gritted his teeth, and that disgusting bloody man can actually eat other bloody men to recover from his injuries. A broken shield can be repaired again. It's so disgusting. Su Shangchen said angrily. Yeah, it's a pity that the bloody man can't be stored in the storage ring, otherwise Her Highness the Princess will definitely win. Hanasaki shook his head and looked around. Huh. Sure enough, you can't get out. Looking at the students gathered here, he realized this and his heart suddenly sank. It is indeed the conspiracy of the alien gods. What to do? Hanasaki thought deeply. These students. Yi Shuangyan looked at everyone, slightly surprised. What she saw was an orderly student team divided into several groups, each doing something. They are all in high morale and divided into various groups doing something. There is no negative curse from their defeat at all. It's good that the curse has been lifted. The princess put away the medicine bottle in her hand, looked towards the door, and frowned. Outside the red light shield, an old man with messy white hair holding a sword was gasping for air as if he had just experienced a big battle. And she also saw many legendary strong men standing outside, including her imperial uncle. It seems that the dean has no choice. She also realized that the current situation was probably very bad. Looking at the props in the storage ring, she quickly thought of countermeasures. At this moment, a person came up to him. "Your Highness, please write down the information about the incarnations of the gods you met." The top academic man stepped forward and said slowly while holding his glasses. "Since Her Royal Highness the Princess has just returned here, it means that there are still new incarnations of gods that have not been recorded." "Well, Hanasaki." Her Royal Highness the Princess was stunned and then ordered the mages in her team. "Give me half a minute." Hanasaki looked around and knew that someone had already stood up and became a leader. "Don't know who it is." After thinking about it, he handed it to the top student. The top academic man came to Lang Xiaoyu and gave her the paper. He thinks Lang Xiaoyu is Li Mu's assistant. "Li Mu, look." Lang Xiaoyu looked at it and found out that this was very important information, and quickly gave the paper to Li Mu. Yes, Li Mu took it and looked at it seriously. Lang Xiaoyu, on the other hand, looked at his serious look and was a little dazed. "Classmate Lang, what's wrong?" After reading the princess's information, he turned to look at the dazed girl and asked. "It's okay, Li Mu, can we win?" Lang Xiaoyu asked in a low voice. "I don't know." Li Mu turned his attention to the busy students, shook his head and said, "It depends on manpower. As long as I make all the preparations I can accept any ending. But I think I can win." He was ready to die in battle, but his voice was very confident, giving the girl hope. "Is this so?" Lang Xiaoyu felt certain after hearing this. "Then, if I win, I want to go." She wanted to treat her to the shopping street for the last set meal. "Wait a minute, Lang Xiaoyu." Li Mu twitched the corner of his mouth and quickly stopped her. "There is no need to raise the flag. We will talk about it after we finish this battle. Good guy, if you say this, you might really lose." Well, thinking of what good people in TV dramas say before they die, Lang Xiaoyu opened her eyes wide and quickly covered her mouth. "You, go to the alchemy side and help refine the arrows." Li Mu glanced at Lang Xiaoyu with slight disgust. "I just want to see how the seniors use alchemy and learn from it." Quote. After seeing Zhang Shuai's information, Li Mu believed that sacred objects could have an effect on the incarnation of gods. Because the god of hunting is an evil camp. And the divine nature of restraining evil allowed Li Mu to find another way to fight against the enemy. Therefore, he asked the senior students among the students who knew alchemy to start refining sacred arrows with holy water. Alchemy. Holy water plus arrows plus adhesive equals holy arrows. This is for him and the students of the archer profession. Oh, Lang Xiaoyu left very obediently. Li Mu, on the other hand, thought about the information the princess brought. The incarnations of gods can devour each other, heal injuries, and become stronger. You can also use the weapons that killed the bloody man, and the bloody man's corpse and weapons cannot be placed in the storage equipment due to their divine nature. Then, if you can persist to the end, you may have to face the incarnation of the strongest god with several weapons. And how strong will it be? Will it be a fourth turn? Li Mu frowned. Li Mu. After thinking for a long time, Yi Shuangyan couldn't think of any way, so he looked at Li Mu's location. Seeing his frowning expression, she walked over to him and waited quietly. After discussing with Li Mu for a while, she should encounter a second-level blood man with 3 weapons. "Your Highness the Princess." After thinking about it, Li Mu turned his head and looked at Yi Shuangyan beside him. "Li Mu, please share the information." The princess looked at Li Mu and said seriously, "Let's find a solution together." Yi Shuangyan knew that Li Mu was the leader when he saw that the information held by the top student was finally handed over to Li Mu. He should have information about other incarnations of gods. She thought and came to Li Mu. "Okay, Your Highness Princess." Li Mu nodded and began to tell the existing information. Based on the current information, there are a total of 8 incarnations of gods in the dungeon. They are empty-handed bloody men on the 5th floor. 10th level shield blood man. 15th floor rope bloody man. The strength of these 3 levels of blood people is 1 level. They are the weakest blood people in the information given to me by the second-year non-combat professional seniors after they were killed. The dungeon is rich in resources, and students often come in to explore. In addition to students who have broken through the levels, there are also professionals such as alchemists or pharmacists who are looking for resources. Although they are not as strong as the combat profession, after a year of study, they also have some fighting methods, which are enough to protect themselves and find resources in low-level dungeons. This is a very common resource search, and countless students come here. And they also have a protection card, which makes them feel reassured. However, the incarnation of God came to Spark Academy. Therefore, it is normal for the incarnation of a god that they cannot defeat to be teleported back. The ones on the 20th floor are the dagger-blooded ones. The ones on the 30th floor are the blood-throwing men. The 40-level ones are the axe-blooded ones. The blood people in these 3 levels are second-level warriors. They are very strong. In addition, they are immune to the effects of low-level spells. The seniors and seniors will be dead soon. Spells with less than 3 turns are all low-level spells. This eliminated all the second-year mage professionals, leaving a group of physical damage professionals who couldn't defeat the blood-proof people. On the 50th floor, there are people with swordsman and blood, and they are ranked 3 in strength. They were encountered by Chu Yunyu's team. At this point, Li Mu glanced at Chu Yunyu. Their team is a profession that is considered to be strong in rank 2. But he didn't even last a few moments before he came back. The one on the 60th floor is a blood man with a great sword and a level 3 strength. He was encountered by the 3rd-year seniors when they were looking for the boss on the 60th floor, which is the highest level of the current dungeon guide. But there are no 3rd-level professionals among them. They are all 2nd-level professionals with the highest level of 49. So I never fought. Among them, the bloody people devouring each other is the information your team gave me. I only have a rough understanding of it. And that's all. Li Mu did not add his own subjective guesses, but objectively stated what he knew so that the princess could judge the current situation by herself. You can fight, but I'm afraid there will be more. Yi Shuangyan thought for a moment and came to the conclusion, the levels you mentioned are all levels where the boss exists. The incarnation of the gods may have come through the boss's sacrifice. The incarnations of gods from the evil camp usually come as living sacrifices and blood sacrifices. The more powerful the flesh-born incarnation is, the stronger it is. The boss monster in the dungeon is naturally the first choice target. The highest strength of the blood man is the strength of the 3rd level. Although the 3rd level is strong, it is not invincible. You said 70 levels, right? But Yi Shuangyan also thought more about it. She knew that the maximum depth of the dungeon was 70, but this was a record set by a student several years ago. If there is an incarnation of a god coming to the 70th floor, I'm afraid. She became worried. Don't think so much, just take it one step at a time. Li Mu shook his head, it's better to be more prepared now. Yeah, Yi Shuangyan nodded and watched Li Mu start to arrange it. In the dark dungeon, several skeleton stalkers were quietly distributed throughout the 1st floor, waiting for what was to come. Thump, thump, thump. The bloody man appeared slowly, while the skeleton stalkers quietly picked up a mine, activated it and threw it. Bang! A huge sound sounded, letting Li Mu know that the bloody man had arrived. Archers, prepare to release arrows. Li Mu, carrying a quiver on his back, stood in front of the formation, looking at the corner of the dungeon illuminated by light, and ordered the students of the archer profession to get ready. At the same time, he took out his hunting bow. Only now did he vaguely feel the connection between the bow and arrow in his hand and the incarnation of the god of hunting. Bow name hunting. Normally, he wouldn't feel anything was wrong. But in this situation, no matter how stupid he is, he still knows that there is something wrong with the bow in his hand. Combining the known information, he understood that his bow should be the weapon in the hands of the empty-handed bloody man on the 5th floor. After all, a bloody man without weapons is weird. Will the god of hunting be short of weapons? There is certainly no shortage. There must be some reason why the bloody man on the 5th floor lacks weapons. Therefore, combining the name and skills of the bow, he knew that the bow in his hand was probably the weapon of the 5th level blood man. The bow was bought from a commercial street. The clerk said it was made by a student before, so There is a mole among the students, that's for sure. Turning to look at the students standing in the formation of melee in front, long range in back, and the more than 200 skeleton archers mixed in, Li Mu's eyes flickered. Thump thump thump. Ah, the bloody man finally arrived. Fire the arrow. Looking at the bloody man holding a shield and a rope around his waist, Li Mu shouted directly without hesitation. Swish, swish, swish. Skeleton archers do not use negative energy arrows, but the same sacred arrows as the student archers. This was the result of previous alchemist refining. In just a few minutes, nearly 6,000 sacred arrows had been refined. If it weren't for holy water and Li Mu still had to keep some as spare, then 10,000 bottles wouldn't be a problem. This is the power of alchemy. So at the moment, arrows are plentiful, despite the use of the archers. As a result, hundreds of arrows of light were fired in unison, shining in the dark space, as if thousands of arrows were fired simultaneously. Arrow array clears the way. The golden rain of arrows hit the shield, making a clicking sound and trembling wildly. The bloody man also felt that something was wrong, and faced the rain of arrows and walked toward the students with long strides, at an extremely fast speed. Over 100 meters in an instant. This also made the students scream and shoot faster. No, some level 2 melee professionals wanted to step forward to resist, but when they saw that Li Mu just drew a big bow and didn't give any orders, they resisted their intention to take action. Follow orders. This was what Li Mu emphasized most before the war. So, they didn't move. This is the most basic fighting quality. Let's see who is faster, you or my arrow. Single quote. Li Mu looked at the bloody man rushing up with a shield, narrowed his eyes, knocked an arrow, and drew his bow. The 73 points of powerful power after the hunting bow was completed made Li Mu feel the abundant power in his body, and he also stretched the bowstring like a full moon. Spiral arrow. 9 consecutive shots. The arrows are quickly drawn, and the strong bow shoots fiercely. The sound of the bowstrings was like thunder, and the arrows shot out like lightning. Thunder and lightning and evil-busting arrows appeared together, and 9 thunders sounded in unison. Boom! The first arrow breaks the shield. The powerful force shattered the bloody shield, driving the bloody man back a few steps, stopping the bloody man's rush. The second arrow hit the bloody man's head. His head was like an exploding watermelon, and blood flew all over the sky. The third arrow shattered his left arm. The fourth arrow shattered his right arm. The fifth and sixth arrows shattered both legs. The seventh arrow pierced the chest, causing the bloody man to completely turn into a pool of blood, which fell to the ground. The remaining 2 arrows missed and disappeared into the dark underground city with a sound of breaking through the air. So, the scene was quiet for a while. Then, the whole place was in an uproar. Oh, the students shouted. I didn't expect it to be killed so easily. Seeing Li Mu showing off his power, they were all excited, seeing the possibility of winning. After all, that is the incarnation of a god with second-turn strength. He was actually shot to death by Li Mu with just a few arrows. Li Mu. Among them, Lang Xiaoyu was the most excited. After reading the information of many students, she had a great fear of the incarnation of gods. Because the students had no power to fight back, they were quickly killed and returned. But the few arrows Li Mu had just fired gave her full confidence in the final outcome of this battle. Wow! Shu Chaoer, who was always ready to listen to encouragement from orders, opened her mouth slightly. Li Mu is so awesome. She thought, maybe we can win. Shu Linger held the knife and felt happy in her heart. That bow is so strong. Zhao Xingyu's eyes lingered on Li Mu's bow. If I can get that bow, I can easily kill the incarnation of the god. Single quote. He believed that Li Mu's strength depended entirely on the bow, otherwise how could a mage be so powerful? This is 9 stars in a row. Lu Feng's eyes widened behind the formation. 9 stars Lianju. This is a high-level archer skill that can only be mastered by level 3 archers. When he determined that his profession was an archer, he invited a strong person with the 4th level archer profession to teach him archer skills, and he had also seen the powerful skill 9 stars Lianju. Very strong. Soon, in just a short moment, 9 arrows were shot out one after another, making his eyes dazzled and he didn't even react. 9 arrows were completed. And the 4th level archer also told him about the power of this skill. 1 arrow is faster than the other, and 1 arrow is stronger than the other. The speed of the last arrow can even catch up with the first arrow, which is one of the most used techniques by high-level archers. Just look at this description to see how powerful this skill is. But what Lu Feng didn't expect was that before he could even touch the 4-shot weapon, he saw the 9-star Lianju in the hands of a mage. This made him look at his bow and arrow, and began to question his profession. Li Mu, the first one. Li Mu looked at the bloody man and said softly. ... Who is that, so handsome? How do you fall in love with someone you meet? That's Li Mu from the Li family in the Northern Territory. He is truly a young hero. The humans looked at the sky. Li Mu easily shot and killed the bloody man, and they were all ecstatic. ... Is this your trump card? It is indeed very strong. Yi Shuangyan, who was riding a dragon, looked at Li Mu with complicated eyes and said, if you had held this bow that day, I might not have been able to sustain 5 arrows. In fact, she felt that she could not hold up 3 arrows, but for the sake of face, she said 2 more arrows. Yeah, without any rebuttal, Li Mu looked towards the deep dungeon and sent out the skeleton stalker again. Next, there's the javelin bloody man. The previous stalkers were killed by the blood man after the explosion. And just as the skeleton stalker was sneaking forward, he heard a strong sound breaking through the air. Aha! The speed was very fast, heading straight towards Li Mu. Not good. The princess watched the javelin appear and wanted to stop it, but her body couldn't keep up with her consciousness. She could only watch as the javelin was caught in Li Mu's hand. Question mark. The princess stretched out her hand and held it in front of Li Mu, somewhat stunned. The scene fell silent for a moment, and all the students looked at Li Mu and the princess. There are many things they don't understand. For example, why is it that Li Mu can catch a javelin while a second-level professional can't? Did the princess not block Li Mu's attack? Is Li Mu really a mage? Why doesn't the princess stretch her hand back? All the doubts turned into silence, leaving them just looking at the two of them without any movement or words. Slowly, a sense of embarrassment filled the air. The two people and the students also formed a picture, which was imprinted on the sky and in the eyes of many people. World-famous paintings.jpg. Ding, you are subject to the mental attack, evil whispering, and an immunity determination will be made for you. Ding, the talent skill Iron Will takes effect, the immunity determination is successful, and you are immune to this mental attack. Ding, the talent Weapon Master takes effect, you can use this weapon. Cough. After a few seconds of silence, the princess took her hand back to her mouth and coughed lightly. The bloody man seems to be very smart, but he just threw the weapon without showing up. What should we do? She looked towards the dark front and her tone was very natural. Hearing this, Li Mu first looked at the bloody javelin in his hand and found that its attributes could not be checked and it could not be stored in the storage ring. But he could use it. After thinking about it, he inserted the javelin into the ground. Don't touch this javelin, Li Mu first warned, and then took out the horseshoe given by Her Royal Highness the Princess, then take the initiative and don't let them join together. Herod, the green-scaled horse with second-level attributes jumped out. Li Mu got on the horse and pulled the reins, trying to kill the bloody man with the javelin first. No, it's too dangerous. I'll go with you. The princess shook her head to stop. One more person to take care of. There are powerful props in her ring, and there are many life-saving props on her body that have not yet been triggered. She wants to kill the javelin blood man with Li Mu. But you are not taking care of me, you are a burden. Single quote. Li Mu glanced at the princess and thought about how to say this tactfully. But at this time, the bloody man who had thrown the javelin came out, causing Li Mu to instantly raise his bow and shoot 9 arrows in a row. The bloody man exploded again, and the red blood on the ground became thicker and more disgusting. Li Mu frowned as he watched. No matter how stupid you are, you know that this bloody water must be good for bloody people, and then he asked the students to try to see if they could do something to control the bloody water. Immune to low-level spells. Unable to insert space equipment. Single quote. But the blood and water cannot freeze, nor can it be burned dry, and it will overflow from the soil where it is buried. Consumable summons are corroded after being eaten. Wait, Li Mu sighed. What are you waiting for? Yi Shuangyan asked. Boom. Waiting for the final form of the incarnation of the god. Li Mu heard the explosion again and raised his bow. Next, in order, it should be the bloody man with the axe. Sure enough, a bloody man with an axe appeared from the darkness and rushed forward. Swish, swish, swish. 9 arrows were shot in succession, and the bloody man exploded. Oh, the students who served as background cheered again. Alas, Lu Feng touched the bow in his hand and sighed. It's okay Fengji, be open-minded. Wisaki on the side saw this and comforted Lu Feng. Li Mu is just a mage. You will definitely be able to surpass him in archery in the future. I believe you. After saying that, looking at Lu Feng's resentful eyes, Wisaki couldn't help but laugh. Archers can't shoot arrows as well as mages. It's so funny. Alas, shaking his head, Lu Feng sighed more and more. After shooting the arrow, Li Mu sent out the skeleton stalker again, then looked at the 5 bloody weapons placed beside him and pondered. Will these weapons have any impact on us if we put them around? Yi Shuangyan on the side asked worriedly. After all, it is the weapon of the evil god, so it will make you worry if you keep it around. Let's take a look again. Li Mu couldn't do anything about these weapons. You can't just throw them somewhere else and be picked up by a bloody man. If it is picked up by a bloody man, it will be difficult to fight. Boom, boom, 2 explosions sounded, causing Li Mu to look up suddenly. The remaining 2 bloody men with level 3 strength actually came together. Get ready to fire arrows. He shouted, raised his bow, aimed at the darkness ahead, and waited. But suddenly, 2 figures rushed out of the formation and headed straight for him. Chopping violently. Second turn double swordsman. Brute force collision. The second turn of brute force. Both of them are second level hidden professionals. Not good. The princess once again watched helplessly as Li Mu dropped his bow, rushed forward without retreating, grabbed the 2 knives of the second turn double swordsman, and then chopped them to death one by one. This is seize weapons. The princess was shocked. Seize weapons. This is a high-level skill for melee professionals. You can seize the opponent's weapon for your own use during battle. The success rate of seizing is linked to the professional's strength attribute. But, you are a mage. Don't forget your profession. Single quote. The princess was complaining crazily in her heart, but she remained calm on the outside. Sure enough, there is a traitor. After adjusting his mood, Yi Shuangyan said calmly. Yeah, I knew it. Li Mu looked at the 2 corpses with cold eyes. As expected, there were also followers of the god of hunting among the students. Still a sophomore. Hee, Spark Academy is really. ... This. The old dean stared at the sky with an ugly face. His voice was extremely cold. Now, control all the students in the college and conduct a thorough investigation. After the arrival of the evil god and the incident involving a student mole, everyone in the empire may question Spark Academy. And this happened while he was in office. How does this make others see him? How do you view the spark that has been passed down for thousands of years? I ruined Xingwo's 1,000-year glory. The old dean closed his eyes in pain. Yes, the 2 people following the old dean disappeared instantly. ... After placing the 2 bodies in the space bag, Li Mu picked up the bow and arrow and looked at the 2 third-level bloody men. The 1 blood human sword is in the left hand, and the 1 blood human sword is in the right hand. The 2 bloody men stood together, giving people a rare sense of coordination. But for Li Mu, this was twice as disgusting. Fire the arrows, he shouted, drawing his bow and shooting out 9 arrows. The arrow arrived in front of the swordsman, who was hit by 9 arrows and took a few steps back. But that's about it. Then, the bloody man with the knife pulled out the arrow from his chest, threw it away and raised his hand. Red light emitted. Swish. All the bloody weapons around Li Mu returned to the hands of the bloody man, and the bow in Li Mu's hand suddenly glowed with blood and trembled. Before Li Mu could react, the hunting bow turned into blood and flew into the hands of the bloody man holding the sword, becoming its weapon. The hunting bow left his hand. Li Mu's face turned ugly. As a warrior, his weapon was taken away by the enemy. This made him feel a little angry. Li Mu, give the order. Seeing Li Mu's bow taken away by the bloody man, the princess nervously clenched her lance and stared at the bloody man who was distributing the equipment, waiting for the order to charge. In her opinion, it was time for a fight to the death. No need, Li Mu said indifferently, taking out the Orc King Sword from the ring and looking at the 2 bloody men with cold eyes. Extremely cold place. The sky is filled with snow and the wind is biting. Did I see that sword wrong? The old orc man with the head of a beast and the body of a beast raised his head, stared at the pale golden two-handed sword, and said in shock. Grandpa, what is that? The orc child beside him raised his head and listened to the old man's words and asked. That's a legendary weapon. The old man's voice was old and he looked closely at the big sword held by Li Mu in the sky. It is the legendary sword of our orc royal family that has disappeared for nearly 1,000 years. It looked solemn. Then why is it in human hands? The child continued to ask. Alas, this sword was a weapon taken away by a royal orc when he went out to fight 1,000 years ago. Since then, I have only seen this sword in the records of books. The old man looked at the lines and colors of the big sword, and finally, sighed. The name of this sword is Beast Blood. The sword is engraved with legendary skills, and the beast's blood boils. This is a powerful skill that only the orcs of our royal family can use. It turns out that it was taken over by humans. The old man said coldly. You don't need to think about it to know that this orc ancestor must have died in the hands of humans. Beast blood. The orc child looked up and looked at the figure of Li Mu who was wearing blue armor and starting to fight, and became stunned. Then why can that human be used? Can the royal families of other races also use animal blood? It asked in confusion. Impossible. The old orc man immediately denied. Beast blood can only be used by the noble blood of our orc royal family. How can a human with such low blood be able to use this sword? It snorted disdainfully, completely forgetting that it was humans who drove the orcs to extremely cold places. Noble bloodline. The child thought for a while and asked, can the dragon use animal blood? If so, that person might have dragon blood in his body. The child guessed. In its education, dragons, like orcs, are races with noble blood. If that person doesn't have royal orc blood, then he has dragon blood. Giant dragon. The old orc man looked hesitant. In fact, there are a lot of fictional things in the educational books of the orcs. Among them, they rank themselves as a naturally powerful race with the dragon family. This was done to cover up something. And the child naturally believed it. But in fact, orcs are not that powerful. However, through years of subtle education, the orcs still believed that they were as powerful as the dragon family, and humans used despicable means to defeat the orcs, trapping the orcs in the harsh environment where humans originally lived. This is a method used to arouse the orcs' hatred of humans. Although a child is also a royal, you have to wait until it grows up a little before you can tell it the truth. After all, the child has a loose tongue. The sword, Beast Blood, was forged by the blood refining method by 3 powerful orc masters who collected a large amount of the blood of the orc royal family and a small amount of other races. The conditions for holding it are naturally the orc royal family, whose main bloodline is the orc royal family. But after all, it is a sword forged by blood refining method. It is not clear whether it will surrender to a more advanced bloodline orc old man. But in order to protect the face of the royal family, it naturally cannot tell the little orc this point. Perhaps, over the past hundreds of years, this sword has been modified by humans so that they can use it. The old orc man made a guess, and then clenched his hands tightly, but no matter what, we have to get the sword back. Quote. At all costs. Calm down. You're a mage, not a warrior. Just when Li Mu was about to rush up and hit them, Yi Shuangyan quickly stopped him. Isn't it just a bow? I'll have someone make it for you after we get out. You can't rush up. The incarnation of the gods is very strong, you're going to die. She thought Li Mu was angry because his bow was taken away and he raised his sword to chop. If she had taken away a good weapon, she would probably be angry too. Although Li Mu's melee ability is very strong, it is ultimately irrational to face the incarnation of the gods. Thank you, princess. Li Mu was silent for a moment, and his footsteps paused. By the way, my bow is a purple quality bow that adds 30 points of strength and 10 points of physique. It also comes with a skill to lock the enemy, don't forget it when your princess orders someone to make it. He said his request seriously, which made the corner of her mouth twitch. Okay, what's next? Do you want to charge? She looked at the students of the knight profession around her and asked. This is the cavalry regiment arranged by Li Mu, and it is the last helpless move. But it is obviously not time yet. No, I still have a trump card. Li Mu exhaled. A trace of anger in his heart was extinguished, and Li Mu also felt that something was wrong with himself. Normally, he would not get angry so easily. What happened? He thought about the reason for his restless mind, and thought that his heart was confused when the dungeon was first shaken. Why? Looking at the two fully armed three-turn blood men, Li Mu released an undead while thinking. Ghoul. As the undead appeared, the dark air surged, and a ghoul emitting a terrifying aura appeared in front of everyone. The body of an orc, sharp claws emitting black light, and a hideous mouth on the belly opened and closed, terrifying. And its scarlet eyes were extremely weird, and the blood in its eyes made people looking at the sky feel extremely terrified. This was the undead given to him by Mr. Skeleton. It was composed of the most essential parts of the four undead creatures of orcs, ghouls, death knights, and vampires. The powerful skills of these four undead were also perfectly inherited by it. Moreover, it also has three powerful martial arts given by Li Mu's martial god heart. If it is hostile to it, Li Mu is not sure to defeat it with bare hands. Kill, Li Mu said calmly. Bang! The ghoul stomped his feet fiercely, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. In an instant, it rushed to the two bloody men with both claws. Dragon Claw Hand. The claw wind was accompanied by the sound of dragon roar, and the claws were fierce, like a dragon claw. It was a martial art created by Li Mu based on the meaning of dragon roar and tiger roar, used to compete with monsters. When practiced to perfection, the head of the monster can be easily crushed. If combined with the tiger fist, it can form a dragon and tiger joint attack, but the ghoul did not learn it, so it can only be matched with the star-picking hand. Star-picking hand. The dangerous building is 100 feet high, and the hand can pick the stars. This move is named after the poem, Staying at the Mountain Temple at Night, and he created the martial art based on the meaning of picking stars. Picking stars and catching the moon, chasing the sun across the sea. These are the four powerful martial arts created by Li Mu. The star-picking hand is one of them. Xiaoyao Step. If the instant step is a step used to burst instantaneous power and close the distance between the enemy and the self, then the Xiaoyao Step is a step used exclusively for the enemy. If the mind is free, the body is free, which was taught to Li Mu by his master in his previous life. Before the disaster, what is free? He asked his master in his previous life. Free and unrestrained in the world, experiencing the world, and finally having no restraints and being free, that is free and unrestrained. The appearance of the old Taoist with white hair and a youthful face has long been blurred, but the kindness in his tone is still remembered in Li Mu's heart. Oh, at that time, he seemed to understand. You will know later. The old Taoist stroked his beard and smiled. Master. Li Mu's thoughts turned into a sigh. Fortunately, you died early and did not experience a disaster, otherwise you would have been free. However, I was not free in the end. He looked at the ghoul as if he saw himself in his previous life. The two bloody men used many weapons to fight the ghoul. They waved their swords and could hardly touch the ghoul. His sharp claws were flying, and his body was moving like a butterfly between the two bloody men. The terrifying mouth in his belly opened and closed, biting down the bloody man's body from time to time, making a chewing sound. There was a loud roar, dust was flying, and the sound of the fierce battle between the three resounded throughout the dungeon. Everyone was watching their battle, unable to take their eyes off it. Can you win? They felt uneasy. Rumble, rumble, blood splattered everywhere, both heads of the bloody man were removed, and the dust dispersed. The scene that stood out in everyone's eyes was the ghoul's body covered in blood and the blood at his feet. Oh, all the students shouted, but the humans looking at the sky did not shout. Because they knew that the bloody man who first appeared had not yet appeared. The most powerful blood man. Li Mu, your summons are so powerful. The princess exclaimed as she watched the ghoul kill the incarnation of the god. If Li Mu had directly taken out this undead that day, he might have lost directly. Thinking of this, her heart tightened and she felt unparalleled pressure. Members of the royal family have always been at the top of the class list, but this time I have Li Mu. If I can get out alive, I'm afraid my eldest brother will make a fuss about it again. Thinking about it, the princess suddenly felt tired. Her mother's heavy expectations made her learn a lot from childhood to college, leaving her with no time to rest or entertainment. And the thing my mother asks the most is, how are you studying? Single quote. Are you lazy? Single quote. Have you learned? Single quote. In addition, there was also the disdain and ridicule from her eldest brother and the secret rejection from her brothers and sisters, which all made her feel pressured. Although her father dotes on her very much, but what's the use? Moreover, I am really tired. In her confusion, she had the idea that it would be good to die here. It's okay to die here. I'm sorry, Mother, I really don't want to be so tired anymore. Single quote. Her eyes were dazed. Come back to your senses. Suddenly, a loud shout beside her woke her up, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Who am I? Yi Shuangyan broke into cold sweat and looked at the people behind him. All the students behind him were sweating profusely and their eyes were filled with fear. Gulu Gulu, you have been tricked by a skill that blinds your mind. The hairs on his hair stood up. Li Mu frowned as he watched the bloody people's blood boiling. His heart pounded, and he clenched the Orc King Sword in his hand. Crisis is coming. It was a crisis that could threaten his life. Sure enough, there are other incarnations of gods, incarnations that are more powerful than the third transformation. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water drops echoed in everyone's hearts, causing them to feel frightened again. Calm down. Li Mu raised the Orc King Sword high and activated his leadership halo, encourage. Yes, Shu Chower, who had a pale face, raised his staff. A set of inspiring skills shrouded everyone's heads, and coupled with the effect of the Orc King Sword, morale barely improved. Go. When he summoned the ghoul, Li Mu didn't expect to keep it. The ghoul obeyed the order and rushed into the dark front. After a brief sound, Li Mu felt that his ghoul was disconnected from him. The ghoul with the strength of level 3 was killed instantly. Li Mu looked solemn and took out 3 bottles of potion. Strength potion, agility potion, and constitution potion. These bottles of potions can temporarily increase strength by 30 points, agility by 25 points, and physical constitution by 30 points. This was the potion that Li Mu specifically ordered Uncle Lu to get, and it was also his last trump card as he prepared to risk his life. As for side effects, let's talk about it after we survive. Gudong, Gudong. Li Mu raised his head and drank. Warm breath flowed through his body, and a surge of power made the blood in Li Mu's body boil. With his own attributes, medicine, and the blessing of the Orc King Sword, his strength reached 93 points, his constitution reached 89 points, and his agility reached 65 points. His current physical attributes are comparable to those of a third-level professional. Although he barely touched the threshold, he still felt the strength of his body. Moreover, the martial arts from the previous life can finally be used. He shook his shoulders, looked ahead in the darkness, and stepped out. Li Mu, do you want to go up and fight? Chu Yunyu rode a Shengshe beast wearing ice blue armor and came to Li Mu and asked. The Snow Sword beast is a mount unique to the Northern Territory. It has white fur and red eyes, like a ferret, but it is as big as an ox, its sharp claws gleam with cold light, and its white teeth can easily break iron. Expensive, powerful, and plenty to eat. It cannot be raised by non-rich knights. Well, if I die, you can charge. Looking at the Snow Sword beast, Li Mu nodded. If he died, it would be none of his business after that. He had already tried his best. He himself has taken the lead, what else should he do? I'll give you a layer of protection, she said calmly, just like my construct. She pointed to her armor. Can the construct also be added to the mage's robe? Li Mu glanced at Chu Yunyu's ice blue armor and nodded, thank you. If you can get out alive, I'll treat you to a meal. This is a polite statement. Okay. Chu Yunyu touched Li Mu's robe, a blue light lit up, and an ice blue armor gradually appeared. The armor formed was very light and did not have any impact on Li Mu's actions. But the armor was not finished yet after it was condensed. Only countless patterns were outlined, and the shape of a flower was outlined on it. Li Mu recognized Bing Lingua. It is a flower that only blooms at the peak of the snow-capped mountains in the Northern Territory. It can be eaten to increase the ice affinity. Rumor has it that when he was young, the Dharma god of the Northern Territory climbed a snow-capped mountain to pick flowers, just to make his beloved woman smile. After that, Bing Lingua became a symbol of the beloved women of men in the Northern Territory, and many related industrial chains emerged. If you love, pick a flower for the woman you love. Single quote. The ice flower symbolizes the love of people in the Northern Territory. Single quote. Romance lasts until death, and ice blooms forever. Single quote. This is a marketing method thought up by businessmen in the Northern Territory in order to sell the ice flowers they grow. It is prepared for those who dare not climb snow-capped mountains. Of course, it is expensive. Yes. Nodding, Li Mu wore patterned blue armor. When he rushed towards the powerful bloody man with his sword, the familiar feeling of heat emerged again. This feeling, Li Mu raised his sword and was about to make a move when he felt heavy all over his body and his soul was dusty. And the sense of depression, panic also appeared in the hearts of all students at the same time, causing them to lose their ability to resist and become lambs at the mercy of others. Field skills. Yi Shuangyan felt depressed and his face turned pale. Domain skills. This is a powerful skill that only legendary powerhouses have a chance to master. If the high-level mage has the Mage Tower as his most powerful means, then the most powerful means of other high-level professionals is the field. Field skills can add many buffs to yourself and weaken the enemy's strength. And the 4th level incarnation of a god actually has domain skills. Hunting field. As soon as the field opened, all the students felt that they were being suppressed by a strong force, but Li Mu did not stop. Because when the realm of God incarnation was opened, his talent jumped out. Ding! The realm of God is detected, the SSS level talent heart of the God of War is activated, and the realm of the God of War is opened. In an instant, Li Mu felt light all over his body, and his mind was no longer blinded. Martial God Domain. The martial God domain fills the entire body, ignoring any effects in the enemy's domain. Good field. It turns out I have a field too. Li Mu's body was filled with energy and blood, and the surging feeling made him feel extremely good, as if he had returned to his previous life. Then he placed the sword on his left waist and swung it fiercely. Draw the sword. The sword light flashed, and the blood of the 4th turn blood man flew up, but countless boiling blood on the ground filled its body, allowing it to recover instantly. And all the weapons returned to its body, the left sword and the right sword, the shield to the chest, the rope tied around the waist, the remaining weapons were hung, and they collided with the running Li Mu. Mark hunting. The realm of the God of War is directly exempted. The sword slashed hard, clashing with the sword. Charming humanity. Ding! You are subject to the mental attack, charming human, and an immunity determination will be made for you. Ding! The talent skill Iron Will takes effect, the immunity determination is successful, and you are immune to this mental attack. Fish for the moon. The monkey catches the moon in the sky and the moon in the water, one is true and the other is false. Between the truth and falsehood, the sword in the bloody man's hand fell into Li Mu's hand. The weapon master activated, directly letting Li Mu dual-wield weapons, dance wildly with swords, and fight with the incarnation of the god. Evil spirit. During the fierce battle, a bloody light came straight towards Li Mu at close range. Li Mu followed his heart and easily avoided it. Take a walk. The mind is at ease and the body is at ease. Breathe of chaos. The Iron Will was immune again, and Li Mu used his final sword move. Crazy swordsmanship. Not crazy, not live. This was the killing swordsmanship he learned from his previous life when he witnessed the disasters of mankind and the ugliness of human nature. Crazy. At the beginning of the catastrophe, he witnessed countless animals turning into demons and going crazy. When he realized something, he took advantage of it and created the martial arts of madness. Half mad and half devil, if you don't die, you will go crazy. He passed it on to everyone during the disaster because this martial art was the easiest for them to practice. Because everyone who survived was almost crazy. Magic. His master taught him many things, but the essence was the martial arts of the right path. And in the cataclysm that seems to be the end of the world, the devil cannot be suppressed. People are like demons in human skin, switching between humans and demons at any time, revealing their demonic side at any time and starting to do evil. The cause of Mowu was that Li Mu used very ordinary management methods when integrating the human team, but he only discovered the ugliness of human beings after some evil happened. Ugly and selfish, so he punished some people in public with cruel punishments. But after seeing the fear in everyone's eyes, he realized. Therefore, he used the righteous path to become a demon and created a demonic martial arts. Buddha and demon are one and the same. Buddha also has an angry look and is the immovable king. Demons are frightened when they see this sign, which is a sign of suppressing demons and evil spirits, and it is also a method of mercy. Therefore, Li Mu derived the demonic aspect and used demonic means to establish the supreme order in the end of the world. And he also understood the subtlety of Tai Chi diagram, the transformation of yin and yang, you have me, and I have you. Afterwards, the magic combination combined with the martial arts of madness, and Li Mu spent several years finally creating this sword technique. Crazy swordsmanship. Li Mu's strongest offensive sword move was as crazy as a demon, with a half-mad and half-demon ferocious phase appearing, and a madman's face appeared on Li Mu's face. Bloody face and fangs, the face is inhuman. His dark eyes were filled with anger, and the burning will in them made people outside the sky feel scared. For a moment, some people couldn't tell who was the evil god. That's Li Mu. Isn't he a mage? How come he is more powerful than me, a third-level warrior? What a powerful skill. It can actually fight against the incarnation of the evil god. 1 turn and 4 turns, this battle is enough to be recorded in history. Everyone was amazed. The big sword collided with the sword, and the terrifying power intertwined, resounding throughout the dungeon. The breath is exciting. As the battle gradually continued, everyone was sweating for Li Mu. Although Li Mu is currently beating the incarnation of the god, everyone knows that Li Mu has not been hit so far. Just like what that meme on the internet said. You can dodge countless times, but I only need to hit you once. So, they are worried. East China Sea, deep in the ocean. The fierce beast is such a waste. My lord and the gods have used so much divine power to open the sky for him, and he hasn't killed a human yet. In an underwater palace, a fishman with a fish body and human legs looked at the 2 people in the mirror with a scepter, his fish face extremely angry. The high priest calmed down. The standing turtle advised, don't call the gods directly, and the god of hunting is certainly not that weak. You just need to wait quietly. Snort. Western desert, poisonous desert swamp. The god of hunting. A stranger with horns looked at the sky with sarcasm in his eyes, how weak. Then humans are interesting. Its eyes were red. Southern wasteland, deep inside a volcano. Li Mu. Beside the magma, a burly man looked at the mirror made of magma with greed on his face. This martial arts is exactly the same as the crazy swordsmanship that I found in the incomplete grimoire. It turns out that the Li family has a complete set of swordsmanship. As he spoke, he took out an ancient book with a few pages missing and touched it gently. I have been searching for it for 50 years, but I can't find it without wearing iron shoes. It takes no effort at all to find it. As long as I acquire the crazy demonic sword technique, my promotion to a legend will be just around the corner. HMPH ha ha ha. Li Mu, I can't touch the Li family, why can't I touch you? As he laughed, demonic intent surged in his eyes, as if he was crazy. The grimoire in his hand seemed to be shining with black light, and the 2 black words seemed to come to life, twisting and turning on the pages. Northern battlefield. This is the place where humans and aliens meet, and battles may break out at any moment. Is that someone from the Northern Territory? A foreign general looked at the sky with a look of horror on his face. Our incarnation of the god of hunting can't even defeat a human first-class professional. If we wait for him to grow up, won't Hanzu Battlefield have another human legend? Issue a kill order. Kill at all costs, he said hatefully. Yes, the subordinates obeyed the order and contacted the human spies in the Empire, asking them to kill Li Mu no matter what method they used. After all, no matter how many tricks Li Mu used, he was still a first-level professional, so it was the best time to kill him. It must not be allowed to grow. The sharpness and sturdiness of the Orc King's sword continued to take effect, and Li Mu became braver and crazier as he fought. At this moment, the incarnation of the god also began to be frightened. It didn't know why its domain didn't affect Li Mu, and it didn't know why all its buffs were ineffective every time he looked over. It only knows that if it fails to spread fear this time, it will not mention the promotion of medium divine power and the achievement of medium god. Even his current weak status as a god is difficult to maintain. If the fear priesthood does not achieve the effect of spreading fear, then he will lose this priesthood. And the more they fight, the more something feels wrong. Not only is the priesthood of fear absorbing less and less divine power from fear, but the humans in front of them are not even affected by the negative effects of its domain. Moreover, as the incarnation of a chaotic and evil god, it actually felt a chaotic aura that was no weaker than itself impacting its spirit, which made it frightened and angry. This can't go on like this. Thinking of this, the bloody man stopped saving his divine power and directly used divine magic. Finger of Death. In an instant, Li Emu's body suddenly stiffened and he fell straight to the ground. The legendary spell of death. This spell almost drained the bloody man of his divine power, but it didn't matter. As long as Li Mu died, he could still kill the students behind him, spread fear, restore his divine power, and even be promoted to a mid-level god. Its eyes showed excitement. Ding, you have the legendary spell, Finger of Death, in your body, which will make an instant death saving throw for you. Determining your will. Ding, the talent skill Iron Will takes effect, and the saving throw is successful. Your physical fitness is being judged. The exemption judgment failed, you. Ding, the SSS level talent Martial God's Heart has come into play, you have understood the unyielding physique, and the saving throw has been successful. A carp pushed forward, and regardless of the vitality being forced to a point, he directly cut off the bloody man's head and cut him into pieces. In an instant, blood-colored light points spurted out, transformed into light points, and rushed upward, trying to escape. The people in the Empire who were looking at the sky were stunned for a moment, and then after carefully thinking about the information about the incarnation of gods in the 9-year compulsory education, they shouted. Human Eternity. Li Mu NB. Li Mu, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Ah. Countless exciting sounds came from the entire empire, resounding through the sky. Zhongzhou Imperial Palace. The son of the Li family. The emperor looked at Li Mu with admiration and nodded, thank you. The disaster that Xingwo suffered today was due to his complacency and negligence, which led to today's disaster. Punishment, he said calmly. Yes. Yichen accepted the order and immediately went down to prepare. The ministers all shouted that Your Majesty is wise. After the astronomy teacher shouted something, he looked at the bloody young man in the sky with a strange look in his eyes. The Li family in the Northern Territory. Well done. The head of the Li family reached out to pick up the broken cup and smiled lightly. Our Yunyu is also pretty good. Her constructed armor has provided a lot of help to Mu Shaozi. The Chu family was not to be outdone. Hee. In response, the head of the Li family just laughed. Northern Battlefield. More. The beauty smiled happily. It's been a long time since I last saw him, he has become so powerful. She smiled beautifully. Northern War God Academy. Brother Mu, NB. Li Zunal punched fiercely. His face was bearded and his eyes were bright. As expected of Brother Mu. He thought. A deserted place. Not bad. Mr. Skeleton stood on the top of the mountain and nodded with satisfaction. Maybe, it really can. The black fire in its eyes jumped a few times, and it turned back to the manor, and the mountain slowly disappeared. The entire Northern Territory. This is my man from the Northern Territory. The people from the Northern Territory screamed loudly, all preparing to cook cattle and slaughter sheep to celebrate the victory of mankind. In the cheers of the people, the battle between the alien gods and the sparks finally came to an end. We won. Yi Shuangyan beamed with joy as he watched the bloody light spots scatter. Unexpectedly, Li Mu was so strong. With his level 1 strength, he could fight and win against the incarnation of a god with level 4 strength. What a powerful fighting force. This made her want Li Mu to join her force even more after she got rid of the shadow of death. But what exactly can attract Li Mu and the Li family? Can you get it yourself? Her Royal Highness the Princess thought in her heart. Li Mu won. Shulinger breathed a long sigh of relief as she watched the battle end. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want to die here in such a miserable way. Fortunately, he is there. In her mind, she turned to look at her cute little sister behind the team and smiled. If I also have this skill, then I will be the one who defeats the incarnation of the god. Zhao Xingyu was extremely jealous, but the bloody sword in his hand started to glow. Several flying blood-colored light spots secretly integrated into the sword body, and some secret changes occurred. Seeing the changes in the properties of the blood sword, Zhao Xingyu was stunned for a moment and then became ecstatic. A blessing in disguise, I am indeed the child of destiny. Single quote. Ha 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 ha. Single quote. He was ecstatic. Young Master Li NB. I am an invincible man from the Northern Territory. Li Mu is so handsome. All the students cheered. Seeing the bloody man turn into a point of light, Li Mu's crazy face slowly dissipated. The handsome boy with a pale face appeared in the slowly disappearing sky, and his final mark was in the eyes of countless creatures. The sky dissipated, and many creatures witnessed humanity's victory again, all with complicated expressions. The humans were extremely happy, and they all asked about Li Emu's information. "It's over." Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief, and the bloody sword in his left hand turned into a point of light, and he knelt on one knee, struggling to hit the ground with the Orc King Sword to prevent himself from falling. The shadow of death reappeared in his mind, and the horror between life and death still made him feel extremely frightened. Fortunately, the heart of the god of war finally understood the unyielding body, otherwise he would have died at the finger of death. Unyielding physique. Gain the unyielding effect when you are about to die, locking your life at one point for 30 seconds. Li Mu. Lang Xiaoyu rushed out of the formation, hurried forward, took out a bottle of blood-restoring potion and wanted to drink it for Li Mu. But Li Mu stretched out his hand to block it. Under Lang Xiaoyu's puzzled gaze, he took out a bottle of luxuriously packaged top-level blood-restoring potion and poured it into his mouth. He was instantly resurrected with full blood. Quote. Silently putting the intermediate blood-restoring potion back into the storage ring, Lang Xiaoyu turned her head away with a blush. "So embarrassing. Luckily I have you, War God Heart." Quote. After drinking the potion, Li Mu felt the recovery of his body and the gradual decline of the potion, and felt happy in his heart. At this time, the heart of the god of war jumped out again, giving him another huge surprise. Ding! The SSS level martial god's heart is working, detecting that the defeated target has divine power, and absorbing the divine power. Countless blood-colored light spots stagnated and fell uncontrollably, falling into Li Emu's body. Absorption is successful. You gained 1 point of divinity. You gain weak divinity, and all attributes are increased by 10. Ding! After sensing the divinity, the dragon blood talent is activated, the physique is increased by 10, and the strength is increased by 10. Ding! The heart of the SSS level martial god is at work, plundering the god of hunting priesthood. Looting successful. You have obtained some information about the hunting priesthood. Ding! The SSS level martial god's heart is taking effect, and the hunting priesthood is being absorbed. Absorption successful. You have learned the skill marked hunting. Ding! The heart of the SSS level martial god is at work, plundering the god of hunting priesthood. Looting successful. You have gained partial information about the fear priesthood. Ding! The SSS level martial god's heart is taking effect, and the fear priesthood is being absorbed. Absorption successful. You have learned the skill fearful gaze. Ding! The heart of the SSS level martial god is at work, plundering the god of hunting priesthood. Looting successful. You have obtained partial information about the hunter priesthood. Ding! The SSS level martial god's heart is taking effect, and the hunting priesthood is being absorbed. Insufficient information. Absorption failed. Ding! The heart of the SSS level martial god is at work, plundering the god of hunting priesthood. Looting successful. You gain partial information for the track priesthood. Ding! The SSS level martial god's heart is working, and the tracking priesthood is being absorbed. Absorption successful. The agility attribute is increased by 10. Ding! The heart of the SSS level martial god is at work, plundering the god of hunting priesthood. Plunder failed. You are not in line with the foreigner priesthood. Ding! The heart of the SSS level martial god is at work, plundering the god of hunting priesthood. Looting successful. You have obtained partial information about the violent clergy. Ding! The SSS level martial god's heart is taking effect, and the violent priesthood is being absorbed. Absorption successful. Strength attribute plus 10. Ding! You prevented the alien gods from their terrifying plan against the human race and gained legend status. Hunting spark. Everyone knows, in early September of 998 in the imperial calendar, a group of believers of the god of hunting in Spark Academy passed a sacrificial ceremony, causing the incarnation of the god of hunting to descend on Spark Academy. At the same time, a light curtain appeared over Kanglan continent, causing the hunting ceremony to unfold under the gaze of hundreds of millions of creatures. But this disaster that should have caused heavy losses to mankind in the future has been easily resolved by you. The scene of you killing the incarnation of the god of hunting with your sword is also imprinted in the eyes of countless creatures. Your name is famous on Kanglan continent, and at the same time, you have also entered the sight of many powerful beings. Legendary +5. Divinity. Gods have 5 cores: priesthood, divinity, divine power, divine fire and divine personality. Among them, divinity represents the god's character, beliefs, rules of conduct, and camp preferences, which also contain unparalleled power. A little divine power can increase all my attributes by 10, and activate dragon blood. Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. Dragon blood talent. The divine power actually directly activated the dragon blood in Li Mu's body, turning it into a talent. Nearly 1,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Li family killed the red dragon among the 5 evil dragons and bathed in the dragon's blood, which laid a strong foundation for the rise of the Li family. The descendants of the descendants all have dragon blood in their bodies, and their bodies are extremely powerful. This is also the fundamental reason why powerful warriors from the Li family appear frequently. Gulu Gulu Gulu. The dragon blood in Li Mu's body was activated. The boiling blood was suppressed by his powerful body control, but his whole body was still inevitably red, like a ripe lobster. Li Mu. Lang Xiaoyu shouted in panic, "What's wrong with you? It's okay, give me some ice to help cool me down." Li Mu shook his head and carefully felt the slow changes in his body. This is a reaction activated by dragon blood, which is normal. The dragon blood in his body was activated by divine power. It was not the blood power of his cousin who was born with the dragon blood talent and did not need to be activated. So he had to endure the transformation of his body when dragon blood appeared. Lang Xiaoyu quickly condensed a lot of ice cubes and placed them on his head. Steam came out, the ice cubes melted quickly, and the water fell down the side of Li Mu's face and into his neck, making Lang Xiaoyu blush. He seems to be getting better looking. She looked a little confused. Li Mu felt the coldness on the top of his head and continued to examine the skills that the martial god's heart had plundered and transformed into priests. Mark hunting. Mark hunting. Mark the target unit in the field of view to obtain the opponent's real-time location and weakness information. When the skill is activated on the marked target, it will gain the suppression effect, weak point attack critical hit effect, and shock effect on the target. After defeating the target, you will receive the hunting buff. It is exactly the same as the hunting bow skill, but it has become his own skill. Not a bad skill. Fearful gaze. Your gaze contains fear. After use, it will intimidate the target unit. If the judgment is successful, the target unit will obtain the fearful effect. The fear gaze is similar to the fear spell. However, the glare of fear can be used without casting a spell, and is faster than the fear spell. Li Mu was very satisfied with this. After looking at the increase in strength and agility attributes, he set his sights on the legend. Legendary. The higher the legend, the greater your reputation and the more recognition you will receive. If you intend to become a god, then during the ceremony of becoming a god, many creatures will say something to you and become your followers, giving you a little bit of faith. Don't underestimate this little bit of faith. Sometimes this little bit of faith determines how strong you will be after becoming a god. Li Mu's goal is to become a god, and legend is very important to him. Did this hunt unfold in front of so many people? After Li Mu read his legendary incident, he roughly understood what happened based on the information he knew. The god of hunting will lose all his rice if he steals the chicken. Single quote. Shaking his head, he took off his armor and put it into the storage ring. After taking back the Orc King Sword, he took out the skeleton staff. After using the cleaning technique to sort himself out a little, Li Mu looked at his attribute panel as a necromancer. After all, his profession was a necromancer. Name: Li Mu, weak divinity. Occupation: necromancer, 1 turn. Level: level 11. Health value: 590, magic value: 660. Attributes: intelligence 66, 46, strength 73, constitution 59, agility 50, charm 30, 27, undead affinity 20, legend 5. All attributes are added to the 5 attributes of intelligence, body, sensitivity, and occupation. Related attributes are not added. Talent skills: Heart of the God of War SSS Talent, Weapon Master, Ironwool, Dragon Blood. Professional skills. Summoning the undead, sensing death, manipulating corpses, negative energy rays. Bone gun, bone wall, bone armor, bone growth, bone tombstone, skeleton summoning, black warrior summoning, space of the dead, resurrection of the dead. Mage skills. Resist halo, energy missile. Special skills. Forging a magic circle, protecting from light, unyielding physique, marked hunting, fearful gaze. Equipment provided. Mana shield, sprint, cleansing, fanatical aura. The damage of bone spells is increased by 1, the skeleton summons are slightly strengthened, the damage of skeleton summons is increased, the spell power is increased by 3, the magic regeneration speed is accelerated, the cost of using professional skills is reduced, and the morale of the summons is increased by 1. Looking at his attribute panel, Li Mu couldn't help but laugh. His attributes reached the level of a 3rd level professional without drinking the potion, and the side effects of the potion, which lasted for a month, including a 70% reduction in strength and physical sensitivity attributes, were completely offset by the huge increase in all attributes. Overall, although he almost died in this battle, he gained a lot. Not only did he have divinity to activate the dragon blood in his body, but he also gained several powerful skills. And during this battle, he also gained a new understanding of his talent. In the future, look for more incarnations of gods to kill. He thought boldly. Boom! There was a loud roar above his head, and Li Mu couldn't help but look up. There was no change in the dark ceiling of the dungeon, so he looked towards the door of the dungeon. I saw the old man at the door still standing there, and the red light shield had slowly become extremely transparent, and it should be gone after a while. Li Mu, you are still very hot. Shu Chao touched Li Mu's hand and continued to put ice cubes on his head. Okay, no need. Li Mu tilted his head to avoid the girl's ice cube and waved his hand. No need, it's almost activated. Activate. What to activate? Lang Xiaoyu didn't know that Li Mu's family bloodline was the Red Dragon bloodline. This is Dragon Blood activation. An old man suddenly appeared next to the two of them and explained slowly. Nonsense. Li Mu complained in his heart, but outwardly he bowed slowly. Dean. His voice was respectful. For a legendary strongman, you must have the right attitude. Study, principle. Lang Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then suppressed his shock after realizing the meaning of Dragon Blood activation, and also bowed respectfully. No need to be polite. The old man looked at Li Mu with a troubled look, his voice was very tired. With 1 battle and 4 battles, he is worthy of being a man of the Li family. I have to say, I see in you what he once was. He touched the ancient sword in his hand and said slowly. Swinging the god-killing sword was extremely labor-intensive. He was no longer the same person he was 400 years ago, and he couldn't do it even after swinging the god-killing sword a few times. I am still old, now it is the world of young people. Sighing in his heart, he looked at Li Mu with turbid eyes, showing a hint of relief. Thank you, Dean, for the compliment. Li Mu replied calmly. Him, plus the Li family, then the person the old Dean is talking about is him. The god of war in the Northern Territory. More than 400 years ago, he ascended to the throne of God step by step from a mortal, but now few people know that the god of war in the Northern Territory is actually the god of the Li family. As for the arrival of the evil god, the Academy will give you an explanation, and you. The old Dean looked at Li Mu and paused. The Academy will give you a reward, you take this first. The old Dean stretched out his hand and handed a white notebook to Li Mu. This is it. Li Mu was confused. This is what I have learned all my life. The old Dean pinched his beard and said in a sad voice, all the skills and techniques of the legendary Mad War Mage are on it. Hearing this, Li Mu opened his eyes wide. Chapter 71. He felt that passing his manual to Li Mu was the best choice. Mage profession, powerful physical attributes and super close combat ability, Li Mu fully meets these 3 conditions. And he also used his super close combat ability to defeat the evil incarnation. So, it's a good fit. The old Dean handed the booklet to Li Mu. Li Mu from the Li family, I have seen the old man. Li Mu saluted after taking the manual. Just as he was about to call out to the teacher, he found himself speechless. Speech spell, you don't have to call me teacher. The old Dean shook his head and turned to leave. Remember not to tell other stories. After reading it, Tell the book and it will come back to me. In the 400 years since he was promoted to legend, he has had a total of 3 apprentices. They all died in the abyss and on the battlefield. The grief of the white-haired man sending the black-haired man away made him have no intention of accepting any more disciples. He just wants to wait until his life is about to end, go to the abyss, shine the last light, and then die. After saying that, the old dean left, looking very lonely behind him. Li Mu looked at his back and put the manual into the storage ring. Although he thinks that his melee strength is good, after all, there are people outside the world. He does not have arrogant thoughts or any superiority mentality. After the dean left, several legendary powerhouses also came to the students to see if the evil god had any other tricks on the students. As for Li Mu, the old dean gave him his things, so there must be no problem. I just don't know what those blood spots that fell into Li Mu's body are. Divinity. Is there anything in Li Mu that can store divinity? Thinking of this, some people sighed in their hearts. Anything that can store divinity is extremely powerful. No wonder he can defeat the incarnation of the god. They seemed to have found the answer. Li Mu, you are very good. Yi Lianshan stepped forward and patted Li Mu on the shoulder, looking appreciatively at him. The younger generation is formidable. As a strong man who emerged from the battlefield, what he loved most was fighting, and he also loved exciting battles. Therefore, he served as the teacher of the combat class at Spark Academy. Thank you, Teacher Yi. Li Mu, wearing a robe, saluted gracefully. The gentle look made Yi Lianshan feel strange, as if the person who had just beaten the incarnation of the god was not Li Mu. Very good, the dragon blood has just been activated in your body, so I'll give this to you. Yi Lianshan took out a red stone and handed it to Li Mu. Dragon Blood Stone. This is a stone that has the same effect as the Blood Sublimation Stone. But the difference is that Dragon Blood Stone is specially provided to professionals who have dragon blood in their bodies. Sublimation Stone is a stone that can be used by all professionals with special bloodlines in their bodies, and its effects are based on bloodlines. For a bloodline as powerful as dragon blood, even the top sublimation stone cannot increase the power of the bloodline much. And Yi Lianshan also saw Li Mu activating the dragon blood, so he gave this gift. Thank you, Teacher Yi. Li Mu's eyes lit up and he did not delay. Dragon Blood Stone is a stone made of dragon blood. It is very valuable to professionals who possess dragon blood. The Li family's annual taxes are very heavy, because most of them are purchased from the royal family to buy dragon blood stones to strengthen the bodies of the family's professionals. This is also something that ordinary people don't know. It's okay. Yi Lianshan waved his hand and went to where Her Royal Highness was. No matter what, as Yi Shuangyan's imperial uncle, he still had to maintain his outward attitude. The emerald dragon beside him shouted, "Meow," at Li Mu and followed Yi Lianshan away. What a beautiful emerald dragon. Li Mu thought, I want one too. After Yi Lianshan left, Li Mu turned his gaze to Yu Shan, looking expectantly. Yu Shan, although Li Mu was just looking at him, he still felt a different kind of pressure. Hey, I'll give you this. Yu Shan coughed and took out something from his storage ring after searching for a long time. This is something I used when I was young, and it's a good thing for you. Being looked at like this by his students, he felt embarrassed not to give something. And it couldn't be worse than what his old rival Yi Lianshan gave him, so he endured the pain and gave something. Thank you, Teacher Yu. After putting away the things, Li Mu put them in his storage ring without looking closely. He looked away from Yu Shan, looked at some unknown legendary masters, and didn't ask for anything else. He wasn't so shameless as to ask for things from unfamiliar legendary masters. All things are over. Li Mu looked at the time and prepared to leave. It was time for dinner. Li Mu, where are we going now? Lang Xiaoyu pulled the two sisters to his side. Of course, we're going to eat. Li Mu said as a matter of course. Eat. Lang Xiaoyu was a little stunned. She had just experienced life and death, and now she was going to eat. The huge contrast made her unable to react for a while. Well, eat. Li Mu nodded and took the three of them to the restaurant, not paying attention to the countless eyes cast on him. When he came to the cafeteria, Li Mu. He was stunned by the empty cafeteria. Where is the meal? Even if the incarnation of the gods came, the cafeteria would not even stop cooking. After looking at it and confirming that there was no meal in the cafeteria, Li Mu sighed, took out the dried meat in the storage ring, and distributed it to his teammates. Li Mu, the school is checking all the students to see if there are any traitors who have sneaked in, so the cafeteria is not open for food. Shu Linger asked the classmates who came to play with them since she joined Li Mu's team, and got the information of the school inspection. Of course, she only regarded them as classmates. I understand. I hope the commercial street will not be affected in the afternoon. Li Mu nodded. He and the fat boss had already agreed. At that time, the fat boss looked at the points on his student card with shining eyes, saying that there was a surprise. I don't know what good things he will sell to him. Although businessmen don't get up early without profit, if the things are particularly good, Li Mu will not care about his points. Points are a fixed income for him every week. Although he has to stay in the duel field for 2 days, the points increase very quickly. Maybe soon, the points will become numbers in his eyes. Just like he, as a young master, looks at gold coins. What should we do now? Lang Xiaoyu asked, biting the hardened jerky. It tastes bad, but it provides a lot of energy. Is it Yunyangru? She thought. Let's go back to the dormitory. Li Mu said as he walked out of the restaurant. I'm a little tired after this battle. He wanted to go back and check the things given by the 3 legendary strongmen. Okay, then. See you tonight. Lang Xiaoyu swallowed the dried meat and stared at Li Mu. I want to treat you to a meal. This was a flag she wanted to set, but failed to do so. Well, see you tonight. Li Mu nodded and left first. Li Mu, he seems to be more handsome. After they left, Schulinger started to communicate. Ever since Li Mu single-handedly killed the incarnation of the god, she had been in awe of Li Mu. The specific manifestation is that he talks less. Yes, yes, Shu Chaoer nodded repeatedly. Even the good-looking ones dare not look at him. Hollow down pointing triangle. Well, his charm is at least 27 points. Lang Xiaoyu nodded seriously. As a warlock, she is very sensitive to the changes in Li Mu's charm. Except for the warlock profession, other professions should not have such a high demand for the charm attribute. Schulinger thought about it, but, Li Mu has dragon blood in his body, does that mean that the charm attribute is useful to him? She asked Lang Xiaoyu. Not necessarily. Lang Xiaoyu shook her head. Li Mu's dragon blood is just activated. He is not a warlock. It is difficult to use the dragon language magic in the dragon blood. But the activation of dragon blood allowed Li Mu to enhance his physique and strength. She thought for a while and asked Schulinger again. By the way, do you know what kind of dragon blood is in Li Mu's body? She has been imprisoned in her family and can only learn about the outside world from books in her mother's mouth. And learn about it from TV. The magical girl Xiaohan was her enlightenment animation, and she also admired Xiaohan's indomitable spirit and quality of never giving up. When watching TV, her mother would also stay with her and watch it with her. It was one of the few colors in her childhood. When he received the invitation letter from Spark Academy, he was hurriedly arranged to upgrade and learn about the appearance of all the nobles in the empire. Because her father was worried that her going to Spark Academy would offend the heirs of the big family, which would make the already declining Lang family worse. Therefore, she only knew that Li Mu was from the Li family, a large family, but she did not know the origin of the Li family. Don't you even know this? Schulinger glanced at Lang Xiaoyu in surprise, then looked around and whispered, "It's the red dragon." Hiss. Hearing this, Lang Xiaoyu took a breath of cold air. Is it the powerful and violent red dragon, the head of the 5-color evil dragon? Keep your voice down, don't you know? Schulinger put her finger on her lips and hissed. The last recorded dragon killed in Kanglan continent was killed by the ancestors of the Li family. That's the red dragon. The awe of the strong made Schulinger extremely quiet. Wow. Lang Xiaoyu covered her mouth with shock on her face. Back in the dormitory, Li Mu first took out the dragon blood stone. Dragon blood stone can increase the density of dragon blood in a professional's body. Naturally, he couldn't use it without activating the dragon's blood, because his dragon's blood was hidden deep in his blood, so he couldn't use this stone at all. But now he has activated dragon blood. As long as a person activates dragon blood, he can receive dragon blood stones from his family every year to increase his dragon blood qualifications. This is a benefit that only the Li family has, and Li Mu naturally knows how to use it. After looking at the dragon blood stone, he crushed the stone into pieces, and the red liquid with some emerald green slowly flowed out and flowed onto his hand. Li Mu carefully guided the dragon's blood with powerful energy, making it penetrate into his skin. In an instant, the blood in his body boiled again. Roar! A dragon roar sounded in his mind, and the fusion of dragon blood gradually changed his eyes. In the dark eyes, the pupils slowly changed and turned into vertical slits. Ding! The dragon blood qualifications are increased by 20, the strength is increased by 2, and the physical constitution is increased by 2. Ding! You have mastered the skills, Dragon Roar, and Strong Body. Dragon Roar. Let out a dragon roar to shock surrounding units. Strong Physique. Physical damage taken is reduced by 5%. As a member of the royal family, Yi Lianshan naturally didn't give him a dragon's blood stone made from dragon scraps. What he gave him was a genuine top-grade dragon's blood stone. It was really made from the blood shed by the giant dragon. Even the Li family could only get 3 pieces of this top-grade dragon blood stone a year. As a result, Li Mu's dragon blood qualification suddenly increased by 20. It was the dragon blood qualification that his cousin Li Zunal had at almost the 11th level. Li Mu exhaled a breath of hot breath, feeling the surging power in his body, and clenched his fists. Is dragon blood so helpful to the body? He actually directly comprehended 2 powerful skills. No wonder it is one of the most desired talents among melee professionals. This made him think of his cousin. Lele, if we meet again, I have to slightly raise my expectations for you. Li Mu thought and took out the equipment given by Yu Shan. Tree Fairy Badge Purple. Equipment Effect. Summon Tree Spirit 1 time per day. Tree Spirit Guardian 100/100. Equipment Conditions. Summoning Profession. Summon Tree Fairy. Summon a 3rd level Tree Fairy to fight for you. Tree Spirit Guard. It can withstand attacks of up to 3 levels of strength. It needs to be irradiated with sunlight to recharge after use. It's actually a high-end accessory that can be equipped as an additional item. Teacher Yushin is also very generous. Li Mu pinned the badge embroidered with green trees next to his student card and nodded with satisfaction. Then comes the main event. The lifelong learning of the legendary Violent Archmage. Looking at the white manual, Li Mu took a deep breath and opened the first page. Beginner's Guide to Melee Mage. The 8 words came into Li Mu's eyes, making him stunned. Getting Started Guide. This is not right. Li Mu continued to flip through the pages of the book, wondering in his heart. Then, he saw the experience and related content about the melee mage. After flipping through the booklet, Li Mu looked puzzled. What is said to be the lifelong learning of the Violent Archmage? Isn't this a basic tutorial for melee mages? After flipping through it again, Li Mu looked at it for a long time and found nothing strange. More expectation, more disappointment. Frowning, he put the book back into the storage ring. As a legendary strong man, the old dean couldn't possibly lie to him. Then, it's your own problem. There are definitely requirements for reading this book, but what are the requirements? Logically speaking, it should be due to physical fitness, but after seeing no reaction for a long time, he seemed to have some clues. If nothing else, it should be the strength of the soul. It seems that I still need to go to the library to read books about the soul. After exhaling, he took out the Corpse Witch study and started reading. Is it divine? That's it. After reading for a while, Li Mu closed the book and muttered with his eyes closed. After gaining divinity, his ability to understand has become many times stronger, and some obscure Corpse Witch spells can no longer hold him back. He should have realized that Corpse Witch summoning in a few days, but he has now realized it. Corpse Witch Summon. Summon the Corpse Witch. When casting a spell with a corpse, the magic power consumption is halved. The Corpse Witch summons. On the dark magic circle filled with death energy, an undead creature appeared in front of Li Mu. An undead man wearing a dark mage robe appeared, making Li Mu raise his eyebrows. This summons actually consumed 600 of his magic points. Looking at the pale male corpse in front of him, which was saluting respectfully, Li Mu checked its attributes. Corpse Witch Level 3. Wisdom, 55, Strength, 26, Body, 24, Agility, 18. Skills, Necromancy Spell Mastery, Dark Spell Mastery, Poison Spell Mastery, Corpse Dissection Mastery. Ding, the SSS level talent Martial God's Heart has taken effect, and your corpse witch has automatically learned martial arts, concentration, precision, meditation, and Zen. The blue fire in the corpse witch's eyes jumped, and light lit up in his cloudy eyes. 3rd level undead. Li Mu looked at the high-level undead in front of him with complicated eyes. Once a mage reaches the 3rd level, he becomes a high-level spellcaster, which is several times stronger than a low-level spellcaster. And so are the undead. No matter what race they are, those who have reached level 3 are the backbone of the race and their status is not low. Undead is no exception, and he felt that the corpse witch was more like a necromancer than him, because he himself had not yet learned dark spells and poison spells. There is also the dissection of cadavers that he has not yet learned. What spells do you know? Li Mu asked. The corpse witch straightened up, and the dark aura surged, condensing into several words and arranging them in front of Li Mu's eyes. Necromantic spells. Summoning of the undead, summoning of ghosts, summoning of zombies, manipulating corpses, sensing death, transforming undead, negative energy missiles. Dark spell. Perception of darkness, dark erosion, dark elemental sphere, darkness falling. Poison spells. Poison enchantment, poison quenching, plague, poison nova. Other spells. Decomposition, organ preservation, corpse suturing. Can you make a ghoul? Li Mu asked in silence as he looked at the corpse witch who had more skills than himself. The corpse witch nodded, then shook his head. I understand. Li Mu roughly understood what the corpse witch meant. That is to say, the necromancer's ghoul needs to be figured out by itself. If you refer to the ghouls of other necromancers, it will be difficult to understand the various subtleties of the corpse, let alone create a powerful ghoul of your own. It seems I still have to make my own ghoul. Li Mu thought for a while and said to the corpse witch, then can you teach me your spells? He is very coveted for these skills of the corpse witch. Hearing this, the corpse witch nodded, then shook his head. Yes, but I won't teach living people, only corpses. Li Mu understood what he meant again. Forget it, you should help me make a ghoul. Li Mu sighed. He didn't want to turn into a corpse yet. The corpse witch saluted respectfully, and was then taken back to the space of the dead by Li Mu. Then, the production of the ghoul army should be put on the agenda, and soul knowledge must be learned as soon as possible. Li Mu got up and went to the bathroom, taking off his clothes. It's a pity that the teacher is not here, so I still have to explore this knowledge on my own. The water flowed down, slowly washing away the fatigue in his mind. This battle consumes a lot of energy. Even if there is a huge gain, he is still very tired. The search for the mole ended quickly. Except for the disappearance of a few students, there was nothing else. The commercial street has also opened normally. But after seeing the changes in the dungeon in the morning, the students were obviously not in the mood for shopping. They just sat in the dessert shop on the commercial street and talked about the thrilling battle in the morning. I heard that the dungeon has been turned upside down by the legendary powerhouses. There should be no more evil gods coming. Yes, but does Li Mu really only have one turn? Why can he defeat the incarnation of the evil god? It's just a transformation, but he drank a very powerful potion to become so strong, and he also has that powerful transformation skill. I don't know what that transformation skill is called. I want it too. You're thinking shit. On the way, Li Mu listened to the students' topics focusing on him, and shook his head helplessly. Arriving at the fat boss's shop, Li Mu pushed open the door and saw the fat boss standing with his hands behind his back. You came. Familiar lines. I'm here. Li Mu nodded. Just when I passed the corner, I saw you closing the door in a hurry. You don't have to pretend. He originally thought that the money-grubbing fat boss was some kind of master, but the funny look of him almost falling when he closed the door successfully made Li Mu give up this idea. Hey, you saw me. The fat boss patted his belly and chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so stupid that you can beat even the evil god incarnation. I don't know if you will still be interested in my products. He sighed a little. As long as it's useful, I'll buy it. Li Mu's words were concise. Haha, here you go. After the fat boss threw a ring, he lay down on the recliner and started drinking. Take your time and take a look. Just tell me what you want to buy and I'll give you the price. Li Mu nodded, his consciousness reached into the ring, and he inspected it. Gargoyle making manual, 38 ways to build a curse. Research on flesh magic, how to make 9 violent toxins. Additionally, there are 2 skill books and a belt. Psychic barrier, withering technique, ogre belt purple. Boss, you have something. Li Mu couldn't help but say. The success of the corpse witch summoning made him have a good impression of the fat boss's shop. When he read these books again, he roughly knew that what the fat boss sold was genuine. He naturally knows the gargoyles inside, although he has summoned enough creatures to form a powerful legion to fight for him. But it's also good to have more summons, so they can cope with any scenario. Moreover, gargoyles can fly and are aerial combat units among the undead, and their resistance to magic is also very high. It's a very good summon. The 38 ways to construct a curse is to let him learn curse spells. But low-level curse spells can only be used in person, but instead of cursing the enemy, it is better to let him chop with a knife. As for enemies that run away very quickly, he also has the marked hunting skill to hunt them down, so there is no need for these curses at all. But it doesn't matter if you learn it, knowledge is power. If an enemy uses curse skills against him in the future, he can know about it in advance. If you know yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. As for toxin production, he is not interested. What he wants is the poison quenching skills of the corpse witch, preferably the kind that can be added to the undead. Li Mu didn't want to just make it. Does he have to distribute the poison he made before every battle and let the undead rub it on their weapons? He found it troublesome, and he also had money to buy that high-grade poison. As the eldest young master, he didn't want to make poison himself. It's a bit embarrassing. The flesh and blood spell actually interested him. Li Mu still remembered the human eating wall and bloody meatballs in his previous life, which seemed to have the shadow of the flesh and blood spell. Buy this one too. After making up his mind, he set his sights on skill books and equipment. Psychic barrier. Constructs psychic defense, which has a very high protective effect against mental attacks. Learning conditions. None. Blight. Shoots an energy ray, reducing the target unit's health by 50 points and adding a wither effect. Learning conditions. Mage profession. Ogre belt purple. Equipment effect. Strength increases by 30, constitution increases by 20, agility decreases by 10. Hungry ogre's soul whale negative judgment effect, 1 time per day. Equipment conditions. Strength greater than 50, constitution greater than 50. The soul cry of the hungry ogre. You must eat human flesh every day, otherwise you will hear the soul cry of the ogre and reduce your mental power. Looking at the psychic barrier and the ogre belt, Li Mu nodded. This boss is not bad. Belts, like badges, can be additionally equipped. The ogre's soul whale is an attack on the spirit, and the fat boss naturally took this into consideration and added the mind barrier skill. Combining the two can greatly immunize you against the negative effects of the belt. Although he has a heart of steel and can't use it, he still wants to buy it. Because this skill is priceless outside, it would be a good choice for him to buy it, whether to reward his subordinates or to exchange skills. The wither technique is also good. It can directly knock out 50 points of blood of the enemy and cause a wither effect. As a first mover, weakening is also a very powerful skill. Except for making toxins, I want everything. Li Muhao said angrily. Hiss, okay, Mr. Li, the total is 3,820 points. Thank you for your patronage. The fat boss fell off the recliner with a sudden jerk, then came to Li Mu's side while stroking his butt and laughing. How much do these things cost? Li Mu was silent for a moment and then asked. Look, gargoyle is 190, curse is 210, flesh spell research is 390, mind barrier is 820, and blight is 450. The most expensive ogre belt among them is 1760 points. You don't seem to have enough points. Would you like to apply for a small loan? The interest rate is very low. The fat boss looked at the more than 2,500 points on Li Mu's student card and swallowed. Haha, I'll definitely do it next time. Li Mu twitched the corner of his mouth and hesitated. Buy the gargoyle and mind barrier first, and then add the flesh and blood spell. I'll buy the rest on the weekend. After thinking about it, Li Mu bought these 3 things. He has not yet reached the stage where he regards points as numbers, so he is naturally at a loss. Okay, welcome next time. The fat boss sighed, regretting that he did not extend the loan. After spending 1,400 points, Li Mu left the store and shook his head. What a profiteer. The price of goods is much more expensive than other stores. But his products are really good. It's a pity that the dungeon will not be open to first-year students until next semester. Otherwise, I can go to the dungeon to buy some equipment and skill books and sell some points to repay the money. But now the way to earn points is in the duel arena. Sighing, Li Mu went to the library. There were very few people in the library. When Li Mu stepped into the library, he saw Xiao Ziying reading quietly in the librarian's seat. Senior, where is Xiao Ke? Li Mu came to Xiao Ziying's side, saw a girl similar to her beside her, and asked. Xiao Ke. Xiao Ziying raised her head and looked at Li Mu's handsome face whose charm had improved again. She was stunned for a moment, and then quickly answered, she has something to do. If the junior wants to continue learning soul knowledge, Xiaoya also I can teach you. Bad woman, let me out quickly. I want to talk to Brother Mu. Xiao Ke was beating the wall in the puppet space and yelling. Shut up, you idiot. Xiao Ziying shouted in her heart, but she still spoke on the outside. Xiaoya is also my doll. She shares knowledge with me, and she can also teach you. As she spoke, she turned to look at the elegant girl wearing a white top and black skirt, and tilted her head in the direction of Li Mu. Xiaoya nodded slightly, stood up and walked to Li Mu, her eyes slightly lowered. Seeing that Xiaoya was not captured by beauty like Xiao Ke, Xiao Ziying showed a satisfied look. After watching the battle in Tianmu in the morning, she completely buried some thoughts in her heart. She is just a puppeteer, a very ordinary professional. You are not qualified to touch him. Just make it like this, have ordinary contact, teach him the soul knowledge you have learned, and then get points, just treat it as a transaction. What more could she ask for? No one really believes that there is a story about Cinderella marrying a prince in reality. No way, no way. Sister, you are wrong. How will you know if you don't try? What if Brother Mu suddenly goes blind and falls in love with you? Xiao Ke tried to motivate Xiao Ziying. Idiot, what do you mean by being blind? Am I that unbearable? Xiao Ziying was furious and planned to spank Xiao Ke hard when she returned to the dormitory, so that she could see the majesty of her elder sister. HMPH. You are hesitant in doing things. You want to learn but are afraid of being ridiculed by others. If you don't learn, you feel anxious and worried. Where did you go when you worked so hard a year ago? I don't recognize you as my elder sister now. After saying that, Xiao Ke cried in the puppet space, which made Xiao Ziying feel stunned. Yes, I am really miserable right now. She looked at the book in front of her, but found that she couldn't read it anymore. Xiaoya, I've finished reading the last book. Do you have any new books to recommend? Li Mu felt slightly relieved as he looked at the girl who was walking quietly. Xiao Ke's eyes were too hot, letting him know that the words, love cannot be hidden, turned out to be true. Nothing like the women who came here because of his family background and appearance. But, does a doll really have the emotion of love? Can the gift of a soul really turn an inanimate body into a real life? He doesn't understand, so he wants to work hard to learn and absorb such knowledge. Just call me Xiaoya. The girl looked at Li Mu with soft eyes and a smile on her face. If you have finished reading the analysis of the soul, then I recommend the book The Connection Between the Soul and the Body. This book is a companion volume to Soul Analysis. It is written by the same author. The knowledge in it is very valuable and costs a lot of points. She said in a soft voice. Yes, I understand, Xiaoya. Li Mu nodded. He keeps points just to deal with some special situations. After taking the books, he and Xiaoya came to the table. After sitting side by side, Li Mu began to study. When it was time for dinner, Li Mu closed his book, transferred 100 points to Xiaoya and got up. Knowledge has a price, don't owe favors to things that can be solved with money. This is his usual approach. Goodbye. Xiaoya sent Li Mu to the door of the library, her voice still soft. Yes. Li Mu nodded and left the girl's gentle gaze. Xiaoya didn't give him the burning feeling that Xiaoke did, but an extremely comfortable feeling. Just like the spring breeze, gently playing with the wicker. It's very comfortable to get along with. But, a doll. Really. Sighing, Li Mu came to the commercial street, looked at the news and found his teammates. Li Mu. Lang Xiaoyu saw Li Mu, smiled and waved. What to eat? Li Mu asked, looking at the points on Lang Xiaoyu's student card. Enough to eat several meals to increase attributes. Of course I can't ask you to serve me. Lang Xiaoyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. There is a very authentic roast beef on the west side of the commercial street. I heard it is very delicious. Come on, let's go eat wild cattle. Wild cow. Shu Chao tilted his head. She seemed to have heard it but forgot. Chao. Shu Linger narrowed her eyes at the side. How dare you forget all your knowledge just after the college entrance examination, and you will still get it in the future. Gu. Shu Chao's body stiffened, already thinking about the feeling of her sister's little hands, caressing her butt after going back at night. Woohoo. Her face fell, remembering Ang Niu's knowledge. Beef cattle produced in the southern wilderness are very expensive in the northern territory. Let's go, Lang Xiaoyu said happily. Oh, Shu Chao looked downcast. Li Mu's eyes showed a smile, and he accidentally met eyes that were also smiling. The two looked at each other, and Schulinger subconsciously looked away. Let's go, it's time for class. Lang Xiaoyu hugged the arms of the two sisters, touched her belly and sighed at the deliciousness of Nanwang beef. After Li Mu rejected another girl as a friend, he glanced at Lang Xiaoyu with a half-full stomach. Not full. He shared a cow with 3 girls and it was gone before he let it go. Forget it, don't be destitute, Lang Xiaoyu. Shaking his head, he and the 3 of them walked under the sunset. Alchemy class. Today is really dangerous. Teacher Huo adjusted his glasses and looked at the students. Fortunately, you are all safe. He looked happy. Yeah, luckily I have Li Mu. Li Mu is invincible in the world. It's a pity that the battle was over before I took action. The students were talking a lot. Okay, stop for a moment. Teacher Huo smiled and looked at Li Mu. Li Mu, you did a good job. Li Mu stood up and saluted. Actually, alchemy also has a certain effectiveness in facing the incarnation of gods. Teacher Huo nodded and said something, which made the students confused. Can alchemy still fight? Can't we just make things? Teacher Huo, can alchemy also have combat power? So, a student asked. Of course. Teacher Huo smiled, stretched out his hand and took out a red stone. This is a 3rd level fire attribute element stone. Let's see. An alchemy circle appeared on the podium. He threw the stone in his hand into the alchemy circle. There was a flash of light and a fiery snake screamed out from the circle. The classroom was instantly extremely hot. The 3rd level spell roars the fire snake. Zhang Shuai muttered. What? Tu Fengwo was still in shock. Why are the skills created by alchemy more powerful than mine? Alchemy. Zhang Chen's eyes flickered. Exchange of equal value is the unchanging principle of alchemy. Teacher Huo raised his hand to greet the fire snake, condensing it into his hand and turning it into a stone again. After thinking for a while, he threw the stone to Li Mu. Li Mu took it and took a look. Fire snake stone. After use, it can summon the roaring snake of the 3rd level fire element spell to fight for you. Disposable props. Well, do you understand? As long as you learn the principles of exchange, you will be able to fight against the incarnation of the gods. Teacher Huo smiled. Teacher, what if I can't afford high-level elemental stones? The Yichen Academy student raised his hand a little embarrassed. Teacher Huo's smile froze and he started thinking. Then, work hard to make money. You can make money with alchemy, it just depends on how well you learn it. He meant something and started teaching after he finished speaking. After class, Li Mu walked in front, followed by 3 girls chattering behind him. A bit noisy but not bad. Noble dormitory building. Li Mu. Yi Shuangyan stood at the door of the dormitory building bathed in the moonlight. When he saw Li Mu, he directly threw him a ring. This is what my father gave you. She doesn't take alchemy classes. Because she was taught by an alchemist when she was young. Well, it was taught by Teacher Huo. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Mu saluted respectfully and put the storage ring away. The princess's current status is like that of a person holding an imperial edict. When she sees the imperial edict, she will naturally be extremely respectful to her. Are you interested in forming a team with me to play rank matches? After a moment of silence, Yi Shuangyan looked at Li Mu and invited. As long as you come into contact with me, with my charm and perseverance, you will fall in love with me over time. Be sure to let him join. The princess's eyes were firm. Your Highness, it's not good to abandon your teammates casually. Li Mu shook his head. Now that you have formed a team, don't change teammates at will just because there are better candidates. And since there is no intention of wading into troubled waters, then don't have anything to do with the princess. What should I do if the eldest prince misunderstands this? Yi Shuangyan hesitated. Indeed, if you change team members at will, there will be more room for fuss. Okay then, Yi Shuangyan bit his lip. If you have any ideas, tell me, and I can give you more. But she still didn't want to give up. That position was my mother's wish, and she agreed. Your Highness, don't forget my bow. Li Mu reminded Yi Shuangyan when he saw that he was about to go back. I know, people have already started to do it. Yi Shuangyan curled his lips. It's just a bow used by mages, so it's not a troublesome thing. But how did Li Mu use the legendary weapons of the orcs? Although she couldn't figure it out, she wouldn't ask. She didn't want to be annoying. Back in the dormitory, Li Mu took out the ring and inspected it, and then his eyes lit up. 5 top-grade dragon blood stones. There are 10 gold cards containing 100,000 gold coins and 5 extremely valuable gem cards. There are a total of 20 bottles of top-notch rare potions. A golden token from the Wuzhou Chamber of Commerce. There are also several skill books. Among them, the gem card can go to the Imperial Bank to get extremely precious and rare gems, which can be used for alchemy and enchantment. Treasure potions include potions that permanently improve attributes, including transformation potions, perception-enhancing potions, and rage potions. They are all extremely precious. Not to mention the golden token from the Wuzhou Chamber of Commerce. This is the top token of the Wuzhou Chamber of Commerce. It enjoys countless rights and interests and must be owned by powerful people. This also means that he can receive top-notch treatment from the 5 Continents Chamber of Commerce across the 5 continents. 5 Continents Chamber of Commerce. After throwing the token, Li Mu put it away and looked at the skills. Zombie Summoning, Ghost Summon, Soul Scream, Dark Affinity. The 4 skills related to the Necromancer made his eyes light up. Zombie Summoning. Directionally summon zombies. When casting a spell with a corpse, the magic power consumption is halved. Learning Conditions. First level Necromancer. Ghost Summoning. Directionally summon ghosts. When casting a spell with a corpse, the magic power consumption is halved. Learning Conditions. First level Necromancer. Soul Scream. The soul screams, causing surrounding units to be spiritually attacked. Power depends on intelligence. Learning Conditions. Have a strong soul. Dark Affinity. The power of dark element spells owned by oneself is increased. Learning Conditions. Dark Professionals. Li Mu learned the 4 skills immediately. After exhaling, Li Mu was satisfied. The second dragon's blood stone cannot be used in the short term. It can only be used after he has completely digested it. Not urgent. Then the next step is to wait for the reward from the school. With a beautiful fantasy about the future, Li Mu took out the book he bought from the fat boss and read slowly by the light. The skeleton beside him glows with a skeletal white light next to the lamp, loyally guarding its master. On Thursday, Spark Academy was not affected by the arrival of the incarnation of the god yesterday, and classes started normally. Undead boy, you did a good job. Ji Yuku walked into the classroom and said slowly with a smile that he usually didn't show. Thank you, Teacher Ji Yu. Li Mu, who was sitting next to Lang Xiaoyu, stood up and saluted. But, I prefer to watch the battle between the spellcaster and the incarnation of the god. Ji Yuku shook his head and looked at all the students in the classroom. It's a pity that you are all low-level mages, and you can't display the power that mages should have. Combat Capability. In today's lesson, I will teach you how to face enemies that are higher than you. I hope that the next time you fight, you can use the power of spellcasters instead of standing behind others and praying for victory. Ji Yuku finished speaking calmly and began to talk about the magic theory. In this class, Lang Xiaoyu was still actively asking questions, while Xu Chaoer was looking at the book closely, fearing that she would be implicated by Lang Xiaoyu next to her, so she asked the teacher to call her name and stand up to answer questions. Spellcasting Lessons. Actually, low-level mages also have the opportunity to cast high-level spells. Wu Shusho stood on the podium with a serious face. I am very disappointed that none of the second and third year students have learned the skills to upgrade their spells. I don't want you to be so bad this time. During the final exam, I will list this mage specialty as a required test. Her words made all the students feel bitter. If it is really easy to learn, then why are there so many people who have not learned it? It seems that there is a high probability that I will fail the exam at the end of the semester. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. After class, Li Mu listened to the three girls chatting and had lunch as usual. In the afternoon, call class. Yu Shan glanced at Li Mu first, and then said, summoning objects can also be regarded as a means for the incarnation of gods. But if the summoned object is too weak, it will be difficult to make an effective attack against the strong one. Next, I will teach you how to upgrade your summons. Everyone should learn carefully. After saying that, Yu Shan couldn't help but glance at Li Mu again. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Isn't this of no use to me? Li Mu looked at Yu Shan with wide eyes, making Yu Shan couldn't help but cough. Li Mu, if you have nothing to do, just read a book. In fact, Yu Shan had nothing to teach Li Mu. Most of his courses were useful for the real summoner profession, rather than the disposable consumables of the necromancer. Yes, teacher Yu. Helpless Li Mu took out the flesh and blood spell research book and started reading. Potions class. Yao Lao walked into the classroom, looked at Li Mu, and said, the medicine Li Mu uses is actually a medicine that squeezes the body in exchange for a short-term physical burst. Although it is powerful, it will be slaughtered after the effect of the medicine wears off. The side effects of this medicine are too great, so please don't drink it randomly. Of course, you still have to drink when you are desperate. After he finished speaking, he paused and glanced at the classroom. However, a new product of this medicine was launched today, and the side effects have been reduced by 20%. If you are interested, you can buy it in the commercial street over the weekend. Yao Lao, how did you know that this medicine has a new product? A student raised his hand and asked. Because Yao Lao is the president of the Pharmacist Association. Li Mu thought, because I developed this last night. Yao Lao stroked his beard and heard the gasps of countless people. Okay, let's start the class. Yao Lao pressed his hand. Today I will teach you how to make low-level strength potions. Don't forget to go to the commercial street to buy the materials to make them yourself on the weekend. I will check it next Monday. After class, Li Mu thought about the production method over and over in his mind, and then he felt relieved after confirming and writing it down. Let's go make some food. Li Mu, the cook, walked in front and led the three of them to the canteen. In the evening, astronomy class. Astrology is also fortune-telling. The astronomy teacher didn't care that some people were missing from the astronomy class, and said in a calm voice, look at the stars in the sky and get a glimpse of the world's fortune. The catastrophe of sparks has already revealed its revelations. But because astrology was not taken seriously, this disaster still happened. The students came because they were curious about astronomy and left because astrology did not let Starfire avoid disaster. Then teacher, since you know that Xingwo has been robbed, why don't you tell the principal? One student looked dissatisfied, because there will be no substantial losses. The astronomy teacher glanced at the student, although the hexagram I got is that the Tengu eats the sun, it will never shine again. But this is a false hexagram. For how could the sun be devoured by evil dogs? He shook his head. Tengu is regarded as an evil dog in astrology, meaning an ominous dog and a symbol of evil. But the sun is the lord of light in astrology, the origin of all things, the first light, the source of immortal light. How could the sun with countless lofty titles be devoured by mere evil spirits? The students were puzzled, because they have not learned the specific meaning of various revelations in astrology. They just know that there are many words in astrology such as the sun, the moon, the abyss, the stars, etc., but they have not learned the specific meanings there. In this class, I will teach you the meaning of various revelations. The astronomy teacher opened the light curtain, and countless symbols slowly appeared. You must remember, astrology. No worse than the legendary spell. After class, Li Mu saw the two sisters who had also finished evening classes joining Lang Xiaoyu. Listening to the three girls beside him chatting and gossiping, he walked slowly towards the dormitory building. Regarding the astronomy teacher's statement that astrology is as good as legendary magic, he didn't know if it was true. But the astronomy teacher's class was about knowledge about the astral world, and he didn't want to miss it. It turns out that the moon also represents love. Lang Xiaoyu shared today's knowledge. When I learn astrology, I will test my future. I don't know if it will be a good hexagram. She sounded worried. It will definitely be good. Shu Ling'er took Lang Xiaoyu's hand and comforted her softly. Xiaoyu's future will definitely be good, even the legendary strong ones are possible. In a group of 3, she also plays the role of the older sister. Because she could also see that Lang Xiaoyu was a child who lacked love. So, after these few days of contact, she gained a lovely sister. Well, I will work hard to become stronger. Lang Xiaoyu nodded seriously. What about you, what do you want? Me, let's have a career. Shu Ling'er thought for a while and said. Then I'll get married. I'll also have a career. Looking at her sister's eyes, Shu Chaoer corrected herself decisively. Well, very good. Shu Ling'er was amused by her sister's appearance. After listening to the 3 women's words, Li Mu shook his head. Astrology is never that easy. So many hexagrams and actual meanings must be deduced carefully, otherwise if one is wrong, the entire divination result will be wrong. It's okay if you just play it, but if you really believe it, it's over. When he arrived at the dormitory, he separated from the 3 women and entered the dormitory building of Xingyuan. Li Mu. A familiar voice sounded, and Li Mu turned his head to look at the girl who looked like an ice flower. I have something to tell you. Chu Yunyu came to Li Mu with a touch of fragrance. Her tone was still very calm. Okay. Li Mu nodded and sat down with her in the public area on the 1st floor. Can I join your team? Chu Yunyu got straight to the point. Reason. Li Mu was confused. As a second-year student, Chu Yunyu is a powerful second-level professional, so there is really no need to join her own team. Our team was disbanded due to internal discord. Chu Yunyu's voice was calm. Internal discord. Li Mu frowned. What's the reason? Team discord is a very common factor. Just like professionals who work for gold in the wild, uneven division of accounts, murder for treasures, jealousy and greed, etc. can cause discord in the team, and even fight and kill each other. But as Chu Yunyu is a second-year student at Spark Academy, the team has been in the running in period for a year. There is basically a certain tacit understanding and the team members are basically finalized. Unless there is an unexpected situation, it will generally not be replaced. What she was talking about was the very serious issue of team disbandment, which made Li Mu confused. Emotional issues. Chu Yunyu lowered her eyes as she thought about the 2 confessions she rejected and the strange atmosphere in the team. Is your team having a relationship problem? Li Mu looked at Chu Yunyu and nodded understandingly. Then what can I gain by joining my team? Emotional issues are a huge problem that can affect a team, and it can tear a very good team apart. He understood this truth and had almost guessed the outline of the love story in Chu Yunyu's team. It should be like the story in some TV series. The men in the team all like Chu Yunyu, but Chu Yunyu doesn't like them. Being unable to fall in love like this, fighting openly and secretly in the team, trying to get the beauty's favor only made the team more tense. Well, I probably understand. But he also has to carefully select the members of his team, and he can't just add anyone to his team. Join the team, can, but the value must be shown first. I am a second-year student. Chu Yunyu looked at Li Mu and said in a clear voice, as far as I know, you have never lost in a first-year duel. Judging from your strength, you must be very boring. It's not boring. If possible, I would like to keep earning points like this. Li Mu thought to himself. If I join your team, you can be ranked in the second-grade duel field, and you will earn more points based on your strength. The points for the second-year games are double those of the first-year players, that is, every win or loss is 10 points, and other points are calculated separately. After thinking for a moment, Li Mu already recognized this teammate in his heart. His undead army is paired with a third-level corpse which can be considered AT0 level among second-year students. After all, even a second-level expert would not be able to face his own third-level corpse witch. You can also enter the dungeon together if you team up with me. Chu Yunyu continued. This is better. Now, apart from acquiring knowledge, he has no way to improve his level. After all, First-year students are only eligible to enter the dungeon in the next semester to obtain resources. After thinking about it, he had no reason to refuse. Then what do you want? Li Mu asked in a deep voice. What she proposes is good for her right now, but what will she propose? Integral, or something else. I have a bit of mysophobia. Chu Yunyu replied. What she said made Li Mu a little confused. Mysophobia. So, I will not join the battle if I encounter disgusting and ugly monsters in the dungeon. Chu Yunyu ignored the eyes of the aristocratic students who came back and looked at them. Okay. After thinking about it, Li Mu nodded. Anything else? Don't we need to discuss equipment and points distribution? Distribution issues are one of the major factors affecting teams. I trust you. Her brief words made Li Mu stunned. Okay, welcome to join my team, Student Chu. Li Mu's lips curled up. On Friday, the first class is a magic class. It's Yun Feifei's class. Facing the incarnation of gods, ordinary low-level spells are useless. She looked at Li Mu and spoke softly, but everyone is a low-level mage, which creates a classic scenario where spellcasters are useless. If I were you, there was really nothing I could do at that time. Her words made the students nod. Yes, apart from Li Mu's bug, no other mage can be so powerful. Of course, the dean does not count. However, in this catastrophe, you are of no use at all. This is very unqualified, Yun Feifei said in a stern tone. The mage is no longer the mage many years ago. A close combat mage created by the legendary and powerful dean. The genre has become one of the mainstream. I hope you will learn more or less and don't just be a caster who hides behind the team and throws skills. The number 5 store on the commercial street sells wizard fighting skills books. You can come here according to your needs. I won't force you. After she finished speaking, class began. After listening, the students all looked at Li Mu and thought about whether the melee mage school was suitable for them. After class, Li Mu and the three of them walked to the cafeteria and told them about Chu Yunyu joining the team. Sophomores, Leng Xiaoyu blinked, then we are going to face the second-year duel field. Just like in a confrontation game, as long as there is a second-level professional in your team, then the opponent you match will definitely have a second-level professional. Well, the second-year duel field has more points, and she can earn points very quickly, and she can also take us into the dungeon to upgrade. Li Mu's words made Schulinger's eyes light up. Because of the arrival of the incarnation of the god on Wednesday, they hadn't explored the resource-rich dungeons much, nor had they leveled up much. And with Chu Yunyu joining the team, they can explore the dungeon at any time. Then should we find time to meet? Schulinger asked. Of course, we will meet in the cafeteria tonight to welcome the new team members. Li Mu nodded and walked into the cafeteria. Then we will have a dinner and meeting in the commercial street at noon tomorrow. Send me your scheduled courses soon, and I'll see if I can make a good time allocation. There will be a meeting tomorrow to discuss arrangements for earning points in the duel arena and exploring dungeons in the future. After all, Li Mu also wants to upgrade quickly to complete the second-level mission, and then complete the mission to become a second-level powerhouse. Yeah, the three nodded. Afternoon, non-human biological research. You want to know the information about Warcraft in the dungeon. Teacher Fu looked at Li Mu in front of him and squeezed his arm. Can. It is indeed very strong, no wonder it is so powerful in close combat. Thinking about it, she took out a map from her storage ring. This is an introduction to the monsters on each floor up to the 50th floor of the dungeon. I won't accept the points. After all, you are a great hero. Fu Lin patted Li Mu on the shoulder with satisfaction. If there is anything you don't understand, you can come to me. Although this knowledge is not free, how about I give you the lowest discount? Who doesn't like students who are handsome and strong? Thank you, Teacher Fu. Li Mu nodded and saluted, then returned to his seat. And she also started taking classes. Aliens generally have human-like bodies and beast-like limbs, but unlike orcs and half-orcs, they are all made up of several very weird limbs. Fu Lin talked about the aliens again. Information, if you encounter them in the future, you should also be careful of their weird fighting methods. She first introduced the alien with fish gills on his neck, and then remembered something. The fishmen in the East China Sea have a close relationship with this kind of aliens. If you encounter fishmen in the future, be careful that there are aliens nearby. Yes, enchanting class. There are also enchantments for the incarnations of gods, but they are very high-level enchantments. The purple-robed old man stroked his beard and glanced at Li Mu. Good enchantments can give you the confidence to face the strong. In this lesson, I will teach you how to enchant with sharp effects. Remember to practice. After that, he started teaching. Li Mu, you said that if I enchant the equipment, can I also sell it in a shop on the commercial street for money? Shu Chao glanced at her sister on the right, turned to the left and asked in a low voice. After getting along with each other for a few days, she knew that Li Mu was a good nobleman, so she no longer guarded against Li Mu. If there is some knowledge that her sister and Lang Xiaoyu don't know, she will also ask Li Mu first. Selling money. Li Mu tilted his head. In fact, being a professional consumes a lot of money. Whether it is replenishing medicines, replacing equipment after wear and tear, or purchasing professional skills, it all costs money. The weapon consumption of some melee professionals is much higher than that of the mage's staff. After all, this is not a game, and weapons that keep killing monsters will wear out. Unless it has a solid effect or is a caster, a large amount of money will be spent on weapon maintenance. For the eldest young master of the Li family, money is just a number. Of course, he won't show off in front of his teammates. Of course, but only good enchantments will be bought. Li Mu looked at Shu Chao and whispered, and you have to go through a lot of practice to become very proficient. You also need to choose a suitable weapon. What kind of weapon is most suitable for what kind of enchantment? This is also the issue you should consider most. If you enchant it well, you can definitely sell it for money. Oh, Shu Chao nodded seriously and thought carefully. To practice, you have to spend points to buy equipment. But I don't have many points. I still have to read books with my sister and help her buy equipment. She became confused. It's okay. The monsters in the dungeon will release a lot of equipment. We have no shortage of materials for practice. Li Mu knew what she was thinking, but with the dungeon, they could have a lot of low-level equipment for them to practice without spending points to buy equipment. So he comforted. Really? Shu Chao's eyes lit up, like a Shengshe cub that saw food, so cute. Yeah, Li Mu's voice softened, of course. In fact, he also likes cute little animals, such as the little light beast and the snow beast. But as a necromancer, he is destined to be with all kinds of skeletons and corpses. Thinking of this, he sighed. Li Mu, Zhao Xingyu, who was in the back row, looked at the two people's closeness and his eyes were on fire. I am Chu Yunyu, a second-year student and a construct knight. Chu Yunyu briefly introduced herself. Hello, three schoolmates. Hello, senior sister. The girls also introduced themselves, and only Li Mu was doing the cooking. He knew them all anyway, and he didn't bother to talk nonsense. Then he saw how the girls went from strangers to close relationships. Sister Yunyu, can we go and play with you? We don't have telepathy. Wow, Snow Sword Beast is so cute. Sister Yunyu also sees the magic girl Xiaohan. The sound of chirping rang in Li Mu's ears, causing him to look in the direction where the chirping came from. Four girls were sitting hand in hand and eating snacks, as if they were having a tea party with besties. Is friendship between girls so easy to establish? It hasn't even been 5 minutes yet. Li Mu looked at this scene and sighed. In the evening, alchemy class. Let's see if we can do random equivalent exchange first and give it a try. Teacher Huo urged with a smile after finishing the lecture. The students nervously tried it. Li Mu, what do you think I should try with? Lang Xiaoyu rummaged around for the storage ring. Try it with an unused piece of equipment. Li Mu drew a magic circle on the table and casually placed a white quality low-level piece of equipment on it. This is the white trash I was assigned according to the team distribution principle before the dungeon god came on Wednesday. Although I don't want it, as the captain, I have to abide by the rules and get it. And now is obviously the best time to take out the trash. Oh, Lang Xiaoyu hesitated for a while, then put a white quality staff on it and started exchanging it. The two sisters also took the unused equipment and started exchanging it. The magic circle lit up, and the four of them took a closer look. Soft armor, white. Cumbersome cloth armor, white. Gray mouse skin, material, white. Swift cat's whiskers, material, white. The rubbish in Li Mu's eyes appeared in front of the four of them, giving them some understanding of the principle of equivalent exchange. Early on the weekend, Li Mu welcomed a new member into his team. Sister Yunyu, Li Mu's undead army is very powerful, and there is also a cavalry regiment. Lang Xiaoyu and Chu Yunyu were talking about Li Mu's undead army, and Li Mu started a 5v5 match after forming a team. There is no ranking because there are too many matching points. In terms of ranking, Her Royal Highness and the seniors from the 2nd and 3rd years will compete for cards from Spark Academy, and he can just earn points by matching. We are matching teammates for you. Matching successful. We are matching you with well-matched opponents. The match was successful. I wish you a happy duel. Valley of 10,000 snakes. All kinds of snakes crawled, densely packed and entangled with each other. This scene made Lang Xiaoyu couldn't help but get closer to Li Mu, and Xu Chaoer also approached her sister in fear, holding the staff tightly. Chu Yunyu summoned Shang Shui, and cold air emerged from the snow-white mount, and the snakes instantly solidified. Is this the scene of the second-grade duel? Xu Chaoer took her sister's hand and looked at the surrounding environment. I saw snakes swaying in the surrounding mountains, trees, and grass. They were red and green, which made Xu Chaoer's trypophobia attack. Well, the duel scenes in the second grade are different from the ordinary scenes in the first grade. These are special scenes with certain dangers and are used to cultivate students' environmental combat capabilities. Some scenes will also spawn mini-bosses, and the equipment that emerges are pretty good. Chu Yunyu explained. The 5 people were talking, and a person from another college opened his eyes wide. He recognized Li Mu and felt extremely complicated. He was extremely envious of his peers who were already famous in Kanglan at this time, but he also understood that Li Mu had achieved it with his strength. That is the incarnation of a god. Not just anyone can take advantage of it. Moreover, Li Mu is so handsome and strong. Do you want some contact information? While he was thinking wildly, Li Mu waved his hand, and more than 800 skeletons exuding a dark aura appeared. Dust rose and they all faced the beam of light rising in the distance. Inspiring. Without exposing the corpse witch and other undead soldiers first, he wanted to see the strength of the second-year students before considering his future strategy. By the way, consume the already limited skeleton undead to make some room for ghosts and zombies. Yeah, Xu Chaoer cast a spell and put a bunch of inspiration skills on the skeleton army. Let's go. Li Mu pointed forward. His undead scourge has begun to take shape, and now it is just a matter of level. After saying this, the whole army set off, with the cavalry going first and the scouts scattered. People from other colleges on the side were stunned when they saw this scene. It turned out to be an army of one man. The mighty undead creatures made the earth tremble when they walked, and all the snakes retreated. It also made the enemy team suspicious and did not dare to act rashly. They didn't know if this was the sound made by the high-level monsters on the map or the movement made by the skills of the other team's professionals. It would be fine if it were the monsters on the map, but if it was the movement caused by the skills of the enemy professionals, it would be too much noise. Let's take a circuitous walk to see the situation. The captain of a 5th platoon team from Nanshan College planned to take a stab at it first. Yes, the team members nodded, changed their route and walked to the left. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. Before the few people could move around, the sound of horse hooves came first. The skeleton knight appeared at the corner, pointing his spear at only a few people. He was very fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. It's Li Mu. In order to protect the teammates behind him, the captain faced the charge of the cavalry regiment with his body. Under the influence of the sky curtain, Li Mu's name spread throughout the continent, and no one knew about it. His profession as a necromancer and his strong melee abilities are also remembered by everyone. Boom. As a second-level brutal guard, he has the skill to force all enemy attacks to be redirected to him, and when this skill is activated, the damage received will be reduced by 20%. But even so, facing the 5 leading skeleton cavalry has already disabled his health, let alone the more than 100 skeleton cavalry behind him. Sludge technique. To stab. The Earth Mage and the team immediately cast a spell to trip over a dozen cavalry that rushed towards them, and then smashed them into pieces. Seeing that the terrain was not conducive to attack, the remaining cavalry turned around and took a circuitous route, preparing to charge at any time. Seeing that it was effective, the Earth Mage immediately covered the team with mud and ground thorns, so that the cavalry only surrounded them and did not attack again. Counterattack. The captain accepted the treatment from the nanny in the team and asked the long-range professionals to attack. The archers and mages began to attack, but the cavalry ran directly into the distance and stopped fighting. What's going on? The captain was stunned, a little confused. If they were surrounded, they would be trapped. As long as Li Mu and others arrived, they would have a great chance of winning. Why not besiege them? Could it be that Li Mu found out that we are not weak, so he asked them to withdraw first so as not to cause any more losses? The mage guessed. Is that so? The captain was a little uneasy. Swish, swish, swish. The sky in 10,000 Snakes Valley suddenly darkened, and with the sound of breaking through the sky, several people couldn't help but look up. The arrows are like rain, covering the sky and the earth, like a downpour from the sky. Rain fell to the ground, a violent explosion sounded, and an announcement sounded. ... Ding, you have won, do you want to start the next match? Li Mu listened to the 5 kills report and shook his head. The army hasn't come back yet, so we have to wait for a while. And I didn't expect that the first round of arrow rain and arrow explosion would end the battle, and it would take time to recover the legion. The second grade duel wasn't that great either. Li Mu looked at the frozen snake corpse beside him and began to summon. Ghost summon. A faint white shadow floated on the snake corpse, and Li Mu checked the ghost's attributes. Human head lamp, first level. Ghost troops passively take effect. 90% immune to physical damage, flashing. Strength, 1, Agility, 25, Wisdom, 20. Skills, Ghost Cry, Heart Confusing Lamp. Ding, the SSS level talent Martial God's Heart has taken effect, and your ghost has automatically learned martial arts, Lion Roar, Dragon and Tiger Sonic skills. Shu Chower threw herself into her sister's arms, and the others also frowned. A person's hair was suspended in the air with a faint shimmer, and the expression on his face was half crying and half smiling. Several people vaguely seemed to hear a sound coming from nowhere. It sounded like crying. Human headlamp. Li Mu frowned. Although I know that my profession is dealing with corpses, I will definitely have to dissect corpses to become a ghoul and face some rotten and ugly things. But he didn't expect that something like this would appear now, which made him feel uncomfortable. But this Ren 2's martial arts is pretty good. Putting away the headlamp, he continued to summon. Curse Spirit, level 1. Power, 1, Dexterity, 20, Wisdom, 23. Skills, Ghost Curse, Possession. Ding, the SSS level talent Martial God's Heart has taken effect, and your Curse Spirit has automatically learned martial arts, Madness, and Demon Seeds. The Curse Spirit is a green evil ghost with a green face and fangs. Its face was distorted, as if it were crazy. The eyes were red and frightening. And the martial arts it learned. Crazy thoughts, sowing demons. Li Mu looked at these 2 martial arts with a complicated expression. Crazy intention. Crazy martial arts requires the will to practice martial arts. If you are not crazy, you will not survive, which means you will not survive without being crazy. Seeing that people in the last days could hardly understand the nature of demons, Li Mu started to transform his own demonic will into demonic seeds and planted them. These 2 skills, which he had not seen for a long time, reappeared on the Curse Spirit, which made him feel extremely complicated. Well, with a sigh in his heart, he put the cursed ghost away and summoned it again. Ghost, level 1. Strength, 1, Agility, 30, Wisdom, 20. Skill, Infected with Fear, Lingering Ghosts. Ding, the SSS level talent Martial God's Heart has taken effect, and your Cursed Spirit has automatically learned martial arts, Ghost Shadows, and everything. A pale white shadow floated in front of his eyes, making him nod. Compared to the first 2, the ghost looks like a normal human soul. And the martial arts it learned were pretty good. One is a body method, and the other is a blind method. All fit it. Putting away the ghost, he continued to summon. Until the skeleton army came back, he only summoned back and forth between 3 kinds of ghosts, and no new troops were summoned. It seems that the first level ghosts have been summoned. Li Mu nodded and used another summoning skill. Zombie summoning. The snake corpse squirmed, a dark aura of magic circle appeared, and a rotten, smelly zombie appeared. Rotten zombie, level 1. Strength, 19, Body, 17, Sensitivity, 10. Skills, Corpse Poison, Strong Body. Ding, the SSS level talent Martial God's Heart has taken effect, and your Rotten Zombie has automatically learned martial arts, through Arm Fist, and Bagwazong. Just like the zombies summoned in the summoning class, they are smelly zombies carrying corpse poison. Iron Armored Zombie Level 1. Strength, 22, Body, 25, Sensitivity, 7. Skills, Corpse Poison, Strong Body. Ding, the SSS level talent Heart of the God of War has taken effect, and your Rotten Zombie has automatically learned martial arts, Bajikwan, and sun chasing steps. Armored zombies wear an extra set of armor than rotten zombies, sacrificing some agility in exchange for improved strength and physique. It is a real human shield unit, and the martial arts it learns are fierce attack martial arts. Bajikwan, the punch is fierce and violent. This boxing technique coupled with the zombie's extremely high physique and strength, Li Mu can already imagine his zombie killing enemies bravely on the battlefield. Chasing the Sun Step is a movement and martial art he created based on the mythical story, Kuafu Chasing the Sun. Reach for the stars and the moon, chase the sun across the sea. Among the 4 secret arts, Chasing the Sun Step is a martial art he uses to rush forward. It accelerates through the principle of interaction of forces. Although the sound is loud when rushing, the speed is very fast. Chasing the Sun lives up to its name. Blood Stiffness Level 1. Strength, 20, Body, 15, Sensitivity, 25. Skills, Corpse Poison, Blood Sucking. Ding, the SSS level talent Martial God's Heart has taken effect, your Blood Zombie has automatically learned the martial arts, Eagle Claw skill. The Blood Zombie is not a rotting corpse like the Rotting Zombie and the Armored Zombie, but a mummy that looks like a withered skeleton. Dry and terrifying, Li Mu continued to summon, but after discovering that they had no other troops, Li Mu stopped the summons. After receiving the team of 50 ghosts and 30 zombies from the space of the dead, he started the next match. Li Mu, your new undead are so terrifying. Lang Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Mu taking back the summoned undead. It's not bad. Li Mu shook his head and disappeared with the team, leaving only the student from the other college dumbfounded. Witnessing the entire process of Li Mu summoning the undead, he swallowed and his eyes were in a trance. Bat caves. Small squeaks could be heard in the dark space. It's the Bat Cave. The second-year team leader of Canaan College breathed a sigh of relief. Finally we've arrived. They came specifically for the Bat Cave. As a second-year dual ground, there are usually powerful monsters put here by the Academy. Among them, the vampire bat is the monster that several people want to find. Now we finally have the vampire fangs. The captain glanced at the 5 light beams in the distance. After defeating the opposing team, we will go find the vampire bats. Yes, Captain. The team sets off and heads straight for the enemy team. There are 4 second-level professionals in their team. Unless the opponent is a team of 5 sophomores from Spark Academy, they will. Thump, thump, thump. A little light shone in the distance, stopping them in their tracks. That's the enemy, the captain asked the archers in the team. In dark environments, the archer's eagle eye and dark vision skills are more suitable for reconnaissance. No, it's not a living thing. The archer's face turned pale. That's a human head. Several carrion corpses hold human heads in their hands. He swallowed, his tone trembling. Rotting corpse, head. Everyone was stunned and became confused. Will there be corpses in the Bat Cave? Or is this the other team's method? Corpses, heads. Necromancer, is it Li Mu? The captain looked surprised, and then said, no matter what is on the other side, kill it. No matter who it is, we should fight. Yes, the archers and mages in the team listened to the order and attacked directly from a distance. Boom, swish, swish, swish. Water explosion bomb. 4 consecutive shots. The 2 of them took action and hit the corpse with several attacks. The sound that breaks the air makes. The next moment, several human heads flew up, flashing light and heading straight towards a few people. The heads were approaching, and faces that were dumbfounded with laughter or tears appeared in front of several people. How disgusting. When the female member of the team saw the head in full view, she slashed it off with her sword in disgust. Woo woo woo. Before the heads were wiped out, a huge ghostly cry directly rang through the ears of several people, causing them to be so shaken that they almost lost consciousness. The ghost's cry was accompanied by the roar of a lion and the roar of a dragon. The sound was deafening, and its intention turned into a beast, directly attacking the eardrums of several people. There were also several sounds similar to stamping on the ground. Aha! The captain tried his best to calm down and waved his long stick to scatter the headlamps, but a putrid smell had already reached several people. That's too late. Baji, top of mind. Boom! A loud sound echoed through the bat caves. Carrying the recoil caused by the extremely fast speed and the violent force of the Bajikwan, Zhui Ribu rushed into the team, and sent the captain out of the duel with just one move. Not to mention there is more than one armored zombie. The strong wind roared, and the armor was as stiff as a mountain, knocking the enemy team out of the duel field. 5 kills. Second to none. You have won. Do you want to continue matching? When Li Mu ignored the stunned looks of students from other colleges in the team and waited to collect the undead, Chu Yunyu spoke. Chapter 81. There is a hidden boss in the Bat Cave, which will drop precious materials such as vampire fangs. Whether it is used for casting or alchemy, the effect is very good. Chu Yunyu said slowly. Vampire fangs. Li Mu looked deep into the Bat Cave. I understand. The zombies and ghosts that were walking towards Li Mu stopped and headed deeper into the Bat Cave. Spells and ghosts are attached to the zombies, and the zombies are holding human headlamps, shimmering in the dark Bat Cave. Squeak. Soon, the sound of a huge monster came and then disappeared. The members of Li Mu's team gained some experience, and after waiting for a while, they saw the zombies jumping back. The rotten hand stretched out, and Li Mu saw 2 fangs and a sword. Vampire fangs purple, material. Materials with blood-sucking effects are very rare. Bat sword purple, equipment effect. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, 5% blood-sucking effect passive skill. Equipment conditions. First level melee occupation. A very good piece of equipment for a career change. Who wants it? Li Mu asked after explaining the properties of the bat sword. Although this sword is good, it is a bit disdainful to him who has the Beastman King Sword. Although the blood-sucking effect is very good, if he fights with the sword, he is confident that he will not be injured. What's the point of sucking blood without getting hurt? So this piece of equipment is of little use to him. Li Mu, I want it. Shulinger first glanced at Chu Yunyu and found that she was hiding behind Lang Xiaoyu with a calm face, not daring to look at the undead, so she raised her hand. The weapon she used was the blue-quality weapon that exploded from the wolves that day. It had very few added attributes, only 5 points, let alone any skills. Okay, I will deduct the points as appropriate. Li Mu took the bat sword and fangs, first used a cleaning technique to clean up the corpse smell, and then threw the sword to Shulinger. Thank you. Shulinger pursed her lips and said. Points are given as employee benefits as agreed by Li Mu, and they are given based on the points Li Mu gets. Shulinger didn't care at first, because her sister was ranked with herself and Li Mu, and she already had a lot of points from winning streak rewards. How could she ask for anything else? But she didn't expect that Li Mu would really give it to her. How generous, she thought, but how to repay it? Then let's continue the matching. Li Mu asked about the blood-sucking fangs again. When he found that no one cared, he put them away and started the matching. ... Yellow scorpion sand. The wind and sand are flying, and the sky is bright. On the dry ground and sand, several half-meter-sized scorpions were walking, their poisonous needles sparkling in the sunlight. Energy missile. After several missiles flew out and the surrounding scorpions were blown away, Li Mu looked at the dual scene covered by yellow sand. With such a huge sun, can one's own undead souls come out? In his thoughts, he summoned human headlamps and zombies. Light white smoke emanated from the zombies and ghosts, making Li Mu sigh helplessly. Zombies and ghosts will slowly consume themselves under such a strong sun. They are inherently negative creatures, so of course they are afraid of the sun. And he naturally wouldn't let them fight in such an environment. So at this time, the benefits of skeletons become apparent. Skeleton rackets that violate various disciplines have no impact at all. Putting away the zombies and ghosts, the skeleton army landed and fell into the sand. Go. Li Mu waved his hand, summoned 2 more bone tombstones, and then had nothing to do. Little snowman. Lang Xiaoyu looked at the way Li Mu's summon shriveled in the sun, and wanted to test whether his snowman could withstand such a strong sunlight. Puff. The snowman landed on the ground, and the hot breath immediately covered its body. The snowman was slowly melting as crystals fell to the ground. It's so hot, it's indeed a special scene in a duel. Lang Xiaoyu sighed. From now on, I won't go to southern wasteland and western desert, and my strength there will definitely be weakened. Yes, Shang Shui doesn't even want to come out. Chu Yunyu nodded in agreement. Are there so many scorpions over there in the western desert? Shu Chaoer looked at the scorpions and asked subconsciously. Shu Linger narrowed her eyes again. Geography was taught in compulsory education, but it was forgotten so quickly. Well, Shu Chaoer was surprised and grimaced. A few people just chatted like this, ignoring the enemy team and a teammate from another hospital. They have confidence in Li Mu's undead army, and the members of other hospitals who were excluded from the chat team did not say anything because they recognized Li Mu, but silently looked at the back of the undead army with complicated eyes. This was different from the necromancer he knew. Don't necromancers personally direct their own undead battles? Why does your undead move on its own? Still so neatly organized, acting autonomously like a real army. This was something he didn't expect. Roar. But while Li Mu was listening to the four girls chatting, a roar made him feel familiar. He turned his head and stared at the barren mountains ahead, showing a look of anticipation. Drink. At this time, a bearded man burst out of the sea of skeletons and appeared in front of several people. Brother Mu. He jumped out suddenly and landed not far from Li Mu and others. This made Chu Yunyu and Shu Linger both raise their weapons and stand in front of Crispy Skin, preparing to fight. Lele. Li Mu's eyes lit up and he took the initiative to walk out of the protective circle. Why are you here in the second grade field? I didn't expect it to be such a fate. Brother Mu, it's not easy to get you in line. Li Zunal came to Li Mu and gave him a bear hug. My dad asked me to practice in the second grade field, saying it was for pressure training. Let's not talk about it for now, Brother Mu, you are really awesome. You can defeat even that incarnation, as expected of you. And there are many girls in our college asking about you. Even the dean of the college has praised you. Li Zunal chatted with Li Mu during the verbal broadcast that his teammates had been killed 4 times. And Li Mu also listened very carefully, listening to his cousin's college life. Come, let's have a fight. After chatting for 5 minutes, before Li Zunal could fully express his feelings for his brother, Li Mu patted his brother on the back and said with a smile. Ah, Li Zunal was stunned. This isn't appropriate. Although it is said to be anti-stress training, as a dragon blood warrior, he actually doesn't have much pressure. With his attributes and skills, he is enough to keep up with a second-level professional. The rest of the time, call me back tonight. We finally met each other. I have to help Uncle suppress you to prevent you from becoming complacent. Li Mu patted his younger brother on the shoulder, revealing in his tone that he wanted to educate his younger brother. Ah, this is not. Li Zunli's bearded face fell, and Li Mu took his hand and walked to the side of the team. I'm so envious. Lang Xiaoyu looked at this scene of brothers and sisters respectfully feeling envious in her heart. She also wants to have good brothers and sisters, not a bunch of superior brothers who look down on her. When the stone falls, we start. Li Mu pulled his brother to the open space and condensed a piece of bone in his hand. Oh, Li Zunal pulled his beard. Are you ready? Li Mu asked with a smile. He knew that this was his cousin's nervous action. Scratching his head, Li Zunal also adjusted his mentality, took out the long spear behind him, and took a stance. Ready. Yeah, Li Mu walked a few steps away, threw up the stone, and condensed a skeleton spear in his hand, taking the same stance. Both sides started with the same style. Overlord spear technique. For a moment, it seemed that only the bone was left in the world, slowly falling from the sky. Thumb. Bang. A big pit appeared under Li Mu's feet, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, turning into a phantom and heading straight towards Li Zunal. Ha! Li Zunal roared as a huge crisis struck. Dragon scales protect the body. Dragon blood boiling. Dragon might. Dragon roar. Roar. The dragon roared, and Li Zunal took the lead. He used 4 skills at the same time, and a human-shaped dragon appeared. He raised his gun and blocked Li Mu's bone gun, and started fighting with him. He knew that if he fell into a disadvantage at the beginning, the ending would be in his brother's rhythm and finally defeated. Roar. Li Mu also followed up with a dragon roar, and the sound of 2 dragons resounded through the sand sea, and the scorpions lying on the sand were all terrified. The Buddhist lion roar and the dragon roar and tiger roar were integrated into the dragon roar. Zunal seemed to see 3 giant beasts accompanied by a giant dragon attacking him. He knew that this was the beast shadow transformed by the condensation of martial arts will. Brother Mew had taught him before, but he is still studying the tiger roar and has not learned it. The 2 dragons fought, the yellow sand rose, and the sound of gunfire was endless, which attracted Lang Xiaoyu and others to watch in amazement. Sister Yunyu, do you know that person? Lang Xiaoyu asked. Yes, Li Zunal, Li Emu's cousin. Chu Yunyu nodded and said, a dragon blood warrior with S-level talent dragon blood, the talent and profession match perfectly. If nothing unexpected happens, the Li family will have another legendary strongman. It sounds so powerful, then why doesn't he come to Xingwo Academy? Xu Chaoer knew Li Zunal, because Li Mu and him were always together when they were studying in the Northern Territory. Just like herself and her sister. You should ask Li Mu about this. Chu Yunyu shook her head, I'm not suitable to say. The reason is that the Li family's God of War Academy is more suitable for Li Zunal, but it's not appropriate for me to say this. Oh, Xu Chaoer seemed to understand. At this time, the double dragon battle had come to an end, and the 2 had already started fighting with their fists. It was Li Mu who threw away the double guns after using the moon to fish out Li Zunli's gun, wanting to test his brother's close combat level. Bang bang bang. Li Mu punched Li Zunli's armor with both fists, causing him to spit blood, but his own hands were also injured and turned blue. Thorn armor. Li Mu kept punching and used the last blow. Brother Mew, don't forget to chat on the phone tonight. Feeling that he was about to be sent away, Li Zunal shouted hurriedly. Yes. Li Mu punched Li Zunal away. Lele has made some progress in the past few days, but not much. Forget it, take your time. Thinking, he looked at the undead army that had returned and entered the space of the undead. Li Mu, your brother is so powerful, why didn't he come to Spark Academy? Lang Xiaoyu looked at Li Emu's blue fist, took out a bottle of holy water, and asked. Do you mean Lele? Li Mu casually clicked and continued matching, watching Lang Xiaoyu pour the holy water into his hand, and said slowly, there is no reason, just because our Li family is more suitable for training than Spark Academy melee professional. Especially dragon-blooded warriors with dragon blood. In the Li family of the Northern Territory, top warriors appear frequently and are known to all the 5 continents. Although Ares Academy is not as comprehensive as Spark Academy, when it comes to training warrior systems, they say they are second, and no one dares to say they are first. Moreover, they are still warriors with dragon blood, and the Li family is at the forefront of Spark. Actually, our Chu family is good at training melee professionals. After listening to Li Emu's words, Chu Yunyu thought for a while and said, but our family does not have dragon blood, so it is inferior to the Li family. Hearing this, Li Mu glanced at Chu Yunyu. The Chu family is also a top family, but they have a semi-sacred weapon. No worse than dragon blood. Oh, after hearing this, Lang Xiaoyu truly understood the value of the Li family. At mealtime, Li Mu took a casual look at the winning streak and standings, then took the 3 of them to the commercial street for dinner. A morning of matching was enough for his expenses, and he now wanted to focus on upgrading. Donghai Fish House. A fish restaurant run by Donghai people, where all kinds of seafood are put together and cooked fresh to ensure freshness. After eating a jumping fish and 10 8-claw crabs, everyone was satisfied. Classmate Chu, tell me the reason why your team was disbanded. After eating and drinking, Li Mu held a meeting. It's because of the emotional discord within the team. Chu Yunyu put down the dessert and said calmly. You have also heard it, I don't want any emotional disputes in the team. Li Mu glanced at everyone and said seriously. As long as you don't mess around, how can we have relationship problems? Lang Xiaoyu curled her lips. There is only one boy in the team, and they are all good sisters. How can they fall in love? That's not necessarily the case. Li Mu glanced at the faces of the 4 beautiful girls, put his hand on the table to support his chin, and said slowly after a moment of silence. Indeed. Chu Yunyu nodded in agreement. Girls can also have feelings for each other, just like her former captain. So, if you fall in love, I will kick one of you out of the team at my discretion. Li Mu looked at Chu Yunyu, then at Xu Chaoer, and found that both of them played a very important role, so he looked at Lang Xiaoyu seriously. Question mark question mark question mark. Lang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and cursed Li Mu secretly. Of course she saw what Li Mu meant. Hateful. Just wait for me. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully young girls into poverty. Single quote. Lang Xiaoyu thought secretly. Then, the plan for the afternoon is the dungeon. Li Mu took out the dungeon booklet given by Fu Lin and handed it to Lang Xiaoyu. My plan is to clear the 30th floor in the afternoon, or directly buy a 30th floor teleport card, go to the 30th floor. Why is it the 30th floor? Shu Linger asked. There is a second-level monster called the Iron-Armed Monkey on the 30th floor. I want to see if its iron arm is strong. Li Mu explained. If it's okay, I want it to be my main ghoul. Material. Ghoul. Lang Xiaoyu raised her head in confusion. It sounds scary. It's the stitched undead that I summoned when I played some incarnation that day. Li Mu also sighed. It was the undead that the teacher gave me, but it's a pity that it's gone. The ghoul was given to him as a gift from Mr. Skeleton and was one of his trump cards. But it was consumed in that battle. However, with the help of the corpse witch, he should be able to make his own ghoul. But it shouldn't be as strong as the teacher gave him. I heard from the teacher that once the research on ghouls is perfected, you can start making abominations. Okay, Chu Yunyu agreed with Li Mu's words. Then let's start the dungeon trip after purchasing the protection card. I also want to buy something first. The second-level professional in the team agreed. Li Mu also breathed a sigh of relief and planned to go directly from 1 to 100. Don't miss out on great ingredients for making a ghoul. Walking into the store, Li Mu bought 38 ways to build a curse, the blight technique and the ogre belt with the fat boss's smiling expression on his face. Thank you, boss. You must come again next Wednesday. I still have good products here. The fat boss smiled happily. Business people like Li Mu, a big businessman who doesn't talk about prices. Li Mu tied the belt around his waist, and the iron heart popped up, immune to the ogre's wail, and looked at the fat boss in confusion. Do you have any good stuff? He asked. Of course, when I was young, I traveled all over the 5 continents, and my business was everywhere. I had a lot of good things, including discerning customers like the young boss. The fat boss chuckled. Okay. Li Mu nodded. If they are good, I will take it. It has to be said that the fat boss's things are indeed genuine, and he feels that he has almost mastered the gargoyle summoning skill now. The flesh and blood spell also seemed to be enlightened. That's good, that's good. The fat boss took out a bottle of wine. Boss, would you like some? No, see you next Wednesday. After saying casually, Li Mu walked out of the shop and closed the door slowly. You may be interested in that small bottle after you turn around. A strange crow-like voice sounded in his ears. Don't be the riddler. Stopping, Li Mu turned around and entered the store again, narrowing his eyes. Is it the small bottle from last time? What's in it? Well, you really can't know now, it's too dangerous. The fat boss wiped sweat with his sleeves. I wanted to pretend, but I didn't expect that Li Mu would not follow the routine. Didn't everyone in the novel walk away with doubts? He regretted it a bit. Too dangerous. Li Mu walked to the fat boss and said in an indifferent tone, is it dangerous to be incarnated by a god? Probably, no. The fat boss scratched his head. That's not comparable to the incarnation of a god. Then give it to me. Li Mu said calmly. He didn't pay much attention to the small bottle at the beginning. But the fat boss couldn't help but keep mentioning it, and he inevitably became curious about the bottle. Then, 3,000 points. The fat boss hesitated for a long time and stretched out 3 fingers. Ha ha, Li Mu sneered, tell me what it is first. Well, it starts from 15 years ago. It was a beautiful and sunny time. Long story short, it's a key I got in the western desert. Key, do you know the Gilded Kingdom? The fat boss gently said the name of a country. A human country that perished more than 500 years ago. It is said that it wanted to use the equal exchange law of the alchemy array to do something extremely dangerous, and then it was destroyed. Li Mu thought about the content in the history book and the regret in Teacher Who Owes Words. It is rumored that the Gilded Kingdom was the most popular place for the profession of alchemists more than 500 years ago. As long as you are an alchemist there, you can get a high status. So at that time, even in the empire, there were countless alchemists flocking to it, not to mention other countries. But when the disaster of the Gilded Kingdom turning into quicksand overnight occurred, countless senior alchemists died in that country, which caused alchemy to stagnate for a time, and even retreated 100 years of knowledge gap. And now alchemy has not reached half of what it was at that time, according to Teacher Huo. You know the prosperous scene of alchemy at that time. Yes, I heard that the alchemy of the Gilded Kingdom had reached its peak at that time. Everyone went out to ride airships, and everyone's life was enjoyed by the top aristocrats now. The fat boss looked yearning. Hearing this, Li Mu raised his eyebrows and thought of the life he enjoyed. That was really amazing. And according to the literature, the entire country of Gilded Kingdom may have been built of gold, which was extremely luxurious. The fat boss looked greedy. If it was true, it would be very luxurious. Li Mu fantasized about such a country. If the sun shone down, wouldn't it be dazzling? Also, the king there mastered the alchemy of exchanging lifespans. The fat boss looked fanatical. So, Li Mu frowned, a little impatient. So, this is the key I got after a lot of hard work. The fat boss took out a small bottle, collapsed and sighed, but I have been in the western desert for nearly 20 years, and I haven't found a lock that can use this key. Maybe it's fake, maybe I was deceived, but I really want to find the Gilded Kingdom to see how brilliant such a country is, and I want to know how such a prosperous and powerful country was destroyed overnight. And the principle of equivalent exchange, is it true? Equivalent. The fat boss suddenly felt tired, walked to the recliner, lay down and closed his eyes. I know. Li Mu was silent for a while, said something and walked out of the door. The store became cold, or it has always been cold. The fat boss slowly opened his eyes and took out a bottle of wine. I'm sorry, Xiaoman. The fat boss drank the wine, and after drinking it, the bottle broke. He covered his face and cried, I'm sorry. ... Underground city, first floor. When I came to the underground city again, it had been checked by a group of legendary strongmen, and all the altars and traces of evil were cleared. This place has once again become an ordinary leveling site. Encouragement. Looking at the map given by Teacher Fu, Li Mu rode on Qinglan horse and led his team members to start a sweep. The army of undead was mighty and swept the monsters on the first floor. Li Mu came to the fifth floor by sweeping layer by layer. The boss of the fifth floor is a violent rat king, which will refresh every morning. It is said that the strong men of the academy caught a bunch of violent rats in one breath and fed these monsters to the king level for the students to upgrade. After a round of arrow rain, the rat king exploded some equipment materials, and the skeletons picked up the exploded equipment and sent it to Li Mu. A pile of garbage. If he was alone, he would throw it away without even looking at it. But now he has a team and needs to allocate resources reasonably. So he collected the garbage and continued to sweep. 25 floors of the underground city. Fire the arrow. Li Mu looked at the flying firebird boss and waved his hand. Arrows rained down, shooting down the firebirds. Fire. The negative energy missiles compensated for the damage and killed the level 25 boss. The battle ended quickly, and even Lang Xiaoyu, who wanted to make a difference, just released an ice pick spell and it was over. Do you need this fire feather? He asked. This material can be used to make wings with the ability to fly, although at least 4,000 feathers must be collected to make a pair of wings. Although it is very troublesome, some people will also take the trouble to make such wings for wealthy professionals to experience flying. No, seeing that no one wanted it, Li Mu had no choice but to put it away. Mage professions have to wait until the 3rd level to learn flying skills, while melee professions need to wait until legend to be able to fly in the air. Of course, there are some flying props for professionals to fly, but they are all valuable. Thinking of this, Li Mu became interested in flying. If I had flying wings, I might have more fighting options. Want to buy a pair of wings? Ask the fat boss if he has any good wings. After thinking about it, he continued to attack the dungeon. The Legion of the Undead is very efficient at pushing levels, just push it horizontally. Naturally, the undead helped to clear all the traps and treasure boxes along the way, and Li Mu also gained a lot of point stones and some equipment. After adding another piece of armor to Shu Ling'er and a disposable prop to Lang Xiaoyu, Li Mu listened to the girls chatting and became bored. Sister Yunyu, when did you reach rank 2? Lang Xiaoyu leaned on Chu Yunyu's arms on the Shengshe beast and asked softly. The 3rd month of 1st grade. Chu Yunyu replied, but level does not represent combat power. The best choice is to fully master all the skills and passive expertise of your profession and convert them into combat power. And I was promoted to rank 2 after learning many combat specialties and becoming familiar with various skills in the course. Inheritance is the foundation of a professional. Blindly pursuing upgrades is not the right choice. She hugged Lang Xiaoyu and spoke indifferently. Oh, I understand. Lang Xiaoyu clenched her fists and her eyes brightened. As long as I accumulate knowledge, I will be able to defeat Li Mu in the future. Hearing this, Li Mu glanced at Lang Xiaoyu helplessly. The lower one overcomes the upper one, right? Sister Yunyu, how much expertise do melee professionals need to accumulate so that they won't be weak after being promoted to the 2nd rank? Shu Ling'er asked. She has a very ordinary warrior profession. Although she works hard and listens carefully to classes, she understands that ordinary professions are ordinary professions after all, and they are far from hiding the power of the profession. Although there were people in history who relied on their powerful talents to enhance their ordinary professions into professions with prefixes, she knew that she was definitely not such a genius. At least 5 common specialties and 3 special specialties. Chu Yunyu answered. The common specialties of warriors are specialties that add bonuses to equipment, such as long sword proficiency and armor proficiency. They are very common and common. The special expertise is like strength suppression, combat intuition, weakness detection and other powerful feats that enhance one's own combat power during combat. Is this so? Shu Ling'er pondered. Expertise is not a skill that can be learned through skill books, but can only be obtained by learning, practicing and understanding it yourself. These specialties are taught in Spark Academy and can be learned in normal classes. There are also books on specialty teaching in the library, but the better the specialty, the more points it costs, and this also depends on the individual's comprehension ability. And if you want to be less vulnerable, you must learn these expertise. Glancing at her sister in front of her, she secretly made up her mind to become stronger and keep up with her sister. She is worried about her innocent, idiot sister going out alone to fight monsters and level up. What if she is betrayed? As a sister, she was worried. On the 30th floor, Li Mu looked at the body of the iron-armed ape and focused on its arms. The arms are as color as rust, and the claws are as sharp as iron. He tapped its arm with the staff. Thump, thump. The sound of gold and iron sounded, and Li Mu thought for a moment and released the corpse witch. As soon as the corpse witch appeared, the 4 women's eyes instantly focused on the corpse witch, in disbelief. Li Mu, is this your summon? Lang Xiaoyu jumped up from Chu Yunyu's arms and asked first. Otherwise, Li Mu glanced at Lang Xiaoyu. Is it your summon? But this is a 3rd level summon. Lang Xiao said incoherently. She originally thought she could beat Li Mu once after accumulating expertise and advancing to the 2nd level, but as soon as this pale humanoid summon appeared, she felt the huge gap between the two. Of course, Li Mu looked at the corpse witch and asked, how is this arm? Can I use it as a ghoul? The corpse witch looked at the ape corpse and struck it with his staff. The ape opened his eyes and stood up, crossing his arms and making a clanking sound. The corpse witch nodded and used his staff to remove the 2 arms of the corpse completely. I understand. Li Mu put his arms away, a look of thought flashing in his eyes. Iron-armed ghoul. Not bad. Well, it's not a bad idea to have some extra arms. Looking across the 30 floors, he continued his journey. Be careful. The iron-armed monkeys on the 30th floor are very strong. I'll lure them away and fight them one at a time. I should be able to defeat 5 of them before the end of the day. The captain of a team looked at the 30th floor cautiously. He said slowly. Yes, Captain. The members of the team nodded. Then I'll go lure the monsters first. After he finished speaking, he carefully walked into the darkness. The team members were attentive, waiting for the captain to attract the monster. After a long time, the captain came back with a complicated look. What's wrong, Captain? The team members looked at the captain and asked, what's wrong? It's gone, it's all gone. The captain said with a bitter voice, I saw Li Mu's undead army, they were slaughtering the iron-armed apes. It's a real crushing by an army. He had doubts when he saw what he considered to be weak undead being arranged in an orderly manner and easily killing the iron-armed apes that were stronger than him. Doubts about oneself and doubts about the undead. Are necromancers really weak? How is it possible? A team member couldn't believe it. The iron-armed monkey can be said to be powerful among the second-level monsters. The undead of the necromancer is so weak, how can it be crushed? Go and see. The captain sat on the ground and sighed. Anyway, we don't have any apes to kill today. Let's wait until tomorrow. The team members stepped into the darkness with dignity. After a long time, they came back and sat on the ground with the captain, sighing at the powerful strength of the undead army. Ding, the level has been raised to level 18. Acquire 2 points of intelligence, and add 1 to undead affinity. Li Mu, why do you need so many Warcraft arms? Shu Chaoer asked weakly when she saw Li Mu being guided by the 3rd level summons to slowly remove the arm of the 30th floor boss, the iron-armed Monkey King. Seeing the gloved Li Mu going from being unfamiliar with removing his arms to being very proficient under the guidance of the summoned creature at the beginning, Shu Chaoer was still scared. It's the fear of dead bodies. Being an undead, Li Mu, who had just learned the art of disassembling his arms, raised his head and said, I am a necromancer and I am destined to deal with corpses. It's always right to get familiar first. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but think of his teacher. If the teacher taught me how to resist the erosion of negative energy, I wouldn't have to become an undead. But if it reaches legend, will the negative energy erosion be higher? If I must transform the undead, what kind of undead should I transform into? How about zombies? I heard that there are powerful undead souls called licks in other worlds in the star realm. Can I transform licks? He exudes thinking. Oh, Shu Chaoer nodded, feeling complicated. Do necromancers have to dissect corpses? How terrible. She looked at Li Mu with worried eyes, unable to imagine that he had a habit of caressing corpses like the villain in Spell Girl Osamu who was a necromancer. By the way, after the magic girl Xiaohan came out as a bad guy as a necromancer, she seemed to be united by several necromancers and sued the Dali Temple. It seems to say that necromancers are not that disgusting. She thought wildly. Then let's get here today and let's go eat first. Li Mu took off his huge iron arm and said slowly, we will change the time tomorrow. We will conquer the dungeon in the morning and fight in the duel field to earn points in the afternoon. He planned to wait for the iron-armed ape to be refreshed tomorrow before collecting some arms. But what kind of monster should I look for in other parts of the body? Li Mu has no goals for the time being. I don't know if there are any good monsters on the levels after level 50 that can be used to make ghouls. Thinking about it, he and his team members walked out of the dungeon. The sun sets in the west and the dim light falls, bringing a hazy light curtain to the campus. Do you want to go to the shopping street to eat? But the points, thank you Li Mu. Do I also need to give out point stones? After dinner, let's go shopping in the commercial street. The girls took the point stones given by Li Mu and started chattering. After Li Mu divided today's profits, he walked to the canteen. Li Mu, do you want to go shopping together? Lang Xiaoyu shouted hurriedly when she saw that Li Mu had no intention of going to the commercial street for dinner with a few others. No, you guys have a good time and don't delay tomorrow's trip. Li Mu raised his hand and waved without looking back. He also wanted to go back and read. He still had many books to read. After eating, he returned to the dormitory. He took out the flesh spell and gargoyle making manuals, as well as the book on the 38 constructions of the curse, and read it carefully. After reading for a while, Li Mu looked at the skills that appeared in the skill bar and closed the book. Gargoyle Summon, Flesh and Blood Bonding, Blood Manipulation, Curse Spell Weakness. Finally, I realized it. Among them, Gargoyle Summoning requires a complete understanding of this skill to appear. There are still Flesh and Blood spells, but he has only comprehended 2 of them so far. There are 38 kinds of curses, and he only comprehended 1 debilitating spell. I don't know if these skills are powerful or not. He looked intently. Gargoyle Summoning. You can summon gargoyles. Flesh and Blood Bonding. You can bond flesh and blood. Manipulate blood. You can control blood. Curse of Weakness. Curse the enemy unit. The strength of the curse is related to one's own intelligence. Spell strength is affected by the opponent's physical attributes. Boy, crap literature. Looking at the skill introduction, Li Mu curled his lips and directly summoned a gargoyle. Gargoyle Level 1. The passive effect of the gargoyle troop is 90% immunity to spell damage, petrified skin. Strength, 15, Body, 25, Agility, 30, Wisdom, 20. Skills. Tear, Fearful Gaze. Ding, the SSS level talent Heart of the God of War has taken effect, and your gargoyle has automatically learned martial arts, crazy form and meaning, and thunder hand. The gargoyle is a ferocious stone-skinned monster with bat wings and tail. It has a very strong resistance to spells. Crazy Xingyi is a boxing technique that Li Mu improved on the original Xingyiquan when he observed the demonized beasts walking and hunting in the disaster place. It was also a powerful martial art that he obtained by adding the 12-shaped fist of Xingyiquan to Crazy Yi. The Thunderbolt hand is a skill of his that is famous for its speed. His shots are like thunderbolts and can easily crush the enemy's neck. Both martial arts are very good, and the gargoyle itself also makes Li Mu very satisfied. I also have a flying unit, and I'm also a mage nemesis. Single quote. Thinking about it, Li Mu touched the stone skin of the gargoyle, and it felt like a stone to the touch. I have really many types of troops. Let's formally organize them tomorrow. After receiving the gargoyle into the space of the dead, he continued to look at the skills. Flesh-flesh bonding and blood manipulation are the two basic skills of flesh-flesh spells. They are also healing spells that are often used in medicine today. They are not evil spells. So he had no trouble with these two spells. I don't know if flesh and blood magic can be applied to the production of ghouls, he thought. As for curse spells, he learned a kind of weakness curse, and there are many types of curses that he has not yet learned, but as time goes by, he will learn the other 37 curses sooner or later. He got up and went to the balcony garden. He looked at the bright moon in the sky while the evening breeze blew. After taking a rest, he took out another book. This is a booklet given to him by the Dean, which records what the legendary violent mage must have learned throughout his life. But even with the blessing of divine power, it was difficult for him to understand anything from it. This made him wonder if the Dean had lied to him. Moreover, the rewards from the college have not been distributed yet, which made him wonder if the Dean took this manual as a reward. Well, seeing that it was late at night, Li Mu still didn't see anything from the Melee Mage Beginner's Guide. Sighing, he took a shower and lay on the bed. Picking up the manual again, he continued to read for a long time, but still couldn't find the doorway. Drowsiness gradually grew. He rubbed his eyes, put the book on the bedside and summoned several skeletons to warn him, then fell into sleep. Dark clouds covered the moon and the sky was dark. The young man sleeps sweetly. The skeleton protects its owner and fulfills the loyalty contract from the underworld. But beside Li Mu's pillow, a manual flashed with white light, shrouding Li Mu silently. Li Mu opened his eyes and saw a bright wilderness. Where is this? He frowned, first looked at the white clothes on his body, and then looked at this place. With a strong mind, he did not panic. After collecting all the information he could, he clenched his fist and called up the attribute panel. Name: Li Mu. Occupation: Violent Mage. Level: Level 1. Health value: 100, Magic value: 80. Attributes: Intelligence: 8, Strength: 14, Physique: 10, Agility: 8, Charm: 17. Talent: Powerful. Professional skills: Rage, Magic Shield, Unarmed Combat, Good at Weapons, Staff. Current number of experienced people: 5. Seeing that his panel had changed, Li Muruo realized something. This should be the Dean's inheritance, but I didn't expect it to be the inheritance space. The inheritance space is a different dimensional space specially created by many powerful people who have reached legend in order to pass on their professional understanding. It is also created to prevent the accidental death of strong people from the human race and the loss of inheritance. Only those who hold inherited items can come in and receive the inheritance. When inheriting, naturally only the profession and skills of the inheritor can be used. The Li family also has inheritance items, but they are inheritances from melee professionals and are not suitable for Li Mu, who is a mage. It turns out it's a heritage space, and the Dean is so grand. Single quote. With a sigh, Li Mu thought clearly about the cause and effect. Inherited items are extremely precious in the hands of any force. The Dean actually gave them to him, which made him feel complicated. Although I have to give it back in the end. Moreover, I heard from my uncle that the difficulty of this inheritance space was very high, and he failed to complete the ultimate task. Will I waste this opportunity? Thinking about it, he looked at the skills of the violent mage profession. Frenzy. fall into a violent state, increase strength by 20%, increase agility by 20%, decrease pain perception, last for 30 seconds, and fall into temporary weakness after the rage. Good fighting skills. Magic shield. Consume magic power to generate a layer of shield on the body surface. Defense skills are available. Unarmed combat. You can fight with bare hands. No wonder the Dean single-handedly created the school of melee mages. It turns out that violent mages can fight with bare hands. Proficient in weapons. You can become proficient in various weapons through training. Not as powerful as my weapon master. After roughly understanding his skills, he set off towards the smoke in the distance. Since it's an experience, staying where you are definitely doesn't count. Not far away, he saw a village. Birds are chirping and trees are moving in the wind. Children were playing and old people were sitting together basking in the sun. Although the village is simple, it feels very leisurely. Handsome brave man, you are here. One of the old men at the entrance of the village was holding a pipe. When he saw Li Mu, he immediately jumped up and came towards him. I am the village chief of Novice Village, and I welcome you on behalf of the village. Brave, Li Mu looked at himself. Clothes with no attributes, as a mage but without a staff in his hand, could he be a brave? There is also the word Novice Village, which has the flavor of experience. Yes, there have been a few brave men in the past few years, but they haven't defeated that evil dragon yet. The old man shook his head and sighed. This year's brave men are not very good. This session, Li Mu found the key word. Yes, my grandfather's campaign was to defeat the Beastman King. My great-grandfather's campaign was to defeat the dark creatures in the Dark Land. My wife's grandfather's campaign was to defeat the demons of the Abyss. My wife's and great-grandpa's campaign. Quote. The old man talked to Li Mu, and Li Mu listened to the useful information and understood the operation of the inheritance space. It turns out that all the crusade missions from the past to the present took place here, which is quite a few years ago. And my final mission this time is to defeat the evil dragon, along with 4 other people. He sorted out the general situation. But this operation to defeat the evil dragon has been going on for 5 years. The previous brave men had solved it in less than 2 years. The village chief said in a slightly dissatisfied voice, why did it take so long this time? You must defeat that evil dragon within 2 years, handsome brave man, otherwise the world will be destroyed. After talking for a long time, the village chief finally stopped talking. I understand, village chief, do you have anything you can give me? Li Mu thought about it and asked after hearing the background of the mission. Since this is a novice village, you have to give him a weapon. In the blacksmith shop at the other end of the village, you go to Blacksmith Wong and he will make you a good set of equipment. The village chief pointed behind him. Blacksmith shop, village chief, please tell me some basic information about this world. Li Mu asked. Of course, no problem. The village chief laughed. This is a world full of crises, but also a world full of opportunities. All you have to do is defeat the dragon, and it will give you a huge surprise. After he finished speaking, he closed his mouth. Gone. Gone. Okay, thank you, village chief. Li Mu nodded and set off towards the entrance of the village. In fact, the village chief has said enough. The dangers are endless, the opportunities are everywhere, and the rewards of the final mission must be very good. If he had the physical attributes of the real world, then he might just go out and kill monsters to upgrade and pick up equipment. Finally, when he reached level 99, he would challenge the dragon and get the equipment. But now he does not have strong physical fitness to support his martial arts, so he must be more cautious and don't waste his life. The blacksmith shop was in full swing, with the sound of forging iron banging. Blacksmith Wong in the shop saw Li Mu coming. He wiped his sweat and walked into the shop. He gave Li Mu a half-meter-long iron rod and continued to blacksmith. Rough iron rod, white. Equipment effect. Strength +1. Equipment conditions. None. Quote. After a moment of silence, Li Mu saw that the blacksmith had no intention of giving him anything anymore, so he left after visiting Novice Village. Under the warm welcome of the villagers, he received some very ordinary tasks such as finding dogs, sewing clothes, catching rabbits, etc. The rewards for the tasks were only the dog hair mentioned in words, clothes sewn by himself, braised rabbit heads, etc. Can be done, but not necessary. Looking at the map, he embarked on the road to experience. Current number of experienced people, 5. Huh, there's a newcomer here, and I don't know what kind of powerful profession it is. In a wooden house on a mountain, a delicate-looking woman wearing a robe drank some black tea inside. Since I know it's a mission to defeat an evil dragon, why don't I? If you dare to come, you are either stupid or confident in your own strength. Or a lucky guy. Hey, who wants to take our newcomer? She put down the teacup and looked at the petite girl sitting eating cakes. Moon, are you going? The petite girl named Moon shook her head and continued eating the pastry. So, Shadow. She looked at a plump woman wearing leather armor that perfectly outlined her slim figure. No. The woman named Shadow turned the dagger with her slender fingers, her voice cold. If he doesn't come to us alive, it proves that that person is a weakling and is not worthy of being our teammate. It's still so extreme. What about you, Knight? If you don't go, I will have to go. She looked at the woman with a single ponytail standing at the window, wearing a knight's armor. I'll go. The woman named Knight turned her head. I hope she is a smart person who listens carefully to the village chief's words. Well, I hope so. Sighing, the woman continued to taste the black tea. I don't want to be dragged down by the dragon mission anymore. There have been many practitioners, but most of them died because of their arrogance and underestimation of the training space, and lost their qualifications for training. This is normal, because the people who can come to practice are basically the descendants of big families and big forces, and most of them have never experienced real adventures, nor are they aware of the cruelty of the inheritance space. So they all died and lost their qualifications. After walking out of the wooden house, the knight summoned a red-scaled horse and rode towards the Novice Village. At this time, Li Mu was knocking the monster on the head with an iron rod, starting the upgrade journey. Ding! Through training, you have learned how to fight with stick weapons. Ding! The level has been raised to level 14. Acquire a little intelligence, a little strength, and increase melee talent by 1. Melee talent. Li Mu picked up the dagger dropped by the monster and felt something was wrong with his body. After feeling it for a long time, he felt nothing except that his mind was a little brighter. Shaking his head, he took the dagger in his left hand and the iron rod in his right hand, and continued his journey of upgrading. Half a day later, he came outside a red city wearing an ordinary robe, and holding a wolf fang knife. Red Brick City. The new brave man. The sentry at the city gate was stunned when he saw Li Mu, and then immediately came to greet him. What do you need, Lord Brave? The sentry bent down and said flatteringly. What can you provide? Li Mu asked, looking at the sentry. I didn't expect that there was a city in the inheritance space. I hope to meet the other 4 people and learn more about the situation in this world. Good accommodation conditions and entertainment venues. Speaking of entertainment venues, the sentry's expression became more vulgar. Entertainment venues, I understand everything. Then go to stay first. Li Mu said quietly. Okay, please come with me. He welcomed Li Mu into the city with a smile, and then said to the people around him, go and inform the lord of the city. Here comes the brave man. Master Brave, you must defeat that evil dragon. When the brave man comes, there will be a blue sky. Along the way, everyone in the city shouted excitedly when they saw Li Mu, as if Li Mu was a great hero. Taking into account everyone's expressions, Li Mu followed the sentry to his accommodation. Arriving at a tavern where the noise could be heard outside, Li Mu followed the sentry and walked in. The smell of wine in the tavern was very strong. The men were shirtless, bragging and chatting, and they were in a great mood. But when Li Mu walked in, their eyes instantly focused on Li Mu, and their voices instantly became silent. Master Brave, please come upstairs. The sentry seemed not to notice anything strange in the tavern, and said to Li Mu with a smile. Yeah. Li Mu glanced at everyone and went upstairs. Then, the voice sounded again, just like the voices Li Mu heard on the road. They were words of praise for the brave. Master Brave, please rest first. I will bring the city lord to greet you tomorrow. The sentry said with a smile on his face. The sentry resigned, leaving Li Mu sitting quietly in a simple room. Of course he noticed something strange in the city, but he wasn't quite sure what was wrong with this inheritance space. Take it one step at a time. Looking at the darkening sky outside the window, Li Mu touched his stomach and frowned. I'm a little hungry, my body is really weak now. He touched his pocket. Although he had a few silver and copper coins on him, he still thought about what the village chief said about the crisis everywhere. He didn't feel the crisis, and even the upgrade along the way was extremely smooth, like the calm before the storm. This made his estimate of the danger of the inheritance space increase a lot again. Master Brave, it's time to eat. Just as he was meditating, a beautiful woman in maid uniform knocked on Li Mu's door with a smile on her face. Put it down. Li Mu couldn't help but salivate as he glanced at the broth and meatloaf on the plate. Master Brave, let me feed you. She lit a candle to light up the dim room. The maid looked at Li Mu with a blush and slowly lifted her skirt. After dinner, please let me serve you. The candlelight in the room danced, and the ambiguous atmosphere slowly spread out. Get out. Li Mu frowned as he noticed the restlessness in his body. I really want to. The maid burst into tears, her eyes filled with resentment and sadness. Get out. Li Mu shouted. Ooh. The maid ran out crying, and Li Mu also looked at the food on the table. The faint firelight shines on the broth, making the broth more fragrant. Ha! Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed, waved his hand with indifferent eyes, and the candle was extinguished instantly. The room fell into darkness. In the middle of the night, the moon is dark and the wind is high. The place outside the tavern was already crowded with people. No, it couldn't be called people anymore. They have dog heads and human bodies, and their scaly brown-black appearance allows them to hide perfectly in the night. The fangs in the dog's mouth are extremely sharp, and drool drips from their mouths, making a sizzling sound when it falls to the ground. Sound. Woof, woof woof, the broth has been served. Woof woof woof, woof 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 woof, give it away. Woo woof 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 woof, I haven't eaten human flesh in a long time. Woof woof, I want legs. Woof 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 woof, I want ears. A group of kobolds communicated quietly. Aha! Suddenly a gust of wind came and blew the head of a kobold. Woof! The dogs were startled, and they all looked back at the headless fellow lying in a pool of blood and a bloody stone. Wongwu, who? The dog barked continuously. Swish, swish, swish. Li Mu, who had already understood the kobold's defense power, took the many stones he had just picked up and hid in the dark to start a sneak attack. Woof woof woof. Oh, seeing that the situation was not going well, a kobold looked up to the sky and roared. The voice resounded through the red brick city with penetrating power, and the countless barks of dogs that instantly made Li Mu twitch the corner of his mouth. Things are not going well. The wind is blowing. Li Mu climbed onto the beam with his toes and started running. Ding, you have mastered the skill of hidden weapons. After throwing all the stones in his hand, Li Mu ran on the roof. The dogs in the city kept barking, and Li Mu ran very fast, using the phantom step. There were countless ghosts, and the phantom was disturbing. This is a step to interfere with the enemy's vision and avoid being hit by the enemy's long-range attack. Woof woof woof. The kobold archer and kobold spellcaster on the ground screamed wildly and were very angry after finding that they could not hit Li Mu. Ding, you have mastered flexible movement. Taking a glance at the panel, Li Mu found that this was a specialty, and it was a specialty of melee professions. Woof. Several dogs climbed onto the roof to block his way and pounced on him. Li Mu had no choice but to draw his sword, and the dog's head flew up. Ding, you have mastered the skill of long sword. Ding, you have mastered the skill of striking back. You mastered it very quickly. Li Mu took the panel prompt into his eyes, and it was a specialty. But he felt that he already knew how to do it, and it seemed that these warrior specialties were not displayed because he was a mage. Or maybe his martial god's heart talent included these specialties. Li Mu thought to himself, dodged a sneak attack arrow, and chopped off a dog-headed man's head with his backhand. Ding, you have learned intuitive dodge. Ding, level increased to level 18. Gain a little intelligence, a little strength, and a melee talent increase by 1. Another specialty. Stopping, he looked at the dog-headed men who were rushing towards him and there was a strange flash in his eyes. It seemed that killing dog-headed men gave more experience than Warcraft, and the melee talent seemed to be able to comprehend many things from killing dog-headed men. Specialties are one of the important factors for professionals to be powerful, and he would not complain about too many. Li Mu, who quietly changed his mind, looked at several dog-headed men again and saw a pile of treasure dogs. But the knife in his hand was already a little worn out, and if he continued to fight, he would be trapped in a situation of bare-handed fighting. And a sense of crisis gradually grew. With a flickering gaze, he looked at the most luxurious building in the city, stomped his foot, and rushed towards it. Chasing the sun step. Bang! He fell into the chamber of commerce in the city like a meteorite, and he swept his eyes and looked at the several weapons here. Knife, sword, staff, gun, shield. Several kinds of weapons are available, allowing Li Mu to open the way of 0 yuan purchase. He punched to break the glass, took out a storage ring worth 9,000 gold coins, put all the weapons in it, and only left a knife and a sword in his hand. With a knife on the left and a sword on the right, Li Mu rushed out of the Chamber of Commerce and rushed into the crowd of dog-headed people, and began to slaughter like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Hanhai breathing method. The breathing method was activated, and the physical strength was squeezed to every bit, allowing him to use every bit of strength on the blade. Ding! You have comprehended super endurance. Sword drawing style. It is a simplified version of the sword drawing technique. After all, Li Mu's current physical condition does not allow him to use the real sword drawing technique. He put the two weapons to his waist, and then drew them out suddenly. The sword energy splashed, and countless dog heads fell. Ding! You have realized the quick attack. Fishing for the moon. After fighting for a while, the sword was worn out. Li Mu abandoned the sword and grabbed the kobold weapon with his bare hands. Ding! You understand Expelliarmus. Yuanyang knife technique. The double knife flow, the tacit cooperation of the left and right hands, harvested several dog heads. Ding! You have understood the two-weapon attack. Ding! You have understood the dual weapon defense. Ding! You understand the blocking weapon. Ding! You have learned how to dual-wield weapons. Dual-wielding weapons. You can dual-wield weapons and enjoy the effect bonus of dual weapons. Dual-wielding weapons. Li Mu felt the properties of the sword in his left hand were also added to his body, his eyes became brighter and his fighting spirit became even stronger. This is inheritance, Li Mu thought to himself as he used breathing techniques to adjust his physical strength. In the process of killing them, I can gradually understand the essence of the melee mage, and I can also understand the expertise of many warrior professions, adding to my background. And the melee mage is also a mage, which can also add a lot of strength to my own mage profession. Jumping away to avoid the flying bombs, he frowned and listened to the sound of the building being blown up. He walked around carelessly, resting while running. He needs time to regain his strength. And since he hadn't been hunted for a long time, he felt a little familiar. In his previous life, he seemed to be like this when he was chased by a sea of man-eating insects. The battle continued, and his level slowly increased as he killed kobolds. The night is dark and the bright moon is getting west. Fighting and retreating, he did not realize that he had reached level 29, and the offense and defense of both sides also changed. Now it was Li Mu who was chasing and killing the kobolds who had lost their morale. At this time, the blood energy in the city had soared into the sky, dyeing the dark sky full of blood, and the dim and cold moonlight was also dyed a little red, giving it a strange feeling. Just when Li Mu killed the last kobold in sight, he looked around and found that there was no danger and leaned against the wall to rest. The hunger in his stomach made him more and more uncomfortable, but the sense of crisis was already in his sight. At the same time, the task of promotion to the second rank also automatically popped up. Second mission. Kill the kobold leader. In the distance, under the bloody moonlight, a 3-meter-tall ferocious monster with red scales and a dog's head was seen wearing copper leather armor and holding a blood-colored sword. White mist was puffing out of his mouth, and a smell of sulfur spread into Li Mu's body from afar, in the nose. When Li Mu saw this kobold, alarm bells rang in Li Mu's heart. He knew that this was not an ordinary second-level kobold, but a powerful kobold who had experienced hundreds of battles, was at the peak of his combat power, and was just shy of reaching the third level. And may have the blood of a dragon. Because the dragon scales and dog head on its body already have some dragon characteristics. I saw that its dog head already had vertical slits in its eyes, which was a symbol only for creatures with dragon blood. In the information about kobolds, they seem to be really related to dragons, and they may be the red dragon, the head of the 5-color evil dragons. Moreover, he also had people capture and fight kobolds. Among humanoid monsters, he was very strong. After thinking about the information about the kobold, Li Mu exhaled and slowly stood up. Facing a kobold with dragon blood, with his current physical attributes and equipment, he might die. If in reality, he had countless ways to kill this kobold, but in the inheritance space, even the dragon blood in his body was blocked. Otherwise, Li Mu insists on letting him see whose dragon blood is authentic. But now, if you die once, the legacy of the legendary powerhouse will be gone. Therefore, cannot die. He closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were completely dark and extremely crazy. Crazy thoughts emerged, demonic features gradually emerged, and the evil ghost gradually appeared on Li Mu's face. Half mad and half devil. In this battle, go crazy or die. Ta, tap. When the kobold leader walked up to Li Mu, he saw a devil that looked like hell. Woof. It roared, steam steaming, and a strong sulfur smell like lava flowed around Li Mu. Roar. Li Mu also roared. The meaning of the three beasts, dragon, tiger and lion came out together with the sound, resounding throughout the sky. In this life, he did not practice dragon-elephant prajna kung fu, otherwise he would have had to add an elephant ming. Boom. The sound of beasts and the sound of golden iron. The two sides fought together, and the mad demon and the dragon dog fought with their own wills. Both sides were warriors who had experienced hundreds of battles, and their men also exchanged their lifelong fighting experiences with each other. Swords clashed and swords danced wildly. Both sides fight for their lives, the devil goes crazy. After fighting for several rounds, Li Mu gradually became exhausted. Because his original physical fitness was sealed, and the martial arts skills he used were extremely consuming. So now he is very hungry and has no energy in his body. But it was a shame to die due to lack of energy, so Li Mu decided to give it a try. Use the rage skill. In 30 seconds, either he dies or the kobold dies. The rage was activated, and Li Mu's strength and agility increased, allowing him to briefly regain his vitality. 5 Taiga's door-breaking sword techniques. The white tiger leaps into the stream. Li Mu dropped his left-hand weapon, touched the ground with his feet and left hand, and looked like a tiger leaping nimbly through the mountains. The kobold watched Li Mu, who suddenly turned into a beast, disappear before his eyes. Before he could react, he felt a knife cut on the back of his neck. The tiger comes down the mountain. Li Murin combined his sword and used all his strength to split open the kobold leader. The internal organs shattered, dog blood splattered everywhere, corrosive sounds spurted into the sky along with the blood, sparks ignited, and the dog blood slowly spread like magma, burning the houses in the city. At this time, Li Mu had already jumped onto the roof, trying his best to recover in a weak state. Ding, you have completed the second transfer mission. Ding, the level has been raised to level 30. The increase in level and attributes allowed Li Mu to recover a little bit, but he is still extremely weak now, and any danger may make him lose the qualification to inherit. So he carefully checked everything around him, not even letting go of his crazy thoughts. Ta ta ta, tap ta ta. The sound of horse hooves sounded, and a heroic woman appeared in Li Mu's field of vision, which made him feel certain. It's her. Li Mu suddenly felt relieved and jumped off the roof. When the night came here, he saw fire all over the city and a sea of burning corpses. But before she could check what was going on, a figure jumped out from a distance and came straight towards her. Your Highness, is there anything to eat? Li Mu walked away, holding his stomach, and came to Yi Shuangyan's side and said with difficulty. He was about to faint from hunger. Li Mu. Yi Shuangyan pursed his lips, took out the dried meat from the storage ring and handed it to Li Mu. Thank you, Your Highness, Princess. Li Mu ate the dried meat as if he had not eaten for several days, not aristocratic at all. Drink water. Yi Shuangyan frowned slightly and handed over another pot of water. Thank you, Princess. Li Mu swallowed the food in his mouth, raised his head and drank the water without touching the mouth of the pot. He didn't dare to touch the private pot that was suspected to be used by the princess. Yi Shuangyan saw this scene, raised his eyebrows, and didn't say anything. Feeling half full in his stomach, Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. It's really uncomfortable to be hungry. I'll eat 8/10 full in the future. He thought. Why did you come to the inheritance space? Yi Shuangyan asked when he saw Li Mu eating and drinking well. Don't you know that this crusade mission is particularly difficult? The inheritance mission that has been stuck for 5 years is not that simple. This is the inheritance given to me by the Dean. At first, I didn't know that this was his inheritance. Li Mu sighed and explained. If he knew, he would not have wasted this inheritance opportunity. After all, this is the inheritance left by a legendary strongman. I see, but if it's you, maybe you can really complete this crusade mission. Yi Shuangyan murmured, then I don't have to waste this opportunity. Your Highness, you think too highly of me. Li Mu shook his head, that's a giant dragon. He had also heard about this mission, it was an adult red dragon. An adult giant dragon, legendary strength. And whether it's spells or melee, they are all legendary level, and even their bodies have extremely high resistance to ordinary legendary spells. Not to mention that it is the overlord of the sky. There may be some hope to defeat it, but it's difficult to kill it. Then are you really willing to lose the inheritance qualification of the old dean? Yi Shuangyan asked. I'm not willing, I can only say that I'll do my best. Li Mu shook his head and looked at the sky. By the way, Your Highness, when can we go out? It was his first time entering the inheritance space, and he had no experience of when to exit, so he asked the princess. This is your first time in the inheritance space. You need to stay here for a day and a night before you can leave. Yi Shuangyan turned his horse's head and replied, this time is almost over. Follow me to the gathering point first, and we will discuss the dragon slaying plan together. Okay, then where is my mount? Li Mu walked to the princess and asked. I only have this purple horse. If you want me, ride a horse with me. After the princess finished speaking, she moved forward. This is not appropriate. Li Mu was silent for a moment and took a step back. There is a difference between the superior and the inferior. I dare not mess around. He dared to hold Lang Xiaoyu and ride with her. After all, the two of them were very familiar with each other, and he also wanted to train Lang Xiaoyu. But the princess is different. She is the most beloved little princess of the present. If the princess said that day that she would ride with her, the old father might not necessarily do anything. So Li Mu followed his heart. Then you just run. Yi Shuangyan bit her lower lip and glared at Li Mu. Run to death. I am a princess, and you are wrong to ride with me. Ah, is it far? Li Mu asked. Not far, just a few 100 kilometers, you can run slowly. The princess kicked the horse's belly after saying that, and rode slowly. Wait, princess, it is my honor to ride a horse with you. Li Mu was flexible, let's go together. Hee. Looking at Li Mu who wanted to get his power, Yi Shuangyan just chuckled lightly and let Li Mu get on the horse. How is it, princess? Li Mu got on the horse and moved his butt. Not bad. Yi Shuangyan felt the warmth behind him, and felt strange in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. Let's go, we can't reach the gathering place before exiting the space, and we can only arrive tomorrow night. Let's go half the distance today. Okay, by the way, princess, is my bow ready? Li Mu asked with the reins. Okay, I'll give it to you when we meet. Yi Shuangyan gritted his teeth, turned his head and glared at Li Mu. The two chatted until they exited the space. Opening your eyes, the sky outside the window has become slightly brighter. The experience in the inheritance space only left a little impression in my memory. This is a protective measure taken by the strong to prevent those who have experienced it from being unable to distinguish between reality and fiction. After all, the power in the inheritance space is false, and only the power in reality is real. I seem to have met the princess. Li Mu sat up and looked at the manual on his pillow. It looks like an ordinary manual on the surface, but Li Mu knows that it is an extremely precious inheritance and extremely valuable. Putting away the manual, Li Mu stretched. Now that he was awake, Li Mu didn't want to go back to sleep, but planned to check his harvest. Ding, the SSS level talent Heart of the God of War has come into play, and melee-related skills and expertise have been absorbed. Li Mu opened the panel and found that countless words slowly faded and disappeared. Li Mu's eyes widened. Where are all my specialties? What have you done, Heart of the God of War? The expertise disappeared, and Li Mu fell into deep thought as he looked at the additional skills on the panel. Frenzy, Magic Shield, Dual Wielding of Weapons. This is the skill of the Violent Archmage, and he has learned it. And this is Inheritance. Forget it. Feeling every change in his body, Li Mu felt that his martial arts background had increased, and he didn't think about it anymore. Focusing on dual-wielding weapons, Li Mu took out the Orc King Sword and Skeleton Staff. The equipment effects of the two weapons took effect at the same time. He slowly felt the power filling his body, and his eyes lit up. What a skill! No longer only enjoying the bonus of one weapon, but the attributes of two equipment are simultaneously blessed on oneself. In other words, he can use the staff and the Orc King Sword at the same time. This greatly adds to his strength. But, ding! After tapping the sword blade, Li Mu felt a slight connection between the sword blade and his dragon blood. He looked at the properties of the sword and his eyes lit up slightly. Beast blood boils can be used. Beast blood boiling. Burn the beast's blood, and obtain the effect of doubling all attributes except intelligence and charm, until the skill is actively terminated or death. He can use this skill. The three major attributes of strength, physical agility and agility have been doubled. He no longer needs to take drugs to have the attributes of a third-level professional. Is it because of the dragon blood in my body? Li Mu looked at the dragon blood qualification on his panel and suddenly thought, once this skill is used, even a third-level powerhouse can fight. Putting his hand on the long sword, Li Mu's eyes lit up. Only by fighting against the strong can you progress faster. He knows this very well. It was bright and Li Mu was eating breakfast in the cafeteria. Li Mu. Lang Xiaoyu came to Li Mu with a dinner plate and sat down. You got up so early. This was the first time she got up so early, and unexpectedly she met Li Mu. She felt a little happy. If you get up early, you will feel that the day is very long. Li Mu put the fried meat in his hand into his mouth and said slowly. Then if you wake up late, the day will be short. Lang Xiaoyu thought thoughtfully, then rolled his eyes. What you said is nonsense. Nonsense. Eat quickly, then go to the dungeon after eating. Li Mu glanced at Lang Xiaoyu. Lang Xiaoyu snorted and ate breakfast slowly. After breakfast, the two of them walked around the school. At this time, the agreed time had not yet arrived, and the two of them were walking slowly in the school. Hey, Li Mu! Lang Xiaoyu suddenly shouted. What are your plans for the future? Become a god. That's it, then can I be your disciple? No need, your future achievements will not be worse than mine. Li Mu tilted his head to look at the girl who lowered her head, and sighed in his heart, I will train you to be a legend. If nothing else, you will be the best in the Northern Territory. A sage. Sage is the title of the top mage on the battlefield. This title can only be obtained by making many contributions on the battlefield. At this point, Li Mu also expressed his thoughts. That is to send Lang Xiaoyu to the battlefield. Lang Xiaoyu also understood Li Mu's thoughts and stopped talking. Silence fell between the two of them. Will you still be by my side at that time? Lang Xiaoyu's voice sounded. Li Mu looked at the blushing but firm-eyed girl, and his heart softened. Northern women dare to love and hate. And the girl's blush is worth 1,000 words. Yes. Li Mu took a deep breath. I will be here until you are promoted to legend. He made a promise. I know. Lang Xiaoyu smiled brightly. I will work hard to become stronger. Although Li Mu wanted her to go to the battlefield, she had no complaints. Because she wants to become stronger and have enough strength to protect the people she cherishes. Li Mu nodded lightly. Underground city, 30 floors. Using the 30-level teleportation token dropped by the iron-armed Monkey King, Li Mu led the team to teleport directly and reach the level reached yesterday. Raising his hands, the undead army landed and began today's sweep in a mighty manner. After the undead army killed the iron-armed ape and the ape king again, Li Mu got many more arms. Li Mu, have you finished making so many arms? Lang Xiaoyu squatted next to Li Mu and asked. Of course, the more of this the better. Li Mu put his arms away and nodded. After the two had a heart-to-heart talk, their distance became closer again. And Li Mu also slightly raised Lang Xiaoyu's subordinate's position. It's almost like a friendship. Li Mu thought to himself. Today, our target is the fire-breathing lizard on the 40th floor. Li Mu mounted his horse again. I like its organs very much. Li Mu thought about what it would be like if his ghoul could breathe fire. Lizard. Shu Chaoer thought about the lizard's appearance and asked, Li Mu, what do you want its organs for? Be my ghoul's entrails. Li Mu replied briefly. He was actually a member of the same team, and his future undead army also needed Shu Chaoer's encouragement, so he didn't hide it. Internal organs. Chu Yunyu frowned after hearing this. Don't worry, I won't do the dissection in front of you. Li Mu knew that she was misophobic, so he comforted her. Yeah, Chu Yunyu frowned. Then let's go. Li Mu waved his hand, and the undead army continued to go deep underground. Underground city, 40 floors. On the fire-filled ground, a 2-meter-long red lizard crawled around spitting out letters. Red and brown are the main colors here, and the environment on this level is covered with flames, creating a scene similar to fighting in a volcano. This scenario comes with scorching damage, which will cause a lot of trouble for professionals. Kill. Li Mu stood on the ice condensed by Lang Xiaoyu and frowned. What he hates most is this kind of ranged group damage. Chapter 91. Moreover, it was also the terrain that caused a lot of trouble for him as a necromancer. Because the skeletons are not human beings, they have no cooling measures that they can use independently. Xiaoyu sticks to you. Li Mu relied on his body to carry the heat, while the 3 girls behind him stuck together, enjoying the chill on Lang Xiaoyu's body. Sister Yunyu, summon Shang Shui too. Lang Xiaoyu blushed and pushed Shu Chao's face away, and removed the hands of Shulinger and Chu Yunyu from her face. I'm not Bingluo. Quote. Shang Shui doesn't want to come out. Chu Yunyu shook her head, and then hugged Binglu. Lang Xiaoyu had no choice but to continue to spread the cold air to help the sisters cool down. Li Mu, on the other hand, was directing the undead to fight. The fire-breathing lizards breathed fire in unity to fight against the rattling skeletons. The flames filled the sky, and Li Mu frowned as he watched, commanding the army to adjust their formation to fight against the lizards. The formation changed, because the skeleton warriors could not block the flames, so the armored zombies were carried in front. But the problem is that zombies are also afraid of fire. When he saw that the zombies were burning and smoking, and the ghosts were running away from the flames, he summoned the gargoyles. I originally wanted to hide it, but now I have no choice but to reveal it. New arms. Lang Xiaoyu sighed. It looks like a gargoyle. Shulinger recognized it at a glance. Li Mu's summons are really increasing. Gargoyles have extremely high magic resistance and are the nemesis of low-level mages. Shu Chaoer looked at her sister after finishing speaking. Yes, you still remember this knowledge point. Shulinger nodded with satisfaction. It's okay. Shu Chaoer raised the corner of her mouth. Finally found a chance to let my sister praise me. On the battlefield, 50 gargoyles swooped into the group of lizards, grabbed the lizards like an eagle catching its prey, and then took off into the air. The lizard was struggling in midair when the gargoyle suddenly let go. Podgy. The lizard fell to the ground from a height and could not get up again. After the skeleton replenishes its sword, continue fighting. With the addition of air units, this battle becomes easier. The fearful gaze of the gargoyle fixed several lizards in place, and the undead harvested the lizard corpses. Before long, all the lizards in sight had been killed. Resurrection of the dead. Li Mu raised his hand, and the fallen corpses stood up again. And he also summoned the corpse witch and began to learn anatomy from him. Watching the corpse shaman dig out the lizard's fire-breathing organ, the fire sac, Li Mu nodded, indicating that he understood. Can this be used as ghoul's entrails? He asked. The corpse witch nodded. Li Mu was also relieved. After putting away the organs and corpse, Li Mu had no intention of wasting time here, but continued to set off. Traveling deep into the depths, you finally see the Salamander King. The battle is about to break out. The 5-meter-long Lizard King was being hunted down by the Legion, with the zombie squad fighting in front, and the corpse poison slowly accumulated in the Lizard King's body. The ghost team interfered, curses and ghost cries sounded, weakening the Lizard King's condition. The skeleton army fights head-on, attacking the boss like an army. The gargoyle was flying in the air, its fearful gaze never stopping, and its sharp claws leaving scars on the boss's body. The black warrior also appeared to fight. The black sword light flashed continuously, and the terrifying sword light made the Lizard King roar again and again. At this time, Li Mu suddenly realized that his undead army had begun to take shape. At present, his level is still low, mainly based on the skeleton army. But in the future, when he reaches a higher level, these arms can become legions. The skeleton army, the zombie army, the ghost army, the black warrior army, the gargoyle army, plus the ghoul army that has not yet been developed, Li Mu has already felt the strength of the undead natural disaster. One man becomes an army. The undead army. I'm already so powerful after just one turn. What about you, teacher? Single quote. Li Mu suddenly thought of Mr. Skeleton. Hey, the Lizard King made a strange sound and fell down suddenly. Ding, the level has been raised to level 20. Looking at the boss's corpse, he looked at the exploded equipment. A staff, a scale armor, gold coins and materials. Is there any demand for equipment? Li Mu displayed the attributes of the equipment for his teammates to see. No, Lang Xiaoyu shook his head. As an ice sorcerer, she couldn't use a fire attribute staff. Shu Chaoer, on the other hand, was stunned and looked at the staff in his hand. She borrowed it from Li Mu, so she didn't know if she wanted it or not. Here, Li Mu handed the staff to Shu Chaoer, and then stretched out his hand. Give it back to me. Of course he still needs the magic staff and cannot give it to Shu Chaoer. But this fire attribute staff can be given, and the added intelligence is not low. Thank you, Shu Chaoer whispered. Don't you want this armor? Li Mu looked at the two melee professionals. No, Shu Linger shook her head. She already has armor. No, Chu Yunyu said lightly. Construct knights do not need armor. Okay, let's continue. There are sludge monsters on the 50 underground floors. Li Mu took back his things. I don't know if the sludge monster has any usable organs. Let's go. The undead army began to march toward the 50th floor. Underground city, 50 floors. This is where my team was stuck. Chu Yunyu frowned as she looked at the scene full of mud. Okay, Li Mu waved his hand, and the undead army began to advance. Milt. Li Mu shook his head as he looked at the sludge monster that was hardly material for a ghoul. It seems that we are still going deeper. After checking the time, he took away the 50-level teleportation order and the dropped items dropped by the king of sludge monsters. Seeing that there was still a lot of time, he continued to advance. Underground city, 60 floors. Li Mu encountered an extremely difficult monster. Bounce kangaroo, level 3. He stared at the kangaroo's legs with a thoughtful look on his face. Li Mu, can those legs also be used as ghouls? Lang Xiaoyu looked at Li Mu and asked hesitantly. Are we going to watch Li Mu dissect the body again? She didn't want to watch Li Mu dissect something. As long as it's a corpse, I can do it. Li Mu moved his eyes away from the kangaroo's legs and imagined his own ghoul in his mind. You have so many arms, can you grow a few more arms, just like Xiaobing? Lang Xiaoyu offered some advice. Speaking of this, Lang Xiaoyu thought of Xiaobing again. Hateful, single quote. How many arms are there? The speaker is talking nonsense, but the listener is interested. If my ghoul has 4 arms, he can hold more weapons on his hands. Will his combat power be increased? Single quote. What martial arts can the heart of the god of war learn? Single quote. If I can learn that martial art, can my ghoul be able to dominate the battlefield? Li Mu started to fantasize and was very excited. Okay, it's getting late, let's eat first. After thinking for a while, Li Mu calmed down and looked at the time. It's time for dinner. After eating, several people came to the duel field. Because Chu Yunyu is here, Li Mu and others are ranked in the 2nd grade. Currently ranked first is Spark Academy, and Li Mu naturally skipped it. Spark Academy should be number 1, this is something that the entire empire knows. Without looking further, Li Mu came to the duel stage and started the match. Falling Feather Valley. Entering the duel arena, Li Mu looked at himself and others on a cliff, with birds chirping in the sky and bird droppings everywhere on the ground. Lang Xiaoyu said with a look of disgust, and used the falling snow skill to cover herself with white snow to prevent herself from stepping on bird droppings. Li Mu looked up and saw birds flying in the sky, hovering above the team's heads. Seeing the situation, he seemed ready to pounce at any time. Luiyu Valley, this is a more dangerous duel scene. Chu Yunyu stood on Lang Xiaoyu's snow in an instant and slowly explained. Not only must you beware of attacks from the enemy team, but you must also be prepared for the aerial attacks of the white feathered birds in the scene. But this scene also frequently drops feather materials, making it the perfect place to collect feathers. Businessmen on the commercial street will also buy them from students, and the prices are not low. Her words made Li Mu's desire to make wings stronger. Luo Yu. Li Mu thought of the fire feather in his storage ring and had an idea. If you have wings, your fighting methods will be much richer. But you still have to kill the person on the opposite side first before talking about anything else. Fire arrows. Looking at the team on the opposite cliff, Li Mu raised his hand. The skeleton archers and skeleton mages in the undead army appeared, and the arrow rain appeared instantly. Brother Li Mu is so awesome. A girl in line shouted in a low voice. The clip sound is disgusting. Lang Xiaoyu curled her lips. And this is a second-grade field. He is obviously older than Li Mu, and he still calls him brother. Shameless. It's Li Mu. The enemy second-year team were all surprised when they saw the skeleton army in the distance, defense and counterattack. Yes, the team that cooperated tacitly formed a defensive formation and barely blocked the first round of arrows. But the next moment the arrow exploded, instantly injuring them. Fire. Li Mu ordered again. Boom. Negative energy missiles flew out in unison, and dark negative energy cold air emitted, filling the enemy team. How can you be so strong? The captain was extremely surprised. What he didn't know was that the skeletons that had accumulated negative energy in the space of the dead for a long time were no longer what they were when they were originally summoned. After being nourished by the negative energy of the undead space, their arrows and missiles carry extremely cold negative energy, enough to swallow up life. Swish, swish, swish. The second round of flying arrows finally defeated the enemy team. After killing the enemy team, Li Mu summoned the gargoyle team to collect feather materials. The gargoyle flew up, and the skeleton archers and skeleton mages also kept on attacking, killing the white feathered birds one after another and collecting the fallen feathers. Li Mu didn't stop until Finiao was dead. The whole process took less than 10 minutes, and he had collected nearly 1,000 feathers. But the quality of the feathers is either white or blue, which is far lower than the purple quality of the fire feathers. But there is no way. After all, it is a low-level bird monster. What kind of good feathers can it drop? Li Mu didn't pay attention to the girl's request for a phone number in the queue next to him, and Li Mu continued to match. Swordfish floating island. Li Mu looked at the small island where he and others were in the faint shadow in the sea, waiting for Chu Yunyu's explanation. This terrain requires students to go to the enemy's island and kill them in various ways, or wait for the enemy to come over. Chu Yunyu explained. The one in the sea is the swordfish. Its body is like a sword and its meat is delicious. Its attack method is to jump up and charge forward. It is very powerful. The meat is delicious. Shu Chaoer grasped the key words. Yes, it's quite delicious. Chu Yunyu nodded, then looked at her teammates lined up beside her. Ziying, you're here. Yes. Xiao Ziying looked at Chu Yunyu and Li Mu with a complicated expression. As a puppet master, she has puppets and does not need to fight on her own. But in this profession, the combat effectiveness of the doll determines her combat effectiveness, and her doll is not very powerful because of the influence of her soul. Even if her dolls are made of excellent materials, the soul is closely related to the will. If the owner's fighting will is not strong, the dolls connected by the soul will not be strong either. And she is just a puppet master, not a powerful melee profession, so how can her will be so high? Therefore, she rarely wins and rarely enters the duel arena. But there is no way. The dolls need good equipment to arm themselves, and the second mission also requires the dolls to be strong. She needs points, but there was no way she could win the duel by herself, so she came to try her luck. As a result, they met Chu Yunyu and Li Mu. Senior, what a coincidence. Li Mu looked at Xiao Ziying. He had some affection for his senior sister. Whether it was the guidance on the first day of school, the teaching of soul knowledge, or the attitudes of Xiao Xiaoke and Xiao Xiaoya towards him, he had complicated feelings towards Xiao Ziying. Because he knew that the puppets were guiding him because of Xiao Ziying's wishes, but he always felt that the puppets were a little too good to him. It was obvious that we had only met each other a few times. Are you here to earn points? Chu Yunyu asked. She and Xiao Ziying were two very famous people in the freshman class. They are all people rushing to class. So although they don't have much interaction, they still know each other. Well, yes, Xiao Ziying was a little embarrassed. How many points are we missing, senior sister? Li Mu asked. It's also a good idea to advance points for learning knowledge. I'm not far behind. She was still a little embarrassed in front of Li Mu. And a doll screamed in the doll space, disturbing her mind. I know, I'll let you out now, but Xiaoke, please calm down, okay? She looked at Li Mu sheepishly and released the puppet. Li Mu. Xiaoke appeared and immediately threw himself into Li Mu's arms, which made him feel a little strange. Still so enthusiastic, Xiaoke. Long time no see, have you missed me? The girl in her arms raised her head and looked at Li Mu with shining eyes. She and Xiao Ziying had been at odds for a long time since they last saw each other. But when she saw Li Mu today, she became happy. Yeah, Li Mu nodded. Thought about it. You don't even know what my elder sister has been to me these days. Hearing this, Xiaoke immediately started chirping as if he had been given blood. She actually punished me not to eat fried chicken legs for 3 days. How abominable. Quote. She looks a lot like me, but she has a very bad heart. And she has become more and more lazy recently, and she doesn't even go to class. Also, she doesn't actually wash clothes. Sister Xiaoya is taking care of her. Every time this happens, I say I will definitely do it next time, and then I dress myself up neatly and look like I love cleanliness. She seemed to have countless things to say to him, and she also uncovered numerous dark histories of Xiao Ziying. Xiaoke. Xiao Ziying's face turned red with embarrassment and she rushed towards Xiaoke. But Xiaoke hid directly behind Li Mu, leaving Xiao Ziying helpless. It turns out that my senior is this kind of person, pretty good. Li Mu thought and looked at the other 2 dolls. Xiaoya still smiled softly at him, while the other person she didn't recognize raised her head with a snort when she saw his gaze. By the way, Li Mu. Xiaoke began to introduce the last sister. She is also my sister like Xiaoya, her name is Xiaoxi. Hello. Li Mu nodded and looked at the girl behind him. So is Xiao an elder sister? Well, I am the second sister after my elder sister. Xiaoke said happily. Looking at the 2 chatting, Lang Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. Puppet master, how do you make the dolls so cute? What do you want to do? Chu Yunyu, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Ziying's puppet, thoughtfully. Okay, let's fight first. Li Mu looked at the distant island where the enemy was, and released gargoyles, zombies and ghosts. Go ahead, he waved. Gargoyles take off with zombies, and zombies either hold human headlamps in their hands, or have cursed ghosts attached to them, or ghosts cling to the zombies. Just like that, the 3 soldiers flew towards the enemy from the sky. Wow, is this your undead? It feels so amazing. Xiaoke held Li Mu's arm and shook it with excitement. It's okay. Li Mu couldn't resist the girl's enthusiasm, so he looked at Xiao Ziying and changed the subject. Senior, how many points are we missing? Do you need my help? I'm not far behind, no need to help me. Xiao Ziying shook her head quickly. She didn't want to owe Li Mu any favors. Li Mu, we are short of 1,000 points. Xiaoke ignored Xiao Ziying's glare and shook Li Mu's arm. We are still short of a lot of equipment. Can you win a few games with your sister? Her tone was coquettish. Of course. Li Mu nodded. It just so happens that I also have some soul-related knowledge that I would like to ask for advice. It's also a good idea to study in between duels. No, you're at a loss if you do this. Xiaoke rolled his eyes. How about I compensate my sister to you? Sister, she is easy to support. Xiao Ziying's figure instantly turned into an afterimage and came to Xiaoke's side. Before she could react, she was received into the doll space. Haha, I made you laugh, Junior. Xiao Ziying smiled and wiped the sweat from her forehead with difficulty. She felt like she had lost all her face in this life. It's okay, Xiaoke is very cute. Li Mu suddenly heard something clear in his ears and felt a little disappointed. He likes cute things, like little light beasts, shangshay, etc. And cute girls are included. HMPH. Sister Xiaoke is such an idiot. At this time, the puppet named Xiaoxi slowly moved over, but since you have agreed to help me win, I have to teach you on behalf of Sister Xiaoke. Your soul knows. Don't get me wrong, I'm doing this for the sake of my sisters. After speaking, Xiaoxi tilted her head. Ah, this. Textbook Tsunere. Li Mu couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ziying. The characters of the 3 dolls are really outstanding. It seems that the senior's research on souls is quite good. The connection between the soul and creation can be said to be extremely close. And the ghouls he makes will also be given souls by him. After all, the necromancer cannot avoid the word soul. Thank you, Xiaoxi, Li Mu said seriously. Humph, it's just for my sister's sake. After Xiaoxi finished speaking, she blushed and approached Li Mu and started teaching. Then the two started studying, which made Xiao Ziying feel a little weird. Ah, aren't we going to fight? She asked worriedly as she looked at the battle breaking out on the floating island in the distance. No, Li Mu's undead will take care of it. After saying that, Chu Yunyu raised her lance and threw it into the sea. After accurately hitting a swordfish, she picked it up and threw it to the ground, then raised her spear and speared the fish. Really? Xiao Ziying scratched her head, looked at the two who were studying, then looked at the other teammates, standing there awkwardly. The only person she knew well, Li Mu, had something to do, and she wasn't very familiar with Chu Yunyu, so she wanted to chat with Xiaoya to cover up her embarrassment. But the next moment her thoughts were shattered. This is a snack I made by myself. Let's have a try. Xiaoya took out an exquisite box and came to a few people with a smile. Xu Chaoer looked at Shulinger hesitantly, and Leng Xiaoyu frowned slightly. What are you doing, Xiaoya? Xiao Ziying looked away from Chu Yunyu and looked at Xiaoya, feeling increasingly embarrassed. Can't we just leave after this time? Single quote. Do I have to be in contact with them? Single quote. And isn't that the mung bean cake you only made for me? Why feed it to others? Single quote. She groaned inwardly. It's delicious. How was it made? Leng Xiaoyu, who didn't want to disgrace others, picked up the pastry and tasted it, and was instantly smitten. Just do it carefully. Xiaoya took a handkerchief and gently wiped the corners of Leng Xiaoyu's mouth, making her blush. So gentle, Leng Xiaoyu thought to herself. Wow, sister, it's more delicious than the chicken cake you made. Xu Chaoer also picked up a piece and ate it, her eyes lit up. Yes, indeed. Shulinger also ate a piece and nodded seriously. There is also black tea. Xiaoya took out a set of tea sets and props with a smile and started to make tea. This is good tea. Ah, my favorite Nanshan Nan black tea. Xiao Ziying's mouth turned bitter. It's super expensive. Single quote. It smells so good. Leng Xiaoyu sat down cross-legged and waited for tea. Chu Yunyu on the side also caught several swordfish, then took out the wood, lit the fire, and started grilling the fish. A happy scene appeared in front of Xiao Ziying, and he suddenly felt that he was out of place here. I should be at the bottom of the ocean, not here. She suddenly remembered a lyric. Sister, I'm here to drink tea. Just when Xiao Ziying was thinking about it, Xiaoya's voice sounded, interrupting the melody in her mind. Ah, oh, looking at the crowd gathered around the fire at some point, she quickly joined in. Li Mu was sipping black tea and still asking the arrogant girl, but the girl still told him carefully. Shulinger picked out the fish bone in his hand and fed it into Xu Chaoer's mouth. Leng Xiaoyu was still eating mung bean cake, and she also took out the dessert box and shared honey cakes and dried fruits with everyone. Chu Yunyu handed the baked fish to Xiao Ziying, and Xiao Ziying took it subconsciously. Thank you. Xiao Ziying nodded and thanked her quietly. She blew the grilled fish gently and ate it, feeling envious in her heart. In the evening, Li Mu and others walked out of the duel field. Li Mu, do you want to go shopping together? Leng Xiaoyu asked, looking at Xiaoke who was chatting with Li Mu. Although Sister Xiaoya is very nice, why is this person named Xiaoke still clinging to Li Mu? Shameless. No, you guys play while I go buy something. Looking at his nearly 5,000 points, Li Mu wanted to go to the fat boss and buy the small bottle. The disappeared Gilded Kingdom sounds like a place with great secrets. Let's go and see it after you become a legend. There should be a big conspiracy or secret. Can I get it? He thought about the purpose of the bottle. I want to go with you. Xiaoke said coquettishly, shaking Li Mu's arm. Don't disturb Li Mu anymore. Xiaoya walked helplessly to the two of them and said softly, Xiao will make people annoying if he continues like this. Really? Xiaoke glanced at Li Mu and hesitated, then I'm leaving. You should miss me more. You should also come to the library to see me often. You only come on Wednesday, and there are still times when I won't be able to see you. Xiaoke hurriedly finished speaking under Xiao Ziying's murderous gaze, then returned to her sister with a smile. Okay. Li Mu nodded after looking at Xiaoke and the other two dolls. I go first. Saying goodbye to a few people, he walked towards the commercial street. You're here, the fat boss said deeply with his hands behind his back. I am coming. You shouldn't have come, but I'm still here. Li Mu curled his lips. Take it out, the key to the Gilded Kingdom. Ah, okay. Looking at the nearly 5,000 points on Li Mu's chest, the fat boss was silent at first, and then took out the small bottle. After rubbing it in his hand for a while, he threw it to Li Mu. I don't want your points. The fat boss sighed. You just have to agree to my request. I'll give you points. Li Mu glanced at the fat boss, shook his head, and handed over his student card. This is 3,000 points, won't you listen to my request? The fat boss was stunned. I don't want to accept a request that's more valuable than 3,000 points. Li Mu shook his head. Haha, do you want to know my story? With a helpless smile, the fat boss looked back and spoke slowly. That was 20 years ago, when I was still very young and high-spirited. Long story short, to the west of the empire, there is a large desert, larger than the western desert. There is the ruins of the Gilded Kingdom. The fat boss slowly recounted. It is rumored that the Gilded Kingdom has mastered the forbidden art by relying on the alchemy circle, can communicate with the underworld and perform resurrection rituals. Wait until you have at least legendary strength before exploring. If you explore the ruins in the future, if you come across this technology, tell me. After speaking, he stared at Li Mu closely. Li Mu raised his eyebrows after hearing this secret. Resurrection, what a lie. Everyone is dead, but they still want to be resurrected. If it were in the novel of the previous life, it would definitely fail in the end, and a super evil being would be released, or the resurrected one would be an unknown thing, and finally set off a huge conspiracy. But seeing the regretful look on the fat boss's face, Li Mu still didn't say that resurrection was impossible, but nodded. As long as I find it, I will give it to you. Li Mu shook his head and said sadly, however, the alchemy circle has a price. If the price of resurrection is too huge and harms the empire, I will not give it to you. Quote. Since the stuff was free, he didn't say much. Okay, I won't do anything dangerous. The fat boss showed an ugly smile. I hope you can find it, Li Mu. Hope. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. With a sigh in his heart, Li Mu turned around. The past is like smoke, and the world is like chess. Li Mu waved his hand. Let's go, I'll come back next Wednesday. He also figured out that the person the fat boss resurrected definitely died because of him, so he felt very guilty and regretful. Not surprisingly, they should still be lovers. After all, who would put the effort into resurrecting a brother? But what's the use of regret? What's gone is gone, so what's the point in people today still clinging to the past? Li Mu was puzzled, and the fat boss started drinking again. Human joys and sorrows are not the same. After dinner, Li Mu, who had been busy all day, walked downstairs to the dormitory and met the princess. Here you go. The princess saw him and threw out a bow. How do you like it? Falcon bow, purple. Preparation effect. Strength plus 20, agility plus 10, falcon simulacrum 1 time per day. Preparation requirements. Mage occupation. Falcon simulation. Shoots an arrow that simulates a falcon, with a tracking effect. Not so good. Li Mu's mouth twitched. Much worse than the hunting bow. Quote. Let's just use it. Yi Shuangyan's eyes were contemptuous. The most bows used by mages have this attribute. She didn't know that Li Mu had the talent to use various weapons, and Li Mu didn't intend to talk about it. So, Li Mu got a bow that was not very good. Forget it, Your Highness Princess. Li Mu sighed and put away his bow. That place will have to rely more on you. Okay. Yi Shuangyan nodded and separated from Li Mu. When he returned to the dormitory, he took a shower, put the manual on his pillow, thought about the gains and losses of the day, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. In the evening, Heritage Space. Li Mu appeared on a mountain, and the princess was already waiting here on horseback. Let's go. Yi Shuangyan moved forward on the horse. Okay. Li Mu jumped on the horse, carefully put his hand around Yi Shuangyan, grabbed the reins, and started the journey under the guidance of his slender fingers. Yesterday I told you the basic situation of this world, and you have a general understanding. Now I will tell you about the situation of the other 3 people. Yi Shuangyan changed into a more comfortable position in Li Mu's arms and said, You are Violent, the inheritor of the mage. I am the inheritor of the Apocalypse Knight. The other three are all women: Moon, Shadow and Purple Fairy. The Moon is a mage profession. You can use the power of the moonlight at night. I suspect she is from the Moonlight Kingdom. What's the basis? Li Mu asked. Because she doesn't know me. Yi Shuangyan replied succinctly. She didn't even call me princess when she saw me. Quote. All right. Shadow is an assassin profession. It is extremely strong, has a good figure, and has a curvy front and back. After saying that, he turned slightly sideways and turned to look at Li Mu. Your Royal Highness, what do you mean by this? Li Mu sat calmly, his face full of righteousness. Where is the Purple Immortal? Why don't you say Purple Immortal? I don't believe you are not curious about how beautiful the Shadow is. Yi Shuangyan sneered. Why should I be curious? Li Mu shook his head. A woman will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Oh, she probably doesn't know me either. Yi Shuangyan thought about it, or maybe her expression was too cold and she was too lazy to care about my identity. And among the three, the most mysterious one is Zixian. I can detect that she is very powerful in the real world, and she is also the one who has stayed in the inheritance space the longest among us. The strongest in reality. Li Mu wondered, how did you detect it? Temperament, aura, and even though she knew me, she just called me Fifth Princess lightly when she saw me. Yi Shuangyan shook his head, and his hair rubbed against Li Mu's chin. This shows that she should be a strong person. Strong. Li Mu thought about it. How strong will he be? Yes, and you will have to give a code name later, but since you have appeared in the sky, they should recognize you. After Yi Shuangyan said that, he pointed to a wooden house on the mountain in the distance. That's it. When I fought my way out, it was Zixian who took me there. Yeah, Li Mu nodded, looking at the wooden house in the distance and thinking. On Kanglan continent, in addition to the strongest empire formed purely by humans, there are many countries. Some countries are not purely human countries, but countries formed by various races. They have various systems and many discordant problems, but their strength is not bad. Just like the Gilded Kingdom in the past, as long as you are an alchemist, no matter what your race is, you can join this country. Creatures who know alchemy can also join in, relying on the strength of alchemy to climb up step by step. There are also some countries that believe in gods. They are formed by beings who only believe in one god. They can be regarded as kingdoms of gods in the human world. Moonlight Kingdom falls into this category. The rest are foreign countries and alien countries. In the mountains, wooden house. Li Mu looked at the shadow that was bulging forward and backward, and felt something strange. The beautiful woman in front of him gave him a strange feeling, as if he had faced those wise ghosts in his previous life who put human skin on his body. There is a feeling of being nondescript and not human. The shadow being watched lowered his head, the dagger in his hand appeared quietly, and his steps retreated slightly, a posture that seemed to be successful. Li Mu narrowed his eyes and took out a long knife. The rock-blooded dragon sword is a fire-attributed long sword that exudes a hint of dragon aura. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was almost frozen. Li Mu. The woman drinking black tea put down the black tea and looked at Li Mu with interest, breaking the stalemate between the two. Looking at a lady like this, as a noble, you have lost your elegance. Oh, Li Mu focused on the woman named Zixian. When Yingying saw Li Mu looking away, he relaxed. Feeling the thin sweat on her back, she was filled with doubts. In the inheritance space, she was promoted to rank 4, but just when she faced Li Mu, who was rank 2, she felt a sense of fatal crisis. How can it be? She looked at Li Mu, remembering the mission she had received a few days ago, with hesitation in her eyes. Li Mu didn't know that the assassin on the side was thinking so much. Instead, he looked at Zixian, who had a graceful and noble face. His young and beautiful face was like that of a lady, but his eyes revealed a calm look. Do you know me? Li Mu asked in a probing tone. Of course, who in the entire continent doesn't know about Li Mu, the northern nobleman who killed the 4th-level god incarnation with his 1st-level strength? Zixian smiled. Really? Then who are you? Li Mu asked directly. He didn't care about Zixian's identity or how strong he actually was, so he spoke directly. Even if he is a legendary strongman, he still needs to be given 3 points of praise. This is the confidence of being the eldest son of the Li family in the Northern Territory. Although he heard from the princess that Zixian should be about to be promoted to a legend in the inheritance space, he is not afraid. Even if Zixian kills him in the inheritance space, he can spend money to find the Pope of Jiaoyan to perform the Great Prophecy, or find an astronomy teacher to perform astrology and find Zixian. Then let her compensate for his losses. If he is lucky, he can get the inheritance of a strong man. If he is not lucky, it doesn't matter, as long as the goal is achieved. If Zixian surrenders, then he will get the command he wants. After all, the final task is to defeat the evil dragon, and he doesn't want others to command him. Don't you know what respect is? Zixian frowned and scolded, I am hundreds of years older than you, and my strength is also top-notch. Then, who are you? Li Mu took a step forward and interrupted Zixian directly, tell me, among the ranks of the Empire legends, where are you? He was full of momentum, took a step forward, and half of the madness appeared, and the will in his eyes made Zixian feel terrified. Li kid, tell me your purpose, don't ask me any more. She sighed and finally gave in, after all, the Empire belongs to you young people, I am old. In short, she was scared. Facing the giant Li family of the Empire, she had to be scared. Senior, you are joking, how dare I ask you? Li Mu's crazy look withdrew, and a smile appeared on his face, I was just chatting with the front. If you misunderstood me, I apologize. As he said, he bowed, and his noble demeanor remained the same. Well, tell me. Zixian closed her eyes, her voice helpless. Well, then I'll tell you, do you have any idea about the crusade against the evil dragon? Li Mu asked directly after glancing at several people. No, the princess shook her head. She was not surprised by the scene of Li Mu forcing the palace, because he had said before that he wanted to test Zixian. Although she was a little worried about Li Mu's plan, she was afraid that Zixian, who was suspected to be a legendary strongman, would kill Li Mu in anger, but she still listened to Li Mu. Fortunately, it succeeded, otherwise tomorrow we would have to hear the news that several legendary masters of the Li family went to find a hidden legendary master and beat him up. Then take me to upgrade to the 4th level first. Li Mu expressed his wish, and then glanced at Shadow and Moon. Okay, no problem, you come to discuss countermeasures, and we will help you upgrade. Shadow nodded. She was also very smart. After knowing that the strongest person in the team recognized Li Mu, she nodded immediately. What about you? Li Mu looked at the petite and cute girl. You are the one on the sky. Moon looked at Li Mu blankly and said. Yes, it's me. Li Mu nodded, what do you think? Okay. Moon nodded. Then there is no time to waste, let's start. Li Mu led a few people out of the wooden house and looked at the distant city. Monday, class. You have all learned the specialty of fast casting, right? Ji Yu-ku asked after the spellcasting theory class. Ding, you have learned fast casting. Fast casting. Your casting time is accelerated. I have learned it. Li Mu nodded. If you haven't learned it, you are lazy. Ji Yu-ku glanced at the students and said, diligence can make up for your shortcomings, and learning can make you better. If your progress depends on others to supervise you, your future achievements will not be very high. That's it for now. You can do whatever you want. Now open the 9th section of the book and let's start a new chapter. He had no intention of taking care of the students who had not learned the quick casting mage specialty, but started a new course. I saw some pale-faced students in the audience quickly flipping through the previously learned content and reading it carefully. But I don't know if there will be more progress lost like this. Fortunately I learned. Shu Chao patted his chest and glanced at the two people beside him. Seeing that both of them opened their books and listened to the class, they knew their situation. She has learned it all, which gives her no place to show off. If I am surrounded by good students, it won't show how smart I am. Single quote. Shu Chao thought to herself. After class, just when Li Mu was about to leave, he saw Ji Yu-ku coming to his side. This is the reward given to you by the college. He clicked on Li Mu's student card, and 50,000 points were instantly added to the card. Just buy whatever you want. Use these points to better equip yourself and show off your mage style as soon as possible. He smiled kindly. Thank you, Teacher Ji Yu. Li Mu thought for a while and said, Teacher, I would like to ask if there is a laboratory specifically for students to conduct research in the college. He needs a special experimental place to study ghouls and place organs. The function of organs will be affected by the state of the corpse when it dies, so Lemieux wants to learn the techniques of preserving organs from the corpse and then prepare one for his ghoul research. Students have experiments to do, of course. Gutu pinched his beard and looked thoughtful. I will apply for you, but you have to pay a rent of 1,000 points every month. How many years do you want to rent? It is not difficult to apply for a laboratory. The experimental equipment in Spark Academy is top-notch, so the fees are high. Let's rent it for a year first. Lemieux thought for a while and said. That's 12,000 points a year, which is not expensive for him now. Okay, I'll give you the results at noon. Gu nodded. Thank you, Teacher Gu. Lemieux saluted and walked to the next classroom, where the two girls had been waiting for a long time. Lemieux, what does Teacher Gu want from you? Lang Xiaoyu asked. Lemieux did not speak, but tapped the student card on his chest. Wow, Xu Chao's eyes widened, that's amazing. If she were to earn more than 50,000 points, she might not be able to earn them in her lifetime. Are these many points a reward from the school? Lang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. I feel like the new sisters Yunyu and Xiang don't have employee benefits. I think Boss Li, you should consider it for your employees. Seeing that Lemieux had the capital to become stronger again, she was happy for Lemieux but also felt disappointed. She not only hopes that Lemieux will become more powerful, but also does not want the gap in strength between the two to get wider and wider. She is already chasing his back now, but if Lemieux becomes stronger again, it will be difficult for her to chase him. Let alone stand with him. Okay, we will pay employee benefits on Wednesday. Lemieux no longer cares about points. Spellcasting class. You have learned how to cast spells quickly, right? If you have not learned how to cast spells, ask your classmates after class. Wu Shusho said in a serious voice. Spell theory classes and spellcasting teaching classes have always complemented each other. If you have not learned how to cast spells quickly, what I will talk about next, you should listen carefully to the lesson. Otherwise, in the end, as mages but you don't have a few good spell expertise, your combat power will be weaker than others. When it comes time for a life or death battle, you will regret why you didn't study seriously in the academy. After saying that, she started class. When get out of class was over at noon, someone came and gave Lemieux a key. And he also received 12,000 points from Lemieux. After nodding his thanks, he finished his meal and came to the laboratory. The key opened the door and he stepped into the laboratory. The brand new and tidy room has some basic experimental equipment, and the space is not small. Lemieux nodded when he looked at it. Not bad. Lemieux nodded, took out the corpses in his space bag one by one, and began to dissect them. He has basically finished dissecting the ape's arms, but he has yet to dissect the legs of the bouncing kangaroo and the internal organs of the fire-breathing lizard. And he needs more ape arms to prepare for his 4-armed ghoul or 6-armed ghoul. Summoning class. Yu Shan and Lemieux stared at each other. By the way, Lemieux's eyes are bigger than Yu Shan's. My class may not be of use to you. Yu Shan considered. It's impossible for undead creatures to evolve. Teacher Yu, thank you for your teaching these days. Lemieux sighed and saluted respectfully. Summoning is useless. Haha, have you ever been your teacher? I'm very happy. Yu Shan laughed and patted Lemieux on the shoulder. Go ahead. Yes. Under the complicated gazes of everyone, Lemieux walked out of the classroom and returned to the laboratory to continue dissecting the corpse. Potions class. Lemieux, do you want to drink it? Lang Xiaoyu handed the potion she made to Lemieux with a look of anticipation on her face. Don't drink it, Lemieux said with a sullen face, pushing away the medicine bottle containing the dark liquid. Drink it yourself. TCH. Lang Xiaoyu curled her lips. Moving his eyes to the potion in his hand, Lemieux looked at the light blue potion and nodded with satisfaction. The material price of low-level strength potion is 50 to 70 copper coins, and if you buy it, you can sell it for 1 silver coin, which is a good profit. Yao Lao looked at the potion that only a few people in the audience had succeeded in, and said slowly, don't underestimate this potion, it is very popular among professionals. I rose to prominence by refining low-level strength potions to accumulate my initial wealth. His eyes revealed memories. You go down and practice more. I will teach you low-level agility potions in this class. After class, Li Mu ate and slowly walked to the alchemy classroom under the setting sun. Alchemy Exchange. Teacher Huo drew a simple alchemy circle on the curtain. Exchange of equal value, items of equal value. In this class, I'm going to teach you some basic exchange value. You should write these things down. It will be helpful to you in the future. Teacher Huo started writing. Li Mu looked at it and nodded suddenly. Insects are exchanged for insects, equipment is exchanged for equipment, materials are exchanged for materials, things with energy. But the more advanced the item is, the more complicated the exchange rules are. So when you exchange, you must find your own things and don't exchange randomly. Teacher Huo reminded after writing, don't exchange randomly. The things exchanged for equal value are only of equal value, and it does not necessarily mean that you will get what you want. Quote. So, be careful. Teacher Huo is very serious. In the evening, Heritage Space. Ding, you have reached level 49. Whether to receive the third transfer mission. Coming. Li Mu put down the long knife in his hand and looked at his mission in the burning city. It's faster if someone brings it to upgrade, but it can't be upgraded like this in the real world. If a professional who upgrades quickly has no foundation, he will not have much fighting power. Li Mu, what is your mission? Yi Shuangyan asked. Kill the third-level dragon-blooded kobold alone. Li Mu looked at the task and said slowly. Dragon blood kobold. Yi Shuangyan frowned. Creatures with dragon blood are extremely powerful. Li Mu, can you complete this mission? If it were in the real world, she believed that Li Mu would definitely be able to defeat the dragon-blooded kobold, but this was the inheritance space. In reality, Li Mu, who could defeat the incarnation of a god, would not be that strong here. Try it. Li Mu glanced at the silent Zixian, Shadow and Moon. Zixian has been silent today. She doesn't know what her profession is, but she is pretty good at attracting monsters. Shadow and Moon simply followed him to fight monsters. Because they had not reached the peak of the 4th rank, and Zixian had arrived, but she did not tell her the conditions for promotion to legend, and Li Mu had no intention of asking her. You guys raid the formation for me, and I'll try to challenge you. Li Mu followed the lead of the inheritance space mission, stamped on the ground fiercely, and chased the sun. His current strength is 116 points with the addition of equipment, but other physical attributes have not been improved. Therefore, in this battle, you must use your own strengths to attack the enemy and not let it get to you, a fragile mage. Otherwise it will fail. Thinking calmly, without stopping, the cave appears, and the dragon and dog come out. The dragon-scaled kobold with sharp teeth and sharp mouth and a bulging head carried a bloody sword. He sprayed hot air into the air through his nose. The smell of sulfur was very strong, making Li Mu feel extremely hot. Violent, crazy sword skills. Without hesitation, Li Mu rushed towards the dragon dog like a shooting star with the sun-chasing step, and the dragon dog attacked. The blood knives collided with each other, and Li Mu fell behind in the battle of strength, but his force-removing and force-borrowing skills came into play. The interaction of forces allowed Li Mu to successfully use the roundhouse slash. Stab. Woof. The kobold's chest was scratched, and then he roared and his whole body swelled, directly activating an unknown transformation skill. As we all know, transformation takes time. What it doesn't know is that these few seconds of freezing time during transformation will ruin its chance of winning. Crazy dance. Li Mu's hands turned into shadows and exploded instantly. After making 99 and 81 cuts, everything was instantaneous. Li Mu made a trick with his knife, threw the blood on the knife to the ground, and put the knife away. Completed in one go, flowing like clouds and flowing water. The kobold didn't seem to react. It wasn't until Li Mu put away the knife that it reacted. It exploded into a ball of blood mist and rained down on Li Mu. Li Mu, you. Yi Shuangyan was a little stunned when he saw that Li Mu had resolved the battle so quickly. It's unbelievable that after level 2 and level 3, there are still enemies with dragon blood. The others also reacted, while Zixian looked at Li Mu with complex eyes, loosening and clenching his fists. Dragon blood. Seeing the dragon blood on his hands rotting his skin, Li Mu ignored the reactions of others and felt the dragon blood slowly integrating into his body. This is what it feels like to bathe in dragon blood. Thinking about it, he grinned. Most of the elf spells are natural spells, but there are also many races in the elf race, such as dark elves, drow elves, half-elves, and blood elves. Among them, the spells also have branches. Yun Feifei's voice was gentle. Among them, the ones of blood elves and vampires, the spell is similar, but... The teacher on the stage spoke slowly, while Li Mu took notes below. Li Mu, have you seen elves? Shu Chaoer asked quietly. She is very interested in elves, a race that is said to be beautiful, but she has only seen them in movies and anime. Moreover, she recently heard that Jungle Travels was going to be adapted into a movie, and the beautiful elf in it seemed to be played by a dwarf. She already had a premonition that the movie was going to collapse. Elf. Li Mu stopped writing and tilted his head, with a complicated expression on his face. I've seen it before. When my father was young, he traveled around the world and showed mercy everywhere. When I was a kid, Auntie Elf, well, I don't know the exact age, so let's call her Auntie. He was given a lot of things, but one can imagine his mother's reaction. At that time, the family was very restless. Does it look good? Shu Chaoer asked again. It looks good. Li Mu nodded. They're all handsome guys and beautiful girls. The elf is really good looking. Is that dwarf good looking? Shu Chaoer asked again. Like human beings, there is beauty and ugliness. Li Mu is very objective. Listen to the lecture. Oh, afternoon, enchantment class. Li Mu, look, I made this before my sister. Shu Chaoer's mouth curled up, waiting for praise. Not bad. Li Mu glanced at Shu Chaoer holding the sharpness +1 effect on the white quality equipment and nodded. His eyes moved to his sharp +2 equipment, and he began to think. Enchanting is more difficult than potions, because enchanting also needs to consider the appropriateness of the equipment, the repulsive reaction between the magic patterns, and only after taking all factors into consideration can the neutralization reaction or isolation reaction be achieved, which is much more difficult. How much can I sell this piece of equipment for? Shu Chaoer asked in a low voice. It's probably a few dozen copper coins higher than the original price. Li Mu estimated. That's not bad. I want to learn to be a medicine teacher and accumulate wealth. Shu Chaoer's eyes lit up. Studying hard is better than anything else. Shu Linger tapped her sister's head with her fingers and said seriously. Putting the cart before the horse is not advisable. Oh, non-human biology class. Have you reached the 60th floor? Fu Lin pinched Li Mu's face hard and asked him to slowly type a question mark. Question mark. Does it hurt? She asked. It doesn't hurt. Li Mu shook his head. It feels like pinching and playing. Ahem, have you really reached the 60th floor? Yes, your melee ability is so strong. Seeing that Li Mu didn't follow the script, Fu Lin could only scratch her hair in embarrassment. You came to me to ask for the next floor. Count the World of Warcraft information. Then I'll tell you the remaining layers of Warcraft information. No, I'll sell it to you. She looked at the points on Li Mu's student card and immediately changed her words. Okay, Li Mu handed over his student card. Well, I'll charge you 50, 100, 200. Fu Lin counted her fingers. Huh, Li Mu raised his eyebrows. 500. Fu Lin reached out and made a sign of 5, and laughed. Hey, don't worry, I won't treat you badly. It's valuable information, she said mysteriously. Good. After secretly giving a pamphlet to Li Mu in public, she started class. The curious Li Mu did not look at it immediately, but waited until after class to eat in the cafeteria and started looking at it. The booklet contains information about World of Warcraft from the 60th to the 90th level, and there is a page in it. On the paper is information about the boss on the 100th floor of the dungeon. That's a demon. In the evening, astronomy class. The stars are bright tonight, which is very suitable for astrology. The astronomy teacher opened the curtain, and thousands of stars were shining slightly on it. Let's start unraveling the hexagrams, he said. The students started astrology. Li Mu drew 3 interpreted symbols on paper, namely the sunrise symbol, the big eye fish symbol and the pearl symbol. He began to understand. After waiting for a moment, the astronomy teacher announced the answer. Tomorrow, you will go to the direction of sunrise, to the land of the vast sea. The astronomy teacher began to interpret the symbols of water, fish and pearls. And the hexagram shows that your itinerary is accompanied by the image of fish eyes chasing pearls. Please pay attention. This is not a shoddy fish eye mixed with a pearl, but a pearl shining brightly among countless fish eyes. Please don't mix it up in the future. This hexagram represents that you may have great opportunities. After the astronomy teacher finished the interpretation, the class started. Not a small opportunity. Li Mu glanced at the astronomy teacher, wondering if he could still interpret it this way. What he interpreted was to eat fish in the sun tomorrow and pick up money. Sure enough, people think differently. Every misinterpretation leads to failure, which is the shortcoming of astrology. Therefore, this is why there are so few people who know astrology. Li Mu sighed. It's night, inheritance space. Li Mu, I have something to discuss with you. Zixian came to Li Mu and said in a calm voice. Now she has completely lost her arrogant attitude at the beginning, and is talking to Li Mu like an ordinary teammate. Senior, please speak. Li Mu smiled lightly. It's better to have the right to speak. He can suppress the emotions of the team members, and no one can maintain a posture in front of him. Your Li family sold me a few soul-nourishing grasses. I'm very grateful. Zixian said his purpose. Soul-nurturing grass. Li Mu raised his eyebrows. Soul-nourishing grass is a herb that repairs soul wounds. The number is extremely rare. Extraordinary value. Could it be that Zixian's soul was injured? Then how much does Senior bid? Li Mu asked. If the offer is right, it's not bad to be a smooth favor. 50 million gold coins, plus an island with 2 small iron mines in the East China Sea. She said the first price. Senior, do you think my Li family is short of money? Li Mu asked. I look down upon the Li family so much. This sentence dispelled Zixian's naive idea of buying soul-nourishing grass with money. Well, you are a mage. I will give you the materials to build a mage tower when you turn 4. Zixian looked like he was in pain. The construction of a mage tower is extremely expensive, and the lowest level mage tower also requires a lot of resources, but for their own safety, the mages will not be stingy with the money. But some materials cannot be bought with money, so most mages still have to spend time collecting construction materials. But Li Mu is obviously not the one who misses these things. Senior, can you tell me something truthful? Li Mu sighed. If you continue like this, there will be no need to continue talking. What do you want? Zixian looked at Li Mu's expression of indifference, and his expression returned to calm. Just a few legendary weapons will be enough. If not, other legendary items will do. Li Mu Shizi said loudly. Impossible. Zixian's face changed drastically, and she lost her voice. Do you think legendary level items are so easy to obtain? Just like professionals, whether it is equipment or items, as long as they are at the legendary level, there is a huge difference. Senior has lived for so long, has he not even collected a few legendary items? Li Mu had some doubts in his eyes. Are you so miserable? Even he has a legendary weapon, although it was given to him by his teacher. But there are some, and each of the legendary strong men has lived for at least 100 years. If they can't even get a legendary item. Tisk. Seeing the look of 3 parts contempt, 3 parts disdain, and 4 parts pity in Li Mu's eyes, Zixian clenched his fists. I will exchange it for a legendary item, but you must give me at least 20 soul-raising grasses. After hesitating for a long time, Zixian agreed with an ugly face. I remember that there are only 3 plants left in my Li family's warehouse. Li Mu suddenly frowned. I'm afraid they can't meet the requirements of seniors. In fact, he didn't know the number of soul-nurturing grass in the family warehouse, but it didn't stop him from saying so. As an evil aristocrat with extremely dirty blood, he naturally lowers the price whenever he can. How is it possible? It's impossible for your Li family to only have so little soul-nurturing grass. Zixian naturally didn't believe it. The Li family is a family that has produced gods. It is impossible to be that poor even if you think about it. Senior, our Li family mainly trains warriors. Why do we keep so many soul-nurturing grasses? Li Mu asked rhetorically. However, I can let the family buy some from other families, but... As he spoke, he looked embarrassed. No, at least 10 soul-nurturing grasses. Zixian frowned. In fact, she also asked for a high price and paid back the money on the ground. Okay then. Li Mu thought about it for a while, then sighed and asked. Then how to deliver it to seniors? If she lets the Li family give it to her, she will know which legend she is. Well, just know, a legendary strongman with an injured soul, who knows how much strength he still has. He began to think. Seeing the thoughtful look in Li Mu's eyes, Zixian felt uneasy for some reason. I have a teleportation circle that belongs to me. You can send it to me after you draw the circle. Suppressing his uneasiness, Zixian revealed some of the methods of a legendary powerhouse. Exclusive. This word is not a word that would appear on ordinary professionals. Then how should Senior give me the legendary items? Li Mu asked. He does not have his own teleportation circle. I will use the magic circle to send it to you. Senior, please send me the legendary items first, and then I will send you the soul-raising grass. Li Mu retorted. How can I trust you? Then how can I trust you? The two looked at each other and saw each other's intentions. Distrust. Forget it, Senior, let's upgrade first and talk about this later. Li Mu shrugged and said indifferently. He has nothing to lose anyway. Tonight, they started their upgrade journey with Zixian's frowning expression. Today's course is about actual combat. The place we are going to is the whirlpool area of the East China Sea. You must adapt to the combat environment in advance and then kill the monsters. Yi Lianshan said, waving his hand and walking towards the teleportation array. Oh, the students cheered. After staying in school for so many days, they have long been exhausted. Although the school has many facilities and libraries, I am tired of them. It's better to be free. Real freedom lies outside school. The students excitedly followed Yi Lianshan to the teleportation array, and more than 200 people began to teleport. This is a space array established by a legendary powerhouse. It is maintained and inspected every day. It is one of the largest space array fixed points in the empire. Aha! The collective teleportation array was opened, and a white light flashed. The next moment they appeared on a large island. The sea breeze, accompanied by the salty humidity in the air, covered everyone's senses and made many students who had never been to the East China Sea curious about their surroundings. Today we will form a team to kill the ocean monsters, let's go. Yi Lianshan simply announced the task and jumped onto a big tree. I will watch you. After saying that, he leaned against the tree trunk, squinted his eyes, and basked in the sun. Hearing this, the students dispersed according to their groups. Jiaoyu, you're home. Feng Yu walked on the deserted island, blowing the sea breeze, and patted Zhang Chen's shoulder beside him. By the way, you Donghai people live here every day, do you really not get rheumatism? Ha. Zhang Chen rolled his eyes and did not answer his words. The Whirlpool Sea area is a famous dangerous place in the East China Sea. High-level monsters are everywhere in the sea. Only those with high transformation will come here to level up. And this is a place that is often used as a battlefield between the Fishmen clan and the Mermaid clan. The high-level experts from the two clans often fight here. We'd better be careful. Even if Teacher Yi doesn't think his life is in danger, we shouldn't let the teacher take action when we are in danger, otherwise the teacher's evaluation of us may be lowered. But Feng Yu's attention was obviously not on normal words. Is a mermaid good-looking? How does it compare with elves? Feng Yu asked curiously. He wanted to know, having read the mermaid fairy tale. Mermaids are the half-human race in fairy tales. Because their upper body is the same as that of humans, they are also a highly intelligent lawful camp race, so they are easily accepted by humans. Zhang Chen explained, and started to popularize science. By the way, mermaids and us humans same, there is beauty and ugliness. And the fishmen are not only from the chaotic camp, but they also look terrifying and ferocious, and they also eat humans. So, the battlefield in the East China Sea is still helping the mermaids fight against the fishmen, and by the way, they are killing those monsters in the deep sea that have lived for who knows how many years. He said it very seriously, which also made Zheng Shuai and Tu Feng Huo fascinated. Although humans help the mermaids fight against the fishmen, most of their energy is focused on fighting the deep-sea monsters that have survived for years in the sea. I understand. Feng Yu nodded. Seeing Li Mu shooting fish with a bow and arrow, he hurriedly said, let's upgrade quickly. Young Master Li has already started. Ever since he saw the scene of Li Mu's victory against the divine incarnation that day, he had changed. No more being lax, no longer not paying attention to class, no more being distracted in class. He became passionate about learning, and the other three people admired him. People always change, perhaps through an epiphany over the years, or perhaps at a certain moment. Some people call this change growth, while others feel that after the change, they are no longer the same person. But this change is good after all. ... Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive shots. Li Mu held the falcon bow and fired arrows like a repeater, causing Lu Feng, who was secretly watching him, to continue to sigh. The 3 women beside him were a little more relaxed. Is this the East China Sea? Lang Xiaoyu curiously looked at the vast blue sea with surging water. What the astronomy teacher said is true, we actually came to the East China Sea. She wanted to walk to the beach and touch the water, but a few shadows in the sea stopped her. Li Mu, this way. She pointed to the sea water and said. The next moment the arrow arrived and the fish carcass sank. HMPH. Carrot. Lang Xiaoyu hummed for no reason. Don't be stunned. It's difficult for my undead to get into the water. You guys come to kill the fish too. Li Mu glared at Lang Xiaoyu and said seriously. When he usually sweeps the enemy, he naturally allows his teammates to paddle, because their fighting efficiency is very low and useless. But now in this high-level Warcraft scene, it is obvious that their undead cannot show their strength, but they are still fishing, without even looking at themselves that they have already taken advantage of it. If it were in the previous life, I would have fired you long ago. Li Mu thought, very dissatisfied. Okay. Shu Chaoer quickly cast her spell and started scraping. Quote. Forget it, you should encourage me. Li Mu sighed, I will pick a good spell for you this afternoon. Even if it is an assist, it must have the ability to protect itself. Yes. Shu Chaoer nodded obediently. It's finally time for me to show off my skills. Lang Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. Look at me, frozen for 3,000 miles. Lang Xiaoyu said and started to cast the spell. The sea was frozen, but no fish were frozen to death. After waiting for a while, Lang Xiaoyu scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, forget it. Li Mu reluctantly drew his bow. You can do whatever you want. Arrows were fired in succession, stirring up the sea. Amidst the explosion of sea water, he began to think twice. What is the opportunity that the astronomy teacher is talking about? It can make the teacher say the word chance, as long as the level is not low. He looked around from time to time, looking for the opportunity the teacher was talking about. Zhao Xingyu, who was looking at a few people from a distance, gritted his teeth. As expected, he is a dirty noble who only looks for female teammates and lusts after their beauty. He was angry. Captain, come to your senses. After the Thunder Mage released his thunder magic, he looked at Zhao Xingyu paddling and frowned. It's time for you to hit the target. If you are still distracted during a real battle, that's fine in the usual duel arena, but this scene is not the time to be distracted. Yeah. After Zhao Xingyu finished mending the knife, he felt the movement of his talent. That's wrong. He felt the danger warning getting stronger and stronger and looked around. What is that? In the distance, a wave surged into the sky, approaching quickly. It's fish people. What are they doing? The students with good eyesight saw the movement in the distance and shouted loudly. They all know about the fishmen race. And now they seem to be chasing something, it seems. It's a mermaid. A student shouted. They're chasing the mermaid. Hearing this, Li Mu looked intently and saw a petite mermaid whose lower body was a fish tail and whose upper body was a human. She was wearing a blue pearl gauze dress and was running towards here with clenched teeth. He turned to look at Yi Lianshan and saw that he was still dozing with his eyes squinted, so he looked at the princess. The mermaid is on good terms with the humans of the Empire. If the princess takes action, she should be able to make headlines in the Empire's newspapers tomorrow. The 5 princesses took action to repel the fishmen and save the little mermaid from danger. Close double-angle bracket. He has already thought of the headlines. But he saw the princess turning to look at him and patting her earth-fire dragon with a helpless expression. Li Mu understood instantly. The earth-fire dragon is a fire-attributed sub-dragon and cannot go into the sea, so the princess cannot fight in this battle, so he has to come. Because besides Teacher Yi, he has the highest combat power on the field now. So he drew his bow and aimed at the fish man. It's actually the fish man chasing the mermaid. Looking at this scene, Zhao Xingyu's eyes lit up. As long as I save this mermaid, then I can have some fame. Reputation is a good thing. Just like Yushan, the king of beasts, the people of the western desert are extremely grateful to him. Because the famous sand pirates in the western desert were pushed by him alone and thousands of beasts, his ranking among the legends has moved forward a lot, and he has also won many awards. He has many fans, and most of these fans are from the West Desert. Because the legendary strongman of the West Desert could not solve the group of sand pirates that had troubled the West Desert for many years, but was killed by Yushin's people and thousands of beasts. This is not a symbol of strength. There are also some strong people, such as the Northern Wildwind, the Southern Wilderness Crazy Swordsman, etc., who became famous at a young age, and then became known to the public, gradually became famous, were recruited by some organizations, and then obtained resources. Step by step, they became well-known strong men. There are even biographies published. And Li Mu became famous all over the world just because of that battle. He recently scrolled through videos on his mobile phone, and all he saw were Li Mu's heroic appearance of killing the incarnation of the god on the sky screen, as well as various secondary attacks. Some fans even sneaked into the Li family mansion in the North Territory because of their liking, and were killed on the spot. How did Zhao Xingyu know this? Because the person who sneaked into the Li family was broadcasting live, and was immediately beheaded by professionals from the Li family as an intruder. The man was so bloody that Zhao Xingyu is still. The memory is still fresh. Although the entire platform was rectified afterwards and has not yet been unblocked, and there is still no explanation for this incident, Li Mu's fans did not condemn the Li family for killing people at will. Instead, they all lamented that the Li family was well defended and worthy of the Li family. This made Zhao Xingyu feel cold in his heart. He just wanted to see where Li Mu lived, but you applauded. This is a dirty nobleman. How can you speak for him? When I become stronger one day, I must change the order of this world. Throw the nobles into the sea and feed them to the fish. He was jealous of the fact that Li Mu was famous in the mainland, but he could only be a background board. He was unwilling to give in. So he wants to start by accumulating fame, show his talent, and then join an organization that values his talent. When the golden scale transforms into a dragon, he will make the whole world look at him. And let those nobles get their due end. Thinking about it, he looked at the mermaid running towards them and raised the red sword in his hand. The next moment, arrows and red sword energy flew out, all heading towards the fish people behind the mermaid. Puff! The arrows shot straight through the heads of the three fishmen. The sword energy swept across, leaving faint white marks on the fish man's body. As soon as the little mermaid saw someone helping her, she quickly swam towards the students. Come to me. Although Zhao Xingyu lost face, he still shouted loudly, and then he signaled the shadow assassins in the team to start recording on their mobile phones. As long as the mermaid comes to him, he will protect the mermaid. Even if you spend some money tomorrow, you still have to buy some heat. Thinking of this, he curled up the corner of his mouth, and then perfectly exposed the side of his face. It felt great. Then, he saw the mermaid running to Li Mu, which made the smile froze on his face. On Li Mu's side, he had used 9 consecutive shots many times, killing nearly half of the team chasing the fishmen. And he also saw the little mermaid swimming over. She has a pink face, long blue hair, and her shining eyes seem to have the sea in her eyes. Under her fair and slender neck is a set of colorful clothes, embroidered with lines that Li Mu cannot understand, and several valuable gems, extremely gorgeous. Jilagulu, Gurujira. The little mermaid stuck her head out and said, "Speak in human language." Li Mu shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand. Help. After the little mermaid said this, she kicked off her tail and jumped onto Li Mu. And Li Mu also reached out and caught the little mermaid. Before Li Mu could feel the cold and smooth fish tail, he saw several water arrows shooting out from the air of the fishmen in the sea. When he saw the long bow in his right hand disappearing, he instantly switched to the Orc King Sword, and blocked the attack with his horizontal sword. Then fight back. Sword drawing style. The sword energy was slashed out, and several fish heads flew up, looking up at the sky. Because the fishman is not a monster, Li Mu did not gain experience. Thank you, Li Mu of the human race. The fish man said, and the tight fish tail relaxed. She also leaned into Li Mu's arms and breathed a sigh of relief. After this escape, she has learned her lesson. Never sneak out of the mermaid palace to play again, it's too dangerous. Fortunately, the strong human being seen in the sky is here, otherwise he would not be able to see his father. Thinking of this, she looked up at Li Mu and suddenly blushed. What a handsome human being. She straightened her hair, which was stained with water drops, and wondered if she had shown an ugly expression when she ran away just now. Would he have noticed it? Did he like mermaids? As she thought about it, her face turned redder. Thank you for saving me. The mermaid princess squirmed in his arms for a few times, then jumped to the ground, raised her head and whispered, I will tell your father about your achievements, and the mermaid will always be on good terms with the human race of the Empire. Her beautiful blue fish tail stood upright, standing straight on the ground. Who is your father? Li Mu looked down at the little mermaid, his expression slowly changing. The title, Father King, is not something that ordinary mermaids can pronounce. The Mermaid King. The little mermaid tugged on her clothes and said in a coquettish voice, I am the mermaid princess. Are you the mermaid princess? Li Mu looked at the beautiful little mermaid and remembered the divination results of the astronomy teacher. The fish's eyes are mixed with the pearls. No, the fish's eyes are chasing the pearls, that's what it means. Astronomy teacher, I didn't expect your astrology to be so strong. I will study astrology well. He was certain in his heart. Yes. The mermaid princess nodded, my name is Yushi Storm Tide Whirlpool High. You can just call me Yushi. Regarding Li Mu as her savior, she thought of the fairy tales of the mermaid clan. Beauty. Will Li Mu turn into a mermaid for me? Single quote. She thought of the story in which the human princess prayed to the gods for the mermaid prince, asked for a potion that turned her legs into fish tails, and then lived happily under the sea with the mermaid prince. Will he? Single quote. She thought. What a long name, is there a surname after it? Thinking about it, Li Mu also briefly introduced himself. My name is Li Mu. I know, I just ran over when I saw you. She said the reason why she ran over, mermaids and imperial humans will always be friends. The mermaid tribe and the empire have a mutual aid agreement, and this is the slogan of good relations between the two tribes. Okay, the empire and the mermaid tribe will always be on good terms. Li Mu nodded. Then what should you do now? Want me to help take you back? Li Mu asked. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.